For Tuesday's live Facebook record sale. We're actually somewhat on time, 7:04. I actually was ready to go at 7, but I was like, I just can't be on time. I have to do a couple more things to make this last. Right, Seth? All right. When you're on and watching, please let me know. Mike Massey, #1 commenter. Mike, you've been getting fast here lately on the comments. Let's go ahead and get this shared everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to copy this link. We got several posts going tonight, hyping up tonight's newest arrivals. Hope everybody's ready. We do this every night here, so if you're finding us for the first time, welcome. Let me figure out Chad. Figure out where I share this in the group. Welcome everybody. Got some great stuff for tonight. We'll get started in just a moment. I have new vinyl to go through. Let me comment here live now. And let's go over here to the official CollectCo page. And yeah, I worked on a nice batch of auctions for us. I got some cool autographs, got some cool bootlegs, of course. Got one crate of new vinyl to show you. I put in an order last night, but just when these collections come in, I have a hard time really getting in on new vinyl titles, but spending the time to do that. But I will say that we do have some great stuff on the way. So here we go. This is live now. All right. Let's see here. I'm going to reply to some of these people who commented. I hadn't started looking at comments yet, so if you're on comments, let's see here. Tag a few people. Well, I don't tag, but I let everybody know that we're live. Okay. Alrighty, so one more place. Let's get it shared over to, we're also live on YouTube. We are live. There's my hand. I promise we'll get started here in a minute. Let me copy link. Let's get over here to Instagram and get it posted on our story. There is that. There is our story. Actually, I need to delete last night's. The last night's is still up here. There's that. And live now. That's going to be on our story. And let me delete last night's story. And we are officially ready to get started right now. As soon as I pull up my chat, and then I'll say officially. Come on, chat. There we go. All right, the show has officially began. We're going to auction that at some point tonight, Duran Duran Rio. So I've got a whole tub of autographs. We got Japanese stuff. We have new vintage arrivals, and it's going to be a great show. It's going to be a great show. Hope everybody's ready and tuned in. If you haven't already, please go ahead and share. And let's get everybody on. And I'm going to go ahead and start showing you some new vinyl. I'm going to do a crate of new vinyl from over here, and then I'm going to do a crate of new vinyl, I think, from last week as well. So, are you sick, Chad? I'm not sick. Hope I don't sound sick. Do I need to start talking louder and faster? Would that make everything better? Let's see what we have here. Let's see here. New vinyl. There's that. I'll do that in just a second. I'm going to go through new vinyl. Let's see here. Smashing Pumpkins. Let's go through this crate. I also think I've put a few things in here from before. So let me put a couple of these titles in here. And let's see what we got in here. All right. When will the Van Hagar box be coming in? I think that's sometime next month, isn't it? I really don't know. I think that's sometime next month. Might be my mic. Well, we'll make sure nothing else crazy happens as far as my mic. If it starts getting really bad, I'll swap. But let's go ahead and get some of our first auctions going for tonight. Some of our first auctions is going to be a Bob Marley. It's going to be a Bob Marley and a, what else do I have here? Bob Marley, and I thought I had a 12-inch single. Yeah, the Stray Cats. Let's go ahead and do those right off the bat. Let me find them in here. Lots These crates are pretty full of auctions, so it takes me a little bit longer to just basically flip through them and find what I have found, which are these right here. So Stray Cat and Bob Marley, I'll get those started in just a second. Let's go through some new vinyl. It's Paladin. Thank you, Sean. The Paladins, yes. I don't know if we have any more of them tonight, but if we do, I'll mess up when I come to it. Alrighty, so first we have Smashing Pumpkins. I think we've got 3 different Smashing Pumpkins albums in stock. This one's Adore, their 1998 album. Smashing Pumpkins Adore, $49.99. $49.99, Smashing Pumpkins Adore. We have Steve Earle, Guitar Town. Steve Earle, Guitar Town, that's new and sealed, $28.99. Always a demand for Steve Earle albums. That is $28.99. Was on the pre-order for Skid Row Subhuman Race. Well, those have already been invoiced, so William, if you don't have it on any of your current invoices, then let me know and I'll sell you one. But right now, all those have been invoiced and billed. So if you want to check your invoices, if you don't have one, I will sell you one. Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages, $31.99. Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages, that's $31.99. And we have Rammstein. This is Rammstein self-titled, $46.99 for Rammstein. Also have Rammstein Hersfeld, a couple Rammsteins in stock, which is unusual because there for a while, I don't think we had any in stock and we couldn't get them. Now we can, Rammstein. There's 2 there. Whiskey Myers Firewater. Whiskey Myers is $28.99 for Firewater. And we also have Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I talked to a few people into buying one of these the other night. Clear Vinyl, $31.99. That's the new Atlantic Anniversary Celebration. Ministry, 12-inch singles, 1981 to 1984. That's 2 LP red vinyl for Ministry, $38.99. And Pussifer, Existential Reckoning. Pussifer is $44.99. That's on clear and white smoke vinyl. William, just let me know if you need one, and if you need one, I'll sell you one. Just make sure it's not on any of your invoices because those have all been billed. Steve Earle, Copperhead Road. Steve Earle is $33.99 for Copperhead Road. We also have Big Brother and the Holding Company with Janis Joplin. This is actually in mono, and it's an RTI pressing. Very, very good sounding record, $29.99. A Perfect Circle, 13th Step. A Perfect Circle is $49.99 for Music on Vinyl. That's A Perfect Circle. And Rammstein Mutter is $49.99. Another Rammstein. Before I go any further, let's introduce our first auctions. This is a 1981 Italian pressing of Bob Marley. This is called Stir It Up. It's on the Lotus label. It's a 1981 Italian pressing. This is near mint minus, and it's a $15 start. And essentially, that's listed as a compilation on Discogs, but I think it's the Catch a Fire album. I think it's the entire Catch a Fire album plus or minus a couple tracks. I'm going to go ahead and swap out my microphone. Bob and Debbie are the 10th person to say my microphone sounds bad. So let me swap mics right quick. Okay, I have a new mic. Hopefully that sounds a lot better. Let me plug this one up. Okay, so Bob Marley's a $15 start. That's called Stir It Up. The vinyl is near mint minus. And that's called Stir It Up. It's a 1981 Italian press and $15 start. And we have the Stray Cat Strut. This is a 1983 UK 4-track. This has 4 tracks on it, 12-inch single, also near mint minus, very clean. All the auctions tonight that I worked on last night, I've actually got them all researched and tagged and cleaned, and those are $15 starts, first 2 auctions of the night. The last couple records in this bin, we have a live, unofficial from Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is called Don't Mess With Texas. Don't Mess With Texas, $44.99 for Don't Mess With Texas. We also have Tool, Lateralis. Lateralis by Tool is $44.99. $44.99 by Tool. Fugazi, Repeater, $26.99 for Fugazi. That's tough to say, for Fugazi. Reba, the Ultimate Christmas Collection, $33.99 for Reba. We also have George Strait Pure Country, $33.99. Eric Clapton Unplugged, $44.99. And Robert Plant, Osaka, Japan, $44.99. Another 2 LP unofficial. And Europe, their Ultimate Collection. So that was just the first bin of warm-up vinyl that I randomly brought up here. Now I will go through new stuff. But very quickly, we had Europe, their greatest hits. Robert Plant, Eric Clapton, George Strait, Reba, Fugazi, Tool, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Rammstein, A Perfect Circle, Cheap Thrills, Big Brother and the Holding Company, Steve Earle, Pussifer. Also, we have a Ministry, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Whiskey Myers, more Rammstein, Nelson, Willie Nelson, Steve Earle, and Smashing Pumpkins. If anybody wants those, just let me know. Those are right over here and available for purchase. I'm going to put them right over here, actually. This is part of our platform, so I can hand stuff to Tanner on a bigger table. And let's go ahead and grab tonight's newest new vinyl arrivals. So here's tonight's newest new vinyl arrivals. And there was a waiting list on a few of these. I don't have it printed, Tanner. It's on the Word document. So, okay, update on our auctions. Hello, I watched yesterday's sales more and saw a couple albums I missed because of work. Well, if you want to let me know what those are, I will try my best to find them for you. Okay, final call. If you want to get a bid in on Bob Marley, no bid yet. This is called Stir It Up. It's a $15 start, 1981 Italian, near mint minus. And we have Stray Cats just got a new bid for $16. Stray Cat Strut, that's Jack Hewitt's for $16. Okay, first we have Death Spiritual Healing, which I believe there was a waiting list for this. Death Spiritual Healing. Tanner is bringing it to me right now. There is a new copy if anybody wants it, $26.99. And I could have swore we had a message. I thought we had a message come in where somebody wanted off this list. I got Jeannie Pinnell and James Bragg. So it was Jeannie Pinnell. Okay, so Jeannie Spiritual Healing. So yeah, there's that. I've got so that means I've got a couple extra copies of that. We also have Caius Blues for the Red Sun. That's on gold vinyl, $31.99. Caius Blues for the Red Sun. There was a death list. Yes, Craig, there is a death list. I have the death list in my hand. Right now, Caius is George Ellis's. So, George, I've already got you a Caius Blues for the Red Sun pulled. If anybody else wants one, we have two left. That's a limited edition, 30th anniversary on gold vinyl. Bob Marley does have a bid for $15. Nick Bargeron is in on Bob Marley, $15. Stray Cats is at $20 with Cynthia Herdren. Cynthia has that for $20. Jack Hewitt, you're out. So there's Caius. I also have a restock of Jimi Hendrix, the ultimate Jimi Hendrix, or Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix, $31.99. There was a waiting list for that. I think one person, yes, Marsha French. Marsha was on a waiting list for Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix. I've got 3 of those left. It's a 2LP awesome compilation, $31.99. Suicidal Tendencies is back in stock, and this is on Indie Exclusive Sky Blue Vinyl. Indie Exclusive Sky Blue Vinyl, that is $33.99 for Suicidal Tendencies. Todd Tipton was on the waiting list for that. So Todd Tipton, there's your Suicidal Tendencies. I have 2 more. And we have Ice Cube. Ice Cube is Lethal Injection, $33.99. Ice Cube Lethal Injection, $33.99. $33.99. Ice Cube Lethal Injection. Also, we have Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, $36.99. And we got a restock of the Slash album called Made in Stoke. This one has some torn shrink wrap. Let me get you a little bit better looking one. There's this Slash Made in Stoke, July 24th, 2011. 100% virgin vinyl, limited edition. That is $36.99. Update on our 2 auctions. The Stray Cats is at $25 with Cynthia. Bob Marley's at $20. Bob Marley's at $20. Kevin Black Fox says he'll take one of the new Jimi Hendrix. That's sold to Kevin Black Fox. Bob Marley's now at $25, and Jack Hewitt's out on the Stray Cats. Here's another death. I don't have any death list for this. This is Death Human. I don't think we've had this one yet. Death Human, that is $26.99. William Simmons says he'll take a Slash. That's called Made in Stoke, featuring Miles Kennedy live. Slash is sold to William Simmons. Brandon Jackson also wants a Slash. And we have a final call now on the Stray Cat. Cynthia has that for $25. That's a final call to Cynthia. That's a final call to Cynthia. Bob Marley's at $21 with Nick Bargeron. Kevin Kubina wants both Death albums. There's one and there's another. Brandon didn't want a Slash album. He wanted a Death album. My bad. Let me put this back in here. We'll pull Brandon Jackson a Death, and then there's Kevin Kubina's 2 Deaths. My bad. I messed that up a little bit. We have more Death. We also have Ryan Bingham, Roadhouse Sun. Ryan Bingham and the Dead Horses, Roadhouse Sun, $29.99. Ryan Bingham. Joni Mitchell Blue, $31.99 for Joni Mitchell Blue. There was a waiting list for this. Ian Palvocco, also known as Ian P, because I can't say his last name. Joni Mitchell Blue is restocked. That is $31.99. And yes, Brandon Jackson got Human. Zach Elias wants a Slash, and so does Roy Edmonds. And Eddie Pasir wants an RB, which is a Ryan Bingham. Sell that to Eddie Pasir. And I think it's time to go ahead and wrap up our first couple auctions. For sure, the Stray Cats, let's go ahead and sell that for $25 to Cynthia. Cynthia, you get the Stray Cats for $25. Nick is still bidding. Nick and Roy are still bidding on the Bob Marley. This is called Stir It Up. That's at $26 with Nick Bargeron. Kevin Blackfox wants the Ice Cube. I've got one of those left, Ice Cube. Joni Mitchell Blue, great sounding record. That is the Bernie Grunman. That is the Bernie Grunman, $31.99. One copy of Evanescence Fallen, $29.99 for Evanescence. I have 2 copies of Halloween Nuggets, and this was Volume 1. 21 tracks on neon orange vinyl. Pretty cool record to listen to around Halloween time. Lots of deep cuts, like spooky deep cuts is what I'll call them. $31.99 on that, 21 tracks. Cynthia wants Evanescence. That's so does Cynthia Herdren. Bob Marley's at 30. Now Bob Marley's at 30 again. Ken Crooker wants one of the Halloween Nuggets. Ken Crooker's in the Halloween mode. He's got a jack-o'-lantern as his profile picture. I'm seeing people already. It's already Halloween. It's not even October. It happens very quickly. People move right into seasons. It happens. Okay, let's go ahead and get a new auction started. Let's do John Lennon Mind Games. This has actually got an alternate. This has an alternate cover on it from Belgium. This is a 1981 Belgium pressing. That is John Lennon's Mind Games. John Lennon's Mind Games. That is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. I've cleaned it. Really cool. Has some different artwork on it there for Mind Games. This is from Belgium. This is from the Pittsburgh collection. So far, all 3 auctions have been from the Pittsburgh collection. Very clean vinyl, as you can tell. And that is a $15 start. I need to move my camera just a little bit. It's a little off-centered than where it usually is. So this is a $15 start, and that is John Lennon Mind Games. Very nice jacket as well. $15 start on that. So back up to the top, we had Bob Marley 30, Bob Marley 30. Michael Bohannon was in first at 30. Roy Edmonds, you're out. So, Michael Bohannon, you were first. Roy Edmonds, you're out. Nick Bargeron says he's out for sure. I got 1 Halloween Nuggets left. We have the Cocteau Twins, Heaven or Las Vegas. Heaven or Las Vegas, $29.99. That's remastered. First time I've had I think anything by them on new vinyl, unless I special ordered it for somebody. The Cranberries, everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? The Cranberries is $33.99. That's the Abbey Road Has to Be Master. And here's the other Halloween Nuggets. This is more Halloween Nuggets, 18 more tracks on Ghostly Purple vinyl. More Halloween Nuggets. That is also $31.99. And I think for the first time ever, I've had this album, Bon Jovi Crush. Bon Jovi Crush. That is $34.99. Bon Jovi. I've only got 1 copy of that. Ken Crooker on More Halloween. Just now, if you can hear me. Paul Gill, I can hear you. You're on. Roy Edmonds, let me know if you want in on Bob Marley. Michael Bohannon was in first at $30. That's now going twice, going 3 times. We had a $15 offer, or we had a $15 bid on John Lennon. Now we're at $18, and Craig Ruth wants Bon Jovi. So this is our first crate of new vinyl for tonight. This is our first crate of new vinyl for tonight. If anybody else wants a Bon Jovi, let me know, and I'll put you on a waiting list. That was Bon Jovi Crush. I think Nick Bargeron wants one, and Jerry Stone wants one. Roy Edmonds is out on Bob Marley, so that's a final call. And let me read you what was left in our first crate of new vinyl, and then we got lots of new vintage stuff to go through. So we have Caius, Blues for the Red Sun. Caius is a limited edition anniversary on gold vinyl, $31.99 for Caius. I've got 2 copies of that. Also have Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix. Awesome compilation there. 2 LPs, Purple Haze, Fire, When Cries Mary, Hey Joe, All Along the Watchtower, Stone Free, Foxy Lady. All those great songs are on there. $31.99. Suicidal Tendencies is $33.99. How Will I Laugh Tomorrow, and that's on blue vinyl. I've still got 2 of those available. Todd Tipton was on a waiting list for that. 1 copy of Ice Cube left. Lethal Injection, $33.99. And there's a Bon Jovi album, Slippery When Wet, his classic album that has You Give Love a Bad Name, Living on a Prayer, Wanted Dead or Alive. Those are all on that album, $36.99. 2 copies of Slash left, made in Stoke. I've got 2 copies of Slash left, $36.99. Okay, Bob Marley is sold to Michael Bohannon for $30. That's sold to Michael Bohannon for $30. John Lennon's now a final call. Mark Querum has this for $18. Christopher Morris, let me know if you want in or out. Mark Querum has that for $18. So 3 people on the Bon Jovi Crush waiting list. Nick Bargeron, Jerry Stone, Roy Edmonds. I will check on other Ice Cube titles, yes. Craig Proper wants a Slash made in Stoke. That's sold to Craig Proper. Brian C. wants that last copy of Ice Cube. Christopher Morris is back in on John Lennon at 22, and David Taylor's at 24. That's a Belgium pressing. Has some different artwork than I'm used to seeing on it. and that is pressed in Belgium. All right, let's get another auction started. I'm going to do some of the stuff that I think I meant to show last night in just a second, but first I've got a couple other new bootlegs from the Pittsburgh collection. If you're relatively new, we bought a collection in Pittsburgh, and that's still kind of what we're selling out of right now. The new vintage stuff from tonight are from various collections, but most of the auctions tonight are going to be from the Pittsburgh collection. The Pittsburgh collection was a once-in-a-lifetime deal based on purely what he collected. It was a very unique collection. He just didn't collect studio albums. If he did, there was very few. But mostly it's vintage bootlegs and unofficials. There was promos. There's lots and lots of foreign pressings and imports. And this guy was able to obtain a lot of autographs. So here's one of the vintage bootlegs from his collection. And the reason, there's a lot of Cat Stevens. I'd only have one or two tonight. But the reason I wanted to put this one out first is I have this one. I actually have this one, and it's a really good sounding boot. And I learned, I found out, or I discovered a lot of live tracks on here that I didn't know too much about Cat Stevens at the time that I really enjoyed. So this concert is from June 21st, 1971. June 21st, 1971. This is an unofficial press, and that's a $20 start. And I believe this is about, yeah, the vinyl's about VG or VG Plus, by the way. It doesn't sound too bad whatsoever, but the vinyl is VG or VG Plus, and that's a $20 start for Cat Stevens. It's called Chapter 4 Live. It's a very cool bootleg, very intimate concert. John Lennon's at 28, now 30. Josie wants Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. Christopher's out on John Lennon, so now John Lennon's a final call for $30 to David Taylor, looking for a $20 start on Cat Stevens. We have one copy left of Death Human, $26.99. We got two copies of Joni Mitchell Blue still available, $31.99. Halloween Nuggets is $31.99. The Cocteau Twins, Heaven or Las Vegas, $29.99. The Cranberries, everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? $33.99. And more Halloween Nuggets is $31.99. That's our first crate of new vinyl tonight that wasn't a recap. All right, so let's go straight into some new vintage arrivals and see what John has priced for us here. Some pretty cool stuff it looked like tonight. I was going through them. I pulled out a couple things that we definitely are going to have to auction. And let's go ahead and sell David Taylor the John Lennon for $30. David Taylor, you get the John Lennon for $30, and if anybody wants Cat Stevens, it's a $20 start. $20 start. All right, let's go through some new vintage arrivals. I'll get some auctions started in just a second. First, we have Pure Prairie League. That's their self-titled debut album. In shrink wrap, $14.99. Pure Prairie League, self-titled album, $14.99. Orange RCA label on that one. Moth the Hoople, Rock and Roll Queen. Moth the Hoople is $19.99. And we have Night Ranger, Big Life. Don't see that one as often. Night Ranger, Big Life, $26.99. Final call if you want to get a bid on Cat Stevens. I'm going to go ahead and pull our next auctions, which I'm going to go ahead and do the other Bob Marley, or one of the other Bob Marleys. The one we just sold was kind of unadvertised and as a surprise. And then we're also going to go ahead and do Bob Seger. So we have Cat Stevens looking for a $20 start. Joe Gabriel on Night Ranger. Michael Hickson, Was I Not First on Bon Jovi. Bon Jovi. Oh, he was. Michael Hickson, I didn't even see your comment. How much is Megadeth? I didn't see that either. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Jack Hewitt wants to know how much is Megadeth. Michael Hickson, you were first to Bon Jovi, so if it's okay, Josie Sink Bell, we're going to put you on a Bon Jovi waiting list. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name right. So we only had one copy and somebody was before you. Joe Gabriel wants Night Ranger. I've already pulled that. Our next auction is Bob Marley and the Wailers, The Birth of a Legend, featuring Peter Tosh. This is a 1977 Terre Haute pressing on the Calla label. 77 Terre Haute. This is also near mint minus. It's a very, very nice copy. $15 start for Bob Marley. Bob Marley and the Wailers, The Birth of a Legend. That is a $15 start. I've cleaned it, got it in a new anti-static. It's also a really nice jacket. Bob Marley, 77 US Terre Haute, near mint minus. $15 start on that. Okay, no bid on Cat Stevens. If anybody wants that, it's a $20 buy it now. $20 buy it now for Cat Stevens, Chapter 4 Live. Michael Bohannon came in just in time. Sell that to Michael Bohannon for $20. And Bob Marley's at $15, $20, $20, and now $25. Our next auction is going to be Bob Seger, Smoking OPs, also known as Smoking Other People's Songs. This is a 1972 US OG. This is the OG pressing of this on the pink and red Palladium label. It's EX vinyl. The cover is about a VG or VG minus because it has some splits. This is a $20 start. This is Bob Seger. Great album. I listened to it. I love this one. It's he's doing covers, Bo Diddley, If I Were a Carpenter, Hummingbird. Great Bob Seger, though. It's actually never been reissued, and it's actually quite a challenge to find on CD, too. It's not available on streaming services. You cannot stream this on Spotify or iTunes. Very weird. It does have a seam split over here on the side. As you can see, a 75% seam split. It's a top loader, so it opens from the top just like a pack of cigarettes, which it's made to look like. Bob Seger's now up for bid. I also realized we got two Bobs up for bid. We have Marley and we have Seger. So if you want to bid on Bob Marley, please put BM for Bob Marley. And if you want to bid on Bob Seger, either put Seger or BS. And that's now at $30 with Nick Bargeron. Okay, Juice Newton. Juice. This has her hit song Angel of the Morning on it, $9.99. Juice Newton Juice, that's $9.99. Melanie, this is called Candles in the Rain. Melanie has not a hop sticker, that's actually printed on the cover. Melanie is $12.99. We have New Riders of the Purple Sage, Gypsy Cowboy, $14.99 for New Riders of the Purple Sage. Gypsy Cowboy, $14.99 on New Riders. Ted Nugent, Intensities in 10 Cities. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. We got some shrink wrap and hop stickers tonight. They're not part of the Wisconsin collection. I think most of that we have sold off, but we did find some, I think, in some of these recent purchases we've acquired. Ted Nugent is one of them. And Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits, and some that will be. Willie Nelson is $24.99. That's a 2LP Willie Nelson compilation. Sean Fairweather would like Death Human. That's another Death album that we had tonight, and I'm going to pull that right now for Sean Fairweather. There's your Death. Congratulations. Now, before that, we have Mark Coburn at 30. I just congratulated Mark on some death. I got to be careful with my wording. Craig said the other night I had a death list, Tanner. That's not good. We don't want any death list around here. I thought I had another one that we hadn't shown in a while, but I can't seem to find it. I was looking for it last night. But back up to the top, we had Bob Marley, and that was Bob Marley, $30. Nick bid $30 on Seger. Mark bid $30 on Bob Marley. Bob Riger bid $35 on Bob Seger. Christopher Morris wants JN. JN was Juice Newton. That's sold to Christopher Morris. Next is Nick Bargeron. He's at $40 on Seger. Jetstream says he'll take the Ted Nugent. And Bob Marley's at $35 and Bob Seger's at $41. So right now we're at $35 and $41 on those two. The Best of the Monkees. This is a compilation on the Music for Pleasure label. $19.99. The Best of the Monkees. $19.99. $19.99. We got a lot of Bobs going on. Here's Molly Hatchet, their self-titled debut album with some Frank Frazetta artwork, original inner sleeve, super clean vinyl. $19.99 on Molly Hatchet. $19.99 on Molly Hatchet. Good Golly, Ask Ollie. Mitch Ryder. Never seen that before. It is sealed, but it has some tears in the shrink wrap. Mitch Ryder is sealed, $14.99. Denise Harrison wants the Willie Nelson from earlier, the Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits. Mark Querom says he'll take the Good Golly, even though he put Molly. I think he meant Golly, so sell that to Mark Querom. Update on our auctions. The OG pressing of Smokin' OPs on the Palladium label is with Darren Davis at $41. That's now going once, going twice. And Bob Marley is with Michael Bohannon at $35. We have another Marley album, maybe even two more tonight. Right now, Michael Bohannon has that for $35. Wolves Council wants MR. I think that was for, I'm not for sure. Could be MH for Molly Hatchet, and he got auto-corrected. We'll find out. We'll give 1 second on that. Also, we have, oh, wait a minute. He wants Molly Hatchet. Yes, I put Good Golly. I thought you meant Molly. Boy, we got some rhymes tonight. Good Golly, Molly, and then this is Molly Hatchet. Mark Querom was first to Molly Hatchet. Wolves Council was second on something. Bob Seger's at 42, and Wolves Council wants Mitch Ryder. Okay, so Mark Querom got Molly Hatchet. MR's for Mitch Ryder to Wolves Council. Boy, that was some confusing stuff. Okay, we're now on a final call. Bob Seger and Bob Marley. I'm about to sell both of them. We have American Band 3. This is the front of it here, I think. Well, they both, that's weird. They both look like, they both have barcodes and credits. This looks like a sealed compilation. This is sealed. American Band 3. Looks like a compilation. $19.99. Edgar Winter Group, Free Ride, Spirit, Grin, Poco, Sleep at the Reel, The Birds, Flying Burrito Brothers. That's a sealed American Band 3. Looks like a compilation. $19.99. REO Speedwagon, Wheels Are Turning. This is also sealed. Sealed REO Speedwagon, $29.99 on that. Stacy Metternich wants the American Band record. And Loverboy is also sealed. Two sealed records. Loverboy, self-titled, their debut album. No saw marks, no punch holes. Sealed Loverboys, $29.99, and sealed REO Speedwagon. All right, let's go ahead and end these. Actually, we had a new bid on Seeger, technically. Darren Davis set out. Nick Bargeron bid 42. Nick Bargeron bid 42. So that's still going, and Bob Marley is what we're done on. Bob Marley is sold to Michael Bohannon for $35. Technically, I need to do a final call on Bob Seeger. Darren was at 41. Nick Bargeron bid 42. And then Calvin Ward wants Loverboy. Pete Weisgarber was second. Nigel Del Rocket was third. The Boomtown Rats, The Fine Art of Surfacing. That's also sealed. Sealed Boomtown Rats, $29.99. And Jerry Rafferty, that's his self-titled debut album. Gary Rafferty, $29.99. Sister Sledge, betcha say that to all the girls. Sister Sledge is also sealed, $16.99. And The Pretenders, Get Close, is in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $22.99 on The Pretenders. We have Kevin Kubina first on Jerry Rafferty. Well, that's the most confusing name in the history of the world. It's not the G sound, it's the J sound. Next auction, let's go ahead and get a grab a first autograph of the night. And I think we're done. I think we're done with the Bob Seeger, so I'm going to sell that about righty now. And REO Speedwagon is sealed. Yes, it is sealed. There is a couple creases in the cover. It has a crease right here and a little bit of a couple stress creases right here, but it is sealed and it's not a cutout. Those are both sealed. All right, Bob Seeger is sold for $42 to Nick Bargeron. And our first and next auctions are going to be, our next auctions is Linda Ronstadt. Don't see many vintage bootlegs of Linda Ronstadt. This is a 1976 unofficial. This is from the King Biscuit Flower Hour, 1974, and also Don Kirshner's Rock Show. The Discogs note said this was a great sounding recording. The vinyl's also very clean, EX Plus Near Mint Minus, $35 start on Linda Ronstadt. $35 start, and that's a vintage, unofficial, or bootleg. It's also in shrink wrap, if that means anything to you. And Linda is a $35 start. Take two before bedtime is what that's called. That is now up for bid. Also, another autograph from the Pittsburgh collection, Chet Atkins. He got autographed at Chet Atkins, certified guitar player. We sold one of his autographs the other night. Chet Atkins is a $35 start, and since this is our first autograph of the night, let me go ahead and tell you a little bit about these autographs. If I'm selling you an autograph that doesn't have a letter of authenticity with it, I'm personally guaranteeing it to be 100% authentic. I've looked at it. I've had other people look at it. We don't sell any autographs that are questionable. If they're real, 100%, we're going to sell it. Some, we get letters of authenticity. Some autographs, you have to just because of the value. Like, we're not going to sell a really, really rare autograph without a letter of authenticity or really hard to get one. I've had Chet Atkins signatures before. This guy personally met him. We've got multiple autographs. It's real. And what I've always said, though, it's 100% guaranteed. If you ever buy an autograph and then you have it authenticated somewhere, reputable company, which has to be PSA, JSA, Beckett, one of the big dogs, not some side project, and it doesn't come back authentic, I'll give you your money back. That's how we do autographs around here. Chet Atkins is a $35 star. Very strong autograph. It's on a really cool cover, too. Traveling, Chet Atkins. Back to the bin, the best of Peter and Gordon, $9.99. The best of Peter and Gordon, $9.99. We had 4 bids of $35 on Linda Ronstadt. Inner Groove Distortion was first. Inner Groove Distortion on YouTube was the first bidder at $35 on that. Pure Prairie League. Never seen this before. Check this out. Pure Prairie Collection. Look, it has all the different Rockwell Cowboys on it. Norman Rockwell Cowboys. That's a 1981 compilation. It's a great, fantastic track list of Pure Prairie League. Look at that label, too. Green, lime green RCA International. $24.99 on that. Christopher Brusha says he'll take Pure Prairie League. Chet Atkins, by the way, I don't know if I actually said, that's a $35 starting bid to get that one rolling. It's autographed by Chet Atkins. He put certified guitar player, traveling Chet Atkins, and that is on an orange RCA label. Very clean vinyl, too. So 4 bidders on Linda Ronstadt, and no one else has said anything else. The New Riders of the Purple Sage. That is $19.99 for New Riders of the Purple Sage. Melanie, don't think I've ever seen that one before. Am I Real or What? Melanie is $9.99. Golden Grass, the Grassroots. I was listening to them last night. The Grassroots is $14.99. Man, they have some amazing songs. So, Bella, Linda, Things I Should Have Said. Feelings is so good. Feelings, where were you when I needed you? Let's Live for Today, of course. Grassroots is $14.99. Linda Ronstadt's at $37.39, now $40. Debbie Blair says she'll take the Grassroots. We have Grand Funk Hits, sealed. Grand Funk is sealed, $29.99. And that does come with a poster, I think, originally. So I'm assuming, I'm trying to see if I can feel it. I think I can, right in here. I think that comes with a poster and insert. That's $29.99. Jane Fink says she'll take the Melanie album. That was right here. Never had seen that one before. Toby Grimm says he'll take the sealed Grand Funk. High bid on Linda Ronstadt is with Denise Harrison at $40. Denise Harrison at $40. Final bid, or final call if you want to bid on the Chet Atkins autograph for $35. What's Funk? Grand Funk. Grand Funk is $19.99. There's another Grand Funk. Toby Grimm got the sealed hits. There's another one called What's Funk, Grand Funk. The Best of Rod Stewart, also sealed, $34.99. This is sealed Rod Stewart, $34.99. Paul Gill has bid on Chet Atkins for $35. And Steely Dan Pretzel Logic. Steely Dan Pretzel Logic, MCA label, $34.99. Steely Dan Pretzel Logic, $34.99. Ted Nugent, if you can't lick 'em. That is sealed with Hype Sticker. It does have a saw mark, but that is sealed from 1988, $26.99. Final call now on Chet Atkins, $35, going twice, going three times. Autographed Chet Atkins LP. It's called Traveling. It is autographed by Chet Atkins. Paul Gill's at $35 on that. It's a final call. Kevin Kubina bid $41 on Linda Ronstadt. Christopher Brusha wants to seal Ted Nugent. David Taylor's at $36 on Chet Atkins, so new bidder on that. If you knew Susie Quattro, $14.99. Susie Quattro, $14.99, if you knew. So new bids on both auctions. Those are still going. Music from the Apple film Son of Dracula, starring Harry Nilsson and Ringo Starr. It actually has a promo stamp right up here, and that is $36.99. We don't get that too often. That is music from the Apple film Son of Dracula, Harry Nilsson and Ringo Starr, $36.99 on that. Denise is out on Linda Ronstadt, so Kevin has that for $41. Now a final call, and Paul Gill, let me know if you want back in on the Chet Atkins autograph. Robert Palmer, Pressure Drop, $19.99. There is some of tonight's nightly nudity. $19.99 for Robert Palmer, Pressure Drop. And the Union Gap featuring Gary Puckett, Woman, $9.99. That's on the original Columbia 2i. Gary Puckett's $9.99. And Pure Prairie League, Two-Lane Highway, Pure Prairie League, $14.99. Had several Pure Prairie Leagues in here, and I think that's the only one left so far. David and Paul are bidding on the Chet Atkins, and we have Poco Live. Poco Live is $9.99. Now, I've had 3 million Poco albums. I don't recall seeing Poco Live. That's on the Orange Epic label, and that is in shrink wrap, $9.99. Patty Williams wants the Dracula, Son of Dracula movie. That's sold to Patty, and Debbie Blair wants Poco. Those are both sold. Jerry Stone was next. We have Paul Revere and the Raiders. This is sealed for $19.99. We also have The Police, Every Breath You Take, the singles. This is a great Police compilation, $39.99. It is near mint minus. It is very, very nice, and that's a 1986 OG. Roxanne, Can't Stand Losing You, Message in a Bottle, Walking on the Moon, Don't Stand So Close to Me, 86. Dee-doo-da-da, dee-dee-da-da. Every little thing she does is magic. Every Breath You Take. King of Pain. That's $39.99. Awesome Police compilation. And Paul Revere and the Raiders, alias Pink Puzz. That is $12.99. The Rod Stewart is right here, and it is sealed. That's the Best of Rod Stewart Volume 2. That's a 2LP sealed. No saw marks, no punch holes and clip corners. $34.99. Henry, the Pretenders will be auctioned in just a second. We have Linda Ronstadt sold for $41 to Kevin Kubina. And David Taylor, if you could let me know very quickly if you're in or out on Chet Atkins, because Paul Gill has that for $37, and I've got to sell it extremely quickly so we can put up 2 new auctions. I'm going to go ahead and grab the next auction. You know what? I'll go ahead and auction that Pretenders record. We'll go ahead and put that up for sale. We listened to it last night. Me and Tanner had that spinning while he was working on Invoices, and I was pricing other records. We listened to it last night. I forgot about a lot of the great songs that's on here. As soon as I find it, I will put it up. Boy, we got a lot of auctions in this bin. At least if I can find it. Last night, I misplaced 2 auctions. I was like, what in the world? But, yeah, let's do this right here. So first, we have Rod Stewart. Denise Harrison says she'll take Rod Stewart's hits. Let me make sure that Christine Johnstone doesn't want it. She does. So Christine, that's so to you. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. It looks like we are done on Chet Atkins, so Paul Gill gets that for $37. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. Christopher Morris says he wants the police. David Taylor said he saw it out earlier. I don't think that came through, David. It actually didn't pop up on our feed, so that must have been one of those crazy Facebook things. And Christine, you got the Rod Stewart. I'll give you first-time buyer instructions in just a moment. First, our next two auctions, this is the Pretenders, the singles. This is the Pretenders, the singles. This is a 1987 U.S. press, near mint minus and shrink wrap, $20 start. The music on this is so good. Side one is what I listened to twice. Stop Your Sobbing Kid, Brass in Pocket is on here, Message of Love, and of course, Back on the Chain Gang. The first side has 8 tracks on it. I think it has over 20 tracks. No, it has 16 tracks. There's the original inner sleeve. This is near mint in shrink wrap. Very nice copy. That's the Pretender singles. And that's pretty much a Pretender's greatest hits. $20 start on that. Here's another vintage bootleg from the Pittsburgh collection. This is Roxy Music Foolproof. There's a little bit of odd nightly nudity on there. This is a 1977 U.S. unofficial from New York City and La Secret Location. I don't really know what that means. This is actually recorded in quadraphonic. You have to have a decoder for it, but this is plays in stereo. But if you have a decoder, I reckon you can listen to this in quadraphonic, which is amazing that a bootleg's in quadraphonic. The vinyl's about VG or VG plus. It's not perfect. It's VG or VG plus. $35 start on Roxy Music. All right, let me go back to the bin right quick. We have Dan Fogelberg's greatest hits, shrink wrapped, $9.99. Dan Fogelberg. We have Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic, Half Speed Master. I pulled out some of them possibly to auction, but just so you know, we've got some amazing half-speed masters that I think came from that audiophile collection we picked up. 49, this is beautiful too. Absolutely beautiful. Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic, $49.99. That's near mint. That's a half-speed master. The Pretenders is at 20, 20, 25, 26. Jerry Stone's at 28, and Jerry Stone wants Billy Joel. Pat Benatar, Get Nervous. Pat Benatar is $14.99. Joan Jett, take a look at this. Crimson and Clover, Oh Woe Is Me. Maxi single from Germany, $19.99. Never seen that before. $19.99 on Joan Jett. Almost auctioned that. I know we got Joan Jett fans lined up outside of the store. There's a bunch of them. Wrap Her Up, Elton John. This is sealed, $19.99. Never seen this before. It's a sealed 12-inch single from the UK, $19.99. The Pretenders is at 30, 30, 31. Josie says she'll take the Joan Jett. John Lill was second. Bob Riger third. Denise was first on Pat Benatar. So Joan Jett went to Josie. Pat Benatar goes to Denise. Mike Locke is at 35 on the Pretenders. Tom Ulanowski was next on Joan Jett. Carlene Rollins wants Elton John. Nick was next on Joan Jett. The Pretenders is at 35 and 37. And let's go back and start this crate over. I'm going to do a quick recap before we bring up another one. Also, final call if you want to bid on the Roxy Music unofficial, the live bootleg from 1975. I'm looking for a $35 start. The vinyl is VG plus. Looking for a $35 start on Roxy Music. The Pretenders is now at $40 with Mike Locke. Okay, let's go through this crate one more time. Very quickly, we have Pure Prairie League, their self-titled debut album in shrink wrap, $14.99. Mott the Hoople, Rock and Roll Queen, $19.99. Melanie is $12.99. We also have New Riders of the Purple Sage. Gypsy Cowboy, $14.99. The Best of the Monkees, great track listing. I'm a Believer, The Monkees Theme, Daydream Believer. Listen to the band. A Little Bit Me, A Little Bit You. I'm Not Your Stepping Stone. Pleasant Valley Sunday. That should be the selling point right there. The Monkees is $19.99. The Boomtown Rats is sealed, one of the few sealed records we have left. The Fine Art of Surfacing, $29.99. We also have Sister Sledge, Betcha Say That to All the Girls. That is sealed for $16.99. And the Pretenders, Get Close. This is in shrink wrap. It has the original inner sleeve. It's $22.99, and that is still available. This Pretenders record is now at $43, $45, and $40. Henry Paredes says he'll take the Pretenders, Get Close. Henry, thank you. Henry, thank you. And also we had a first-time buyer earlier. Henry, you may have bought from us before. I'm not for sure. But let me go ahead and give first-time buyer instructions. If you're a first-time buyer, because we had two just a moment ago, or maybe one, we do $7 unlimited shipping. So this is Tuesday night sale. We're going to be live doing this on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We do this 6 nights a week. Monday starts $7 in limited shipping, so $7 in limited shipping on Monday. That's all week. We invoice on Monday, and to invoice you, we need your information. So if you're a first-time buyer on Facebook, send us a DM, send us a message on Facebook with your email address and your mailing address. Right, Tanner? Your email address and your mailing address. We will invoice you on Monday. So if you don't make any more purchases the rest of the week, you might not hear from us for a while because we don't send invoices until Monday unless you're here. And you can talk to me every night if you want to. So Mark Lynn is the loan bidder on Roxy Music. That's going 4 times to Mark Lynn for $35. I'm about to sell it. The Pretenders was at 48, then 49. Zach Elias wants Sister Sledge. The Pretenders is at 50, now 55. Mike Locke is out and Jerry Stone's out. We have REO Speedwagon. That is sealed for $29.99. The Best of Peter and Gordon was $9.99. Also, New Riders of the Purple Sage, $19.99. New Riders of the Purple Sage. What's Funk? Grand Funk is $19.99. Steely Dan Pretzel Logic is still available, $34.99. Also, Susie Quattro, $14.99. Robert Palmer Pressure Drop, $19.99. The Union Gap is $9.99. Pure Prairie League, Two-Lane Highway, $14.99. Paul Revere and the Raiders, New Raider Reunion, that was sealed, $19.99. Paul Revere, $12.99, and Dan Fogelberg, $9.99. Final call on the Pretenders to Christopher Morris at $55. Christopher Morris for $55. And Roxy Music is sold to Mark Lent for $35. I've had 2 people message the page and ask if the Bowie bootleg is still available. They must not realize we are live right now. We are live right now, and everything in the hot picture is selling as we speak. So first thing I have is a quick buy it now. We sold a Chet Atkins autograph just a moment ago at auction for $36. I've got one here that is autographed on the back, first come, first serve, $29.99. I was going to see what the other one brought, but here's another autographed Chet Atkins LP. It's autographed on the back. Obviously, he didn't want to sign the front because it's a black cover, and he was signing with a black Sharpie. Chet Atkins autograph LP, $29.99. The one we just sold for $36. $29.99 for that one. All right, let me grab a crate of, go ahead and go right into some more new vintage because we have so much great stuff to show tonight. So much great stuff tonight on this. All right, and let's do a final call. The Pretenders is at 55 with Christopher Morris. It's a final call. The Pretenders is a U.S. stereo or a U.S. Copy. It isn't stereo, but it has the shrink wrap. It's shrink wrapped and has the inner sleeve. That's at $55, and that's a final call. Paul Gill says he'll take the Chet Atkins for $29.99. Thank you. I may have some other stuff like that. This collection did have a lot of multiple autographs. So what we do is I'll sell some, and then we'll make some buy it nows later, based on what they sell for at auction. Some I've only got 1 of. Some we've got 7 and 10 of. But is this the new crate? This is the new crate. I was like, how did this get here? I guess I put it up here. New crate of vintage stuff. Let's go through this and see what we have. We have our next 2 auctions. Let's sell this to Christopher Morris for $55. Christopher Morris, you get this for $55. We have Bob Marley and the Wailers, Burnin'. This is a 1975 U.S. pressing. It's technically a repress on this black island label with this eye. It's a 75 U.S. It is a gatefold. Burnin', Bob Marley and the Wailers. Very nice copy, EX Plus near mint minus, $25 start on that one. And we have Santana Abraxas. I listened to this one again. I've been on a Santana Abraxas kick lately. This is a 1970 Terre Haute. It is a gatefold, of course. It has the poster. The vinyl's EX Plus. It plays really, really nice. That's my word. $35 start. And it has the poster. The poster is in there. So Bob Marley, that is $29.99 to Paul Gill, the Chet Atkins. So $25 on Bob Marley, $29.99, or excuse me, $25 start on Bob Marley and $35 start on Santana Abraxas. Okay, we have Blues Brothers, made in America. The Blues Brothers is $24.99. Has the original Atlantic inner sleeve, $24.99 on the Blues Brothers. The Hissing of Summer Lawns, Joni Mitchell, $19.99 for Joni Mitchell. Also, Leonard Cohen, new skin for the Old Ceremony in shrink wrap. Leonard Cohen, $34.99. We don't get a lot of his stuff. That is a 1974 Columbia. We have bids on both auctions. Bob Marley 25, Santana 35, Santana now at 40. Thelonious Monk. This looks like a jazz compilation. Very cool. 1999. Is this from Italy? Where's this from? It looks like, I don't know, but that is 1999. Ryan Anderson on Leonard Cohen. Let me see if I can figure out where this is from. I think it's going to sell pretty quick regardless. It looks like an Italian press, but I really don't see a country to confirm that. But I figured with the words Thelonious Monk on it, it would be sold right away to Daniel Haynes. Jeremiah Lewis was second. Santana's at 40. Bob Marley's at 26. Now, when I say repress, that means I think this is still the original year. And I want to everybody know what repress means. So sometimes you'll see an album printed, let's say in 76. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the first pressing, but this also means it's not like a new copy. I don't want anybody to think this is like from 2016. This was a 1975, and usually based on demand, sometimes they repress records, and sometimes it can still be the same year. It's just not that initial OG pressing. It could be a different label, etc. But this is from 1975. It's really nice. It's EX Plus near mint minus, no condition notes. Bob Marley's at 26, and Santana's at a final call for $40. Jeb 82 has this for $40 final call. The Ides of March, Vehicle, great album, very cool song too, Vehicle. Ides of March, 1999, Green Warner Brothers label. Stevie Wonder, In Square Circle. Stevie Wonder, $24.99. In Square Circle, Stevie Wonder is $24.99. In Square Circle, $24.99. Small Talk is $14.99. That is in shrink wrap. Small Talk is $14.99. Shrink wrap for Small Talk. We also have The Fat Boys Are Back. The Fat Boys is $24.99. The Fat Boys, $24.99. 1985 Sutra label, $24.99 on that. Jerry Stone first on Fat Boys. Jeb 82 gets Santana for $40. And Ryan Christie gets Bob Marley for $26. Great deal on Bob Marley. Nobody else bid. No one else really said anything. So that is sold for $26. I've got our next two auctions, which is going to be the Nas and Bob Seger's Greatest Hits, which is sealed. The Nas is a vintage bootleg. This is retrospective Foresight, which is rare tracks and studio outtakes. The Nas, and this is going to be a $25 start. The vinyl's EX, that's Todd Rundgren and Nas. Vintage bootleg here of rare tracks and studio outtakes, and that is a $25 start. Rare tracks and studio outtakes. And Ron Christie wants to retract his bid. So instead of this, let me just put this up again. Darren Davis, Bob Marley, $25. So Darren, you have the Bob Marley for $25 if you want it. All of a sudden, nobody wants Bob Marley. So $25 going once, going twice. And I need to, late last night, I said something about bidding so I can get our kind of rules back up to speed. There's a couple things I need to update everybody on auctions. I know we've been doing this for a long time, but there's two things that's been happening lately that really messes us up and really messes up everybody watching. Two rules on bidding. Number one, of course, bid retractions, I guess, as long as it's still active, but that kind of messes up because somebody else may have already hopped off thinking they've lost the auction. And so then you retract, and then we don't know really who to sell it to because they may have got off too. And then number two is not bid retractions, but saying you're out. Yes, that's the other one. When you say you're out, I've got to start honoring that. Like if you say you're out, then I can't let you bid again. And like I said, I'm going to slowly start working that in. That's not like definite right now, but I'm going to start trying to enforce the word out. So if you say out, then I'm going to slowly start making that more firm and more firm, because what's happening is people saying out, I do a final call, the other bidders get off or hop off for a second, and then that other person starts bidding again that said out, and then they end up losing the auction because they thought they won it. So that's two new kind of updated rules. Try not to retract your bids. You know, make sure, just like claiming a record, make sure you 100% want it. And also, if you say out, make sure you're done bidding. Make sure you are for sure done. You can't use that as a tool to come in later and try to snap something. If you're out, you're out. Dire Straits Live, Alchemy. So make sure you actually say out and you mean it. This is a 2 LP live Dire Straits, $49.99. Because there's been some people say out, the other bidders hop off because they're disappointed or they just have to get off for the night. And then the person who said out bids again. And so that's what happened. So we have Earth, Wind, and Fire. Earth, Wind, and Fire. This is called All in All. This is in shrink wrap. It's near mint, $14.99. Very nice copy here of Earth, Wind, and Fire. All and All, $14.99 on that. That is in shrink wrap. Also, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Music by John Williams, and this is $24.99, and it comes with the bonus 45. That has the bonus 45 with it too. John Williams soundtrack, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Okay, so back up to the Bob Marley. Chris Bijak bid 26, so Darren had it for 25. Chris bid 26. That's now going once, going twice. Michael Bohannon is at 30. Michael Bohannon's at 30 on Bob Marley, and Pam Dickens wants Earth, Wind, and Fire. And we're looking for a $25 start on Naz. If you want to bid, it's very easy. It's very easy if you want to bid. Just say Naz, $25. You just got to put the title and your bid, or the artist and your bid, and that's all you got to do. You don't have to be registered. You don't have to message us beforehand. If you're bidding, you can just hop on and bid anytime. Cruising, the Village People, featuring the State of the YMCA, $12.99. Chris is back in on Bob Marley at 28. We're about to make the Naz a buy it now. Sammy Davis Jr., I've Got to Be Me. Sammy Davis Jr. is $9.99. And George Carlin, Class Clown. George Carlin is $14.99. Class Clown on George Carlin, $14.99. Pam Dickens on Sammy Davis. They're still bidding on Bob Marley. Let's go ahead and make the Naz a buy it now if anybody wants this for $25. This is a vintage bootleg, rare tracks and studio outtakes. $25 buy it now on that if anybody wants it. Christopher Brusher gets that, Tanner, for $25. So Bob Marley's now over here in slot 1 for 28. Pam Dickens got Sammy Davis. Shane Devers got George Carlin. Jack Hewitt second. David Polkey third. Christopher did get the Naz. Calvin Ward fourth. And Richard Baker, you were second on Naz. No jacket required. Phil Collins, $19.99. Phil jacket required, $19.99. Michael Bohannon is the high bidder for Marley at $3. You are. Michael Bohannon has the high bid on Bob Marley for $30. That is now the new high bid. Bob Seger, this is really cool for our Seger fans. I got two really cool Seger albums. This is a 1994. Yes, 94 OG sealed Bob Seger. This is Bob Seger's greatest hits that originally came out in 1994 on vinyl. This is the OG first pressing of that, sealed, $95 start. 1994 Seger, sealed. No cutouts, no saw marks, also perfect shrink wrap. $95 start on that. Mike Querom, you were fifth on the George Carlin. Lots of people wanted that one. Iron Butterfly Live, $19.99. Iron Butterfly Live, $19.99 on Iron Butterfly Live. And Donnie Iris, King Cool. Donnie Iris, King Cool, $19.99. Bob Marley. Bob Marley's at $28 with Chris, and Michael Bohannon was at $30. Darren Davis is at $32. The Grassroots, 14 Greatest. 14 Greatest. This is sealed. Another Grassroots Greatest Hits. $19.99 on this, and this is sealed. This is sealed. John Denver's Greatest Hits, $14.99. $14.99. John Denver's Greatest Hits. Original orange label, super clean vinyl. Take Me Home, Country Roads, $14.99. PC Pressing. Phil Collins. Phil Collins is an original 1985 Atlantic pressing. Has RL in the dead wax, which is a good sign. Robert Ludwood. SRC Pressing. SRC Pressing. Robert Ludwood Mastering, $19.99. Bob Marley, $35. Jack Hewitt wants John Denver. Jack gets John. And we're looking for a $95 start on Bob Seger. Introducing the Doobie Brothers, recorded in 1970. Introducing the Doobie Brothers, that's on Pickwick. $14.99 for the Doobie Brothers. The Charlie Daniels Band, Sweet Home Alabama, white label promo single. The B-side is Mississippi Queen. Actually, look at that. The B-side is Molly Hatchet with Ted Nugent. The A-side is Charlie Daniels' Sweet Home Alabama. That is $14.99, white label promo. Mike Locke is at $95 on Seger. Henry's Choice wants DH, which is, I'm not for sure. He might meant DB for Doobie Brothers. We're about to find out. Henry's Choice, let me know what DH was. And the best of the Dave Clark 5, $14.99. They're still bidding on Bob Marley. Darren Davis, you're out at $32. Michael Bohannon has that for $35. Darren says he's out. Final call on Bob Seeger for $95. Final call on Bob Seeger for $95. Henry's Choice wanted DB for Doobie Brothers. That's what I thought. That's sold to Henry's Choice. Jetstream, you were second. Ryan Christie, you were third. Darren's out on that. And Kenny Heathcock gets the double-sided or the Charlie Daniels Band one side, Molly Hatchet, Ted Nugent other. That's sold to Kenny Heathcock. And we have... I'm about to sell both of these auctions. They're about to be done. The Guess Who live at the Paramount. That is $19.99 for the Guess Who. Tom Ulanowski wants the best of the Dave Clark 5. That's sold to Tom. And the best of the Mamas and Papas. A 2 LP compilation, $24.99. All right, Kenny was out on Bob Marley. And the last bid on that was Michael Bohannon. That's sold to Michael Bohannon for $35. And we had one and only one bid on the sealed Bob Seger's Greatest Hits, $95. That is sold for $95 to Mike Locke. That is gone. Christine McVie, shrink wrap and hype sticker. Christine McVie is $19.99. Christine McVie from Fleetwood Mac. Let me grab our next couple auctions. I've got, a couple good ones here. I'm just grabbing them out of the back of the crate. I'm not really at this point not picking or choosing. We have an REM. REM. This is a 1982 live unofficial from REM. One of the notes from a review on Discogs says it's an above average quality REM bootleg, highly recommended. Sounds very good. This is live tracks from 1981 to 1982. REM, it's called Down South. Down South. This is a, I don't have it tagged, we'll say $45 start. REM, $45 start. The vinyl's EX Plus Near Mint Minus. And this is called Down South, recorded live, 81, 82. We have a lot of really cool REM bootlegs from this collection. There's another. Annie Chu says she'll take the Phil Collins. I'm going to sell that to you. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome, Annie. Please make sure you contact us, which we're going to ask you to send us a message with your email address and mailing address. Thank you and welcome. This is sold to Annie. Annie Chu, welcome. I think you're a first-time buyer with us. So $7 in limited shipping, and that's all week, all week. Here's a Sunvolt wide swing tremolo. I think we had one of these up the other night. This is a 1998, yes, 1998 OG First Press, $95 start, Sunvolt wide swing tremolo, Sunvolt. And this is the original from 1998. This is a $95 start. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus. And the cover is also really nice as well. Sunvolt is a $95 start. REM's at $45.45. The Mighty Quinn, Manfred Mann, $34.99. Very nice. The Manfred Mann, the Mighty Quinn, red Mercury label, $34.99 on that. We also have Loggins of Messina, Kenny Loggins with Jim Messina, technically, Sit It In. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. And the Rolling Stones 12x5. The Rolling Stones 12x5. Looks like it has the original inner sleeve. Blue London label, $34.99. So back up to the top. I don't think I pulled Christine McVie. I didn't. Cynthia Hertrin got Christine McVie. Annie got the Phil Collins. We've already pulled that. REM 45.45. Grateful Deads have not been sold yet. REM 47. Cynthia wants CM. Christine McVie. Cynthia, I've got that pulled for you. Christopher Morris wants Loggins and Messina. And Jane, you were next. REM's at 50. No bid yet on Sunvolt. Wide swing tremolo, 1998 OG, looking for a $95 start before I make it a buy it now. Gentle Giant, $24.99 on Gentle Giant, $24.99, 1980, very clean, has the original inner sleeve. If I'm not saying the condition, that means it's a very nice record, EX Plus to Near Mint Minus. Robert Palmer, Riptide. Robert Palmer is $19.99 for Riptide. Robert Palmer, $19.99. Arthur Brown's Kingdom Come, Journey. That's in shrink wrap. Arthur Brown, Kingdom Come, $49.99. $49.99. Fine Young Cannibals, the raw and the cooked. This has the hit song, She Drives Me Crazy, $29.99. Annie, I've got your Phil Collins already pulled. You must have missed what I said, and I introduced you as well. Annie, we've got your Phil Collins pulled. Make sure you message us with your email address and mailing address. We need to make sure we have your email address and your mailing address so we can send you an invoice. High bid on REM is with Tyler Browning at $53. Let's go ahead and make Sunvolt a buy it now for $95. If anybody wants Sunvolt, $95 buy it now. It can be yours. $95 buy it now on that. REM's at $53. Still got Fine Young Cannibals. Steppenwolf Wild Gold. Steppenwolf is $19.99. Wild Gold in shrink wrap. Humble Pie Smoking, $24.99. Near Mint in shrink wrap. Humble Pie Smoking. That's another really nice copy. Both of those are in shrink wrap. Boogie Down Productions, Jack of Spades from United Artists Motion Picture, I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. That is $14.99. $14.99. We have an out on REM, so that means final call. Tyler Browning has this for $53. Final call to Tyler Browning. Daniel Haynes wants Boogie Down Productions. We have Ring of Fire, the best of Johnny Cash. The best of Johnny Cash. That's on the original label, Columbia 2i, $19.99. Savoy Brown, Savage Return. Savoy Brown is $19.99. Blue London label. That's one we don't see as often from Savoy Brown. Savage Return. All right. REM is at $55. Anybody know the release year on Creedence Clearwater Chronicle 2 LP? That's a Walmart exclusive. That is probably released sometime in the last 5 years. That's a Walmart exclusive. Okay, let's do Wings Greatest Hits. And so in the auction bin, I've got Motown Story box set, Bob Seger, Van Morrison, Roxy Music, David Bowie, Autograph, David Bowie, Blues Brothers, David Bowie, Aerosmith, Blondie, Aerosmith, Richie Blackmore, Blondie, Grateful Dead, Grateful Dead. I'm going to pull Wings and Grateful Dead on deck. I've also got Al Green. I've got Duran Duran. We've got a lot of really cool auctions. Back up to the top, Mike Massey's at 55 on REM, new bidder. Darren Davis wanted the Robert Palmer. Now, Darren, there was a couple Robert Palmers. We had Riptide last, so I'm going to pull you Robert Palmer Riptide. Joe Maynard's at 52 on REM. Calvin Ward wants Humble Pie that was near mint in shrink wrap. Joe's out on REM because Mike Massey has it at 55. Johnny Cash info. Johnny Cash is called the best of Johnny Cash, The Ring of Fire, $19.99, Columbia 2i. Columbia 2i. Daniel Haynes is saying he's interested in the Blondie, so is Ryan Haynes. And Chad, I think my account got hacked. This is David Hoy, not Annie Chewy. I'll sort this out. Wow. Okay. Well, so make sure that Phil Collins goes to David Hoy. Make sure that goes to David Hoy. Looks like he's been hacked. That doesn't sound good. Darren got Riptide. Tyler Browning's at 56 on REM, and Shane Devers wants Johnny Cash. Let's sell the Grateful Dead Shakedown Street next. This is a 1978 U.S. original Pittman press. EX Plus near mint minus, $35 start. This is the Grateful Dead Shakedown Street, $35 start. It has the original Arista inner sleeve. The vinyl's super clean. That's a $35 start. REM is now at 62. Where's Mark Fallon at? He probably don't even know we're selling that right now. Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. Neil Young is $34.99. American Stars and Bars, $34.99. American Stars and Bars. Also, Jimi Hendrix, Loose Ends. Never seen this before. First time seeing this, Jimi Hendrix, $34.99. That's a German Polydor release, $34.99. Grateful Dead is at $35, now $50. Tyler's out on REM. And Mike Massey is the high bidder. Final call for Down South, recorded live, 1981, 1982. REM. Mike Massey's at 62, and the Grateful Dead is now at 50, is the high bid. The Cars Candy O. The Cars Candy O is $26.99 for the Cars Candy O. And we also have Rockin' the Guess Who. That is sealed. Sealed Guess Who. It does have a saw mark. $24.99. $24.99. We have a request for David Bowie. Tom Ulanowski wants Jimi Hendrix. Condition, it is already sold. And Earth, Wind, and Fire. Here's another one. This one's called I Am. Shrink wrap and hop sticker. $14.99 for Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's shrink wrapped with the hop sticker. All right. REM is sold to Mike Massey for $62. Grateful Dead is a final call for $50. Tom Ulanowski got Jimi Hendrix. Chris Bijak gets Earth, Wind, and Fire. Calvin was second. Jetstream was third. Our next auction, I already had this one pulled. Let me go ahead and run it. I listened to it last night, of course. This is a 78 U.S. Winchester press. EX Plus near mint minus. It sounds and looks very good. It has the shrink wrap. It has the hop stickers. And it has the original poster. And this is Wings Greatest Hits, $25 start. That's a U.S. press. I know we get these occasionally from Japan. This is the United States pressing. It's in shrink wrap with the hop stickers. It has the poster and the original inner sleeve. $25 start on that. I'm going to very, very quickly just read the titles that's left in here. Very, very quickly. And I've got 3 more crates of new vintage records. just like this. We're going to be doing this every night this week. By the way, like I said earlier, just to prepare everybody, we are going to have a sale every night this week, but tomorrow will be the last night I'm here, and then Paul will be here on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Let's once again go ahead and give Tanner all the congratulations. Tanner is getting married, and so we're taking a little trip to Florida on Thursday. So I'm not going to be here Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. So go ahead and prepare, everybody. That's Tanner's official bachelor party weekend. We're going to the Florida game. Addison will be here doing the auctions while Addison's already had her shindig. Okay, so Timothy Horn gets the cars. That was Candy O. Just want to update everybody. So I'm going to be out of town going to the Florida game, but the Tennessee Vols and the Florida Gators game. But we will still be having shows. Okay, Wings was at $25.35. We have the car sold. Michael Bohannon bid $40 on the Grateful Dead, but we already have a $50 bid on this. Let me just clarify that. Roger Ramjet is the high bidder on this for $50. I was coming over here to sell it, but let me make sure Michael Bohannon didn't want to bid more than that. $50 is the high bid. $50 is the high bid on that. By the way, final call on Wings. Pete Weisgarber has that for $35. Michael, if you say out, I'm going to go ahead and sell that. He says out. This is sold for $50 to Roger Ramjet. No. Who bought that for $50? Yes, Roger Ramjet got the Grateful Dead for $50. Final call for Wings for $35. Here's what's left in this bin. Blues Brothers, Made in America, $24.99 for the Blues Brothers. Joni Mitchell, The Hissing of Summer Lawns, $19.99. The Ides of March Vehicle, $19.99. Stevie Wonder, In Square Circle, $24.99. Small Talk was $14.99. We still got Dire Straits live, $49.99. Great sounding record. Also, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Village People, YMCA, Iron Butterfly Live. Donnie Iris, The Grassroots was sealed. The Guess Who Live, The Mamas and Papas. The Mighty Quinn, The Rolling Stones, Gentle Giant, Arthur Brown. Great titles in here. Fine Young Cannibals, She Drives Me Crazy. Steppenwolf was Near Mint in Shrink Wrap, $19.99. Savoy Brown, one we don't see too often. Neil Young and The Guess Who. Pete Weisgarber gets the Swing's Greatest Hits for $35. Let me grab our next two auctions. We got requests to go ahead and get the Blondies going and getting the David Bowies going. So let's do that for sure. I've also got another Roxy Music bootleg that's really cool that you probably didn't know we had. Let's first do the David Bowie Changes 3. And let's do the Blondie from last night because I never did get to it. Last night I posted pictures of 4 records and I misplaced them. And they were right behind the counter the whole time last night. I think y'all remember me walking over there 4 or 5 times trying to find them. The first Blondie is a 1979 U.S. Unofficial, $55 start. This is live from Dallas. It also, 1979. It also has demos from 1975, and there's actually one song where she's singing in French. There's Blondie. This is a 1979 vintage bootleg live recordings and demos, $75 start. $75 start, or excuse me, $55 start. Demos from 1975, $55 start on Blondie. I feel like we're going to get the 60 and 70 very quickly. The David Bowie is called Changes 3. Now, this isn't actually an official release. I think y'all have seen Changes 1. Y'all have seen Changes 2. This is called David Robert Jones Changes 3. This is a 1983 U.S. unofficial. The vinyl's EX Plus to Near Mint Minus, and that is a $35 start. I've printed out some information from Discogs here. It tells about some of the recordings and what they are, and I've got that printed. That's included. The covers and shrink wrap. David Bowie's a $35 start. That's called Changes 3. Some of the notes on Discogs was like, wow, this is a really good recording. They need to do this officially, or they need to put these tracks out officially. But that's a lot of rare tracks from Bowie. $35 start on that. Calvin Ward says he'll take the Steppenwolf. All right, let's bring up a new crate. These are great new vintage arrivals from tonight. Put those there. I'm going to go ahead and let's go ahead and start condensing, Tanner. Does that sound good to you? Tanner says good to him. Seth, how are you doing?
I couldn't do better.
Seth said he could be better. Couldn't? Could not. And Addison, how are you?
Good.
Okay, everybody's in good spirits tonight. Hope everybody watching's in good spirits too. Do you congratulate a bachelor party? Yes, we were congratulating a bachelor party. That's a big deal. Very risky. Very, very risky. You never know what's going to happen. There's like 3 or 4 Bowie bootlegs tonight. Yes. I think I've got 3, maybe 4. I've got a whole crate of stuff to auction. Daniel Haynes is at 75 on Blondie, going once, going twice. David Bowie's at 35. New vintage arrivals. New vintage arrivals here. We have the Rocky Horror Picture Show audience participation record, $34.99. Rocky Horror Picture Show. We also have Jay Giles Bloodshot. Jay Giles is $19.99. Jay Giles Bloodshot, black vinyl from Atlantic Record. Jay Giles. We also have the best of Jay Giles, back-to-back Jay Giles. This is $19.99. Yellow Atlantic label, $19.99 on that. And the best of the James Gang, Funk 49. Take a look around, walk away. That's $19.99. All of our James Gang buyers will hopefully be watching. The Chipmunks Sing the Beatles. The Chipmunks Sing the Beatles, $29.99. I just swapped my microphone. Okay, let me swap it again. Tanner, we might have to upgrade our audio equipment. Okay, hopefully this sounds better. Or y'all must be, some people I think watch with like high definition audio. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Back up to the top, we have Connie Barlar. Connie, are you a first-time buyer? Connie, I don't think I've said your name too many times. There, I've got you the James Gang pool. Let me know if you're a first-time buyer. We have David Bowie's at 40, and she says she's bought from us before. That's what I thought. Okay, so we have Daniel Haynes, final call on the Blondie for $75. I'm about to sell that, going twice, going 3 times. David Bowie's at 40 with Thomas Hujar, and Mike Massey's at 85 on Blondie. So we still have the Rocky Horror Picture Show, Jay Giles, and the Chipmunks Sing the Beatles. Outlaws, Lady in Waiting, that is sealed. It does have a saw mark. Sealed Outlaws, $29.99. The Teachers is sealed for $29.99. Gold stamp promo. Teachers is sealed for $29.99. FM is sealed. This one has no saw marks, no cutouts, and no punch holes. Sealed FM soundtrack, $49.99. An original from 1978. Mitch Ryder and the Detroit Wheels, Greatest Hits, $14.99. Jeannie Take a Ride, $14.99. That's on the roulette. New bid on Blondie for $85. That means that Daniel, you're out. Tom, you're out. And everybody else that was bidding. Mike has that for $85. And this is now a final call on David Bowie. Thomas has this for $40. Jeremiah Lewis, let me know if you want back in. Chris B. Jack says he'll take the Mitch Ryder. And we have Moth the Hoople Live. Moth the Hoople Live is $19.99. Moth the Hoople Live. Also, Dwayne Eddy, Water Skiing, $19.99. On Dwayne Eddy Water Skiing. Robert Palmer, Sneakin' Sally Through the Alley. Great Robert Palmer album. $19.99. Sneakin' Sally Through the Alley. $19.99. And The Outlaws is $19.99. The Outlaws is $19.99. That's The Outlaws self-titled. Blondie was EX Plus near... No, actually, I have it near mint minus. Blondie was near mint minus. It's near mint minus. That's a 79 vintage unofficial. Mike Massey has the high bid at $90. That's Blondie. There she is. There she is. It's actually called Little Doll. That's the actual name of it. It's on Barbie Records. It says made in Taiwan. It's actually made in the United States. Just FYI on these bootlegs, that's why I've been trying to print out information. Sometimes these bootlegs, whatever's written on them has nothing to do with the record. They did a lot to, where these were pressed unofficially. It's not made in Taiwan. It was made in the United States. Some of them were actually made in Taiwan and very remote area. We got one tonight that was actually pressed in Guatemala, but most of them are made in the U.S. and in Europe. Australia, I've seen a lot from Australia. Back up to the top, Jeremiah was out on David Bowie. Paul Gill got the Robert Palmer. Daniel's back in on Blondie at 86. Thomas was second on Robert Palmer. And David Tate wants Rocky Horror. Now, David Bowie is sold for $40. Changes 3. I'm surprised I only got a couple bids. Thomas got Changes 3 for $40. That's sold for $40 to Thomas. Next is Robert Palmer. I didn't mean to turn you on. That's $19.99. And we have Alan Parsons Project Eve. That's $19.99. Daniel Haynes is at $94 on Blondie. Okay, I've got a quick bite now. We've sold 2 Chet Atkins autographs, and I've got another one coming up. But let me go ahead and grab our next auction, which we got Blondie. I had 1 David Bowie. Let me do an autograph. I hadn't done an autograph. I've only done 1 autograph auction. But first, let me introduce this. Actually, let me do these buy it nows first. Okay, these are personalized. Before you jump the gun and then want to retract, these actually say to Dale. This actually say to Dale, which is the person who obtained most of these autographs. This was the collection from Pittsburgh. So we've sold 3 Chet Atkins autographs. We sold 1 the other night. We sold 1 tonight, and then we did 1 as a buy it now. This one is just $24.99. It actually says to Dale on it, Chet Atkins, and that's the Chet Atkins Travis, the Atkins Travis Traveling Show. That is autographed, but it is personalized to Dale. Still autographed by Chet Atkins. It's personalized though. $24.99. Sell that to Rob Scheffler. And now I've got a Billy Joe Royal autograph. I mean, $14.99. That's probably what the album should be. It is autographed, but it says Dale Thanks. Billy Joe Royal, the Royal treatment. That's $14.99. It is autographed. Gold stamp promo. And it's very clean. I've put it in an anti-static. Mike Massey's at 100 on Blondie. David Hoy is back. Someone hacked my account and changed my name. Wow. Someone from Myanmar tried to sign in. Yep. Burma. That was on Seinfeld the other night. Okay. This is autographed by Michael Nesbitt of the Monkees. Very odd covered autograph. This is Nuggets Volume 9. I listened to it last night. The music is amazing. Nuggets, all the Nuggets songs. You have Steppenwolf, Strawberry Alarm Clock, Vanilla Fudge, the Chambers Brothers. And the reason he autographed it is because there is a Monkey song on here. This is going to be a $55 start, and that is signed by Michael Nesbitt of the Monkees. I 100% guarantee it to be authentic. And that's a really good record, too. I listened to side 1 twice. I love that grassroots song, Feelings. Nigel, actually, let's go ahead and sell Mike Massey to Blondie for 100. Asking then condition on Arthur Brown. Greg, I don't think your first comment ever came through, but let me find that for you, and I can let you know very quickly. $24.99. We have Arthur Brown's Kingdom Come Journey. It is $49.99. It is near mint minus. It has no condition notes on it. It is a near mint copy and shrink wrap. $14.99. Daniel Haynes is in on the Nuggets for $55. Edward Bear, $19.99 for Edward Bear. Steve Martin is sealed, $24.99. That's going to include a photo. We had one last night, and that is sealed. It is a cutout. Steve Martin is $24.99, and Joe South is also sealed. Joe South is sealed, $19.99. So Billy Joel Royal autograph is $14.99 if anybody wants it. Let me do our next auction. This was not featured on Facebook. This is sealed. It's a box set. It's called The Motown Story. It's a 1970 pressing, sealed. This has 58 tracks on it. 58 tracks on it. The Motown Story, and that is sealed. An amazing compilation of Motown music. $25 start. $25 start is sealed. You can leave it sealed, or you can crack it open and have an amazing compilation of Motown music, all near mint, waiting to be played. Arthur Brown is sold to Greg Tape. Arthur Brown is sold to Greg Tape. The Nuggets autograph, which let's call it the Michael Nesbitt autograph from the Monkees. Nigel Del Rocket has that for $56. Culture Club, color by numbers. Culture Club is $24.99 featuring Karma Chameleon. $24.99 on that. Billy Joel's 52nd Street. Billy Joel 52nd Street, $14.99. $14.99 on 52nd Street. Billy Joel. That's $14.99. Very clean looking copy of Billy Joel. Also the Buddy Holly Story soundtrack. Buddy Holly Story soundtrack, $19.99. If I can get some of these dog-eared inner sleeves out. Let's see here. I'll show you the label. Boy, this one's being stubborn. I think it's a promo is why I'm wanting to show it to you. It is. It's a white label promo, the Buddy Holly Story. These inner sleeves get dog-eared. They don't want to quite work with you too well. That's $19.99. Okay, final call on Michael Nesbitt, and final call if you want to get a bid in on the Motown Story box set. Jake Biderman says he'll take the Billy Joel. That's sold to Jake Biderman. And we have Waylon Jennings Live, $24.99. Games People Play is not on Joe South. No, it is not. Waylon Jennings Live, $24.99. The Argent Anthology, the greatest hits of Argent. This is a white label promo with the promo strip, $24.99. the Argent Anthology, a collection of Argent's greatest hits. Craig posted the track listing to all the great songs on the Motown story, and now everybody's bidding. I'm trying to tell you, that's a great 58 tracks. It's sealed. It's a sealed box set. I would say you can take the shrink wrap off of that and have you a nice, pristine 58-track Motown story box set. High bid is $31. America Live, another promo stamped. This also has a poster with it or just an inner sleeve. It looks just like an inner sleeve, but America Live, $9.99. Wow. I own that myself. That's very nice. America Live, $9.99. Bonnie Raitt, Sweet Forgiveness. Bonnie Raitt is $9.99. Bonnie Raitt also has a promo sticker on it. And we have Yes Tormato. Wow, another promo. Promo marked. It's actually hard to find promo labels. You can have it promo marked. Sometimes there's not promo labels. This is not a promo label. Bonnie Raitt's not a promo label. America's not a promo label, but they have all the promo markings on it. All right, only 2 bidders, and I don't ever did see anybody else say out or in. Nigel Del Rocket gets the Michael Nesbitt autograph for $56. That's so do Nigel Del Rocket, autographed by Michael Nesbitt for the Monkees, $56. Motown was at 31, 35, 32. Debbie Blair Wants America, and so does 2 other people, Stacy and Jane. Debbie was first. The Kids Are Alright, The Who, gold stamp promo, $34.99. The Kids Are Alright, The Who. That is a 2 LP compilation with a booklet with it, $34.99. This woman, KT Oslin, that is sealed from 1988, 1999. Okay, let's grab our next auction, which is going to be, I know there's some more people waiting on Blondie and David Bowie. I got another Blondie, and I'm finally getting to the Aerosmith that we had the other night. I've got Aerosmith too. Then I've got a whole bin of surprise auctions. So just so you know, it's only 8:30. I've got 3 more crates to go through, plus we'll probably go through another crate of new vinyl. Auctions all the way until 11 o'clock. We almost made it to 11 o'clock last night showing new auctions. So for the next at least 3 hours or 2.5 hours, we're going to have new auctions. Most of them you don't know that are coming, just to try to keep you on and so you don't fall asleep on me. Leslie gets KT. Let's go ahead and we just did a Blondie. Let's do the Aerosmith. Rattlesnake Shake. This is, on the front, it says live at Counterpart Studios, New York, 1974. That's not true. It's actually Counterpart Studios, Ohio, September 26, that's not right. I put 2023. It's not 2023. 1974. I was dating it September. I was like, wow, that's pretty close to coming up. 9/26, that's my bad. That was my brain working weirdly that night. This is from September 26, 1974. It's a stereo soundboard recording. This is cut right off of the soundboard. Fantastic live sounding recording from Aerosmith. Very cool artwork too on the bootleg they did there with the logo and the shot of the band. $45 start. Aerosmith Rattlesnake Shake, $45 start. That's from Counterpart Studios, Ohio, September 1974. Motown is at $37 with Christopher Morris. We have a bidding war going on. Fred, Christopher, and Wayne Carr. Next is Genesis Invisible Touch. $19.99 for Genesis Invisible Touch. Very, very cool. Genesis Invisible Touch, very good album. We also have The Who. Who Are You? The Who Are You? $19.99. MCA label, of course. And Star Trek. Here are 4 exciting all-new action-adventure stories. That is sealed from 1979, $29.99. Motown is at $38.39. Aerosmith is at $60. Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams. We had one the other night that was autographed. This one is just the regular album. Great track listing, like I said. $19.99. Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams. $19.99 on that. And Todd Rundgren, Something, Anything. Very nice copy, 2 LP. $32.99, and it has the insert with it. Aerosmith is at $75. The Motown box is at $41. Grimm's Rockin' Duck. Is that what that says? Yeah, Grimm's Rockin' Duck, sealed from 1976, $19.99. In the grand tradition of Monty Python, the Bonzo Dog Band, and Alfred Tennyson English. Zaniness at its best. $19.99. Chris Wood Sr.'s at $100 on Aerosmith. Wayne's out on the Motown box, so was Johnny. So it looks like the Motown box is going to be Fred Carnell's at $41, going twice, going 3 times. Joe Gawker's Greatest Hits. This is a white label promo, $29.99. White label promo, $29.99. Joe Cocker, white label promo, $29.99. $4.99. Also, in concert for Bangladesh, this is a 1971 Scranton press, $49.99. Very, very nice. The box is actually in good condition. These things are usually crushed. Nigel Del Rocket takes it right off the bat. I should have auctioned that. That is such a nice copy. That's sold to Nigel Del Rocket. Peter Frampton shrink wrap and hop sticker. Peter Frampton's $24.99. Chris Wood Sr.'s at $100 on the Aerosmith. Final call and final call on the Motown box for $41. I'm about to sell both auctions. Merle Haggard, Sing a Sad Song. Merle Haggard is $12.99. Also ELO El Dorado. ELO is $19.99 for El Dorado. $19.99 on ELO. And Blue Oyster Cult. Wow, this has got a promo strip on the front. This is Blue Oyster Cult's debut album. $29.99. Very clean with a promo strip on the front. Not a promo label, but $29.99 on that. New bid on Aerosmith. Jeff McMaster has it for $105. Rattlesnake Shake Live Ohio 1974. High bid's $105. First is Marshall Bassett on Merle Haggard, Tanner. And Barry Seagrave wants ELO. Sell that to Barry. And Wolves Council wants BLC. And make sure BLC goes in for $29.99. BLC is $29.99 at Wolves Council. Henry's Choice, he was second. Chris is back in on Aerosmith at $110. We can go ahead and sell the Motown box to Fred Carnell for $41. Sealed Motown box for $41. And Blondie is our next bootleg. This is a 1978 unofficial. This was recorded November 4th, 1978. EX Plus near McMinus. This is called Blondie Headlines. Blondie Headlines. Another really cool, hard to get Blondie bootleg. And I say hard to get because the two biggest places in the world to buy and sell records, Discogs and eBay, 9 out of 10 of these vintage bootlegs you can no longer sell on there. There's Blondie. This one's a $45 start. It's called Headlines, and that's live from November 4th, 1978. Aerosmith is at $110 and now $120. Robert Palmer, Heavy Nova. Robert Palmer is $19.99 for Heavy Nova. Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits. Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, very clean, $24.99. Can't You See, $24.99 on Marshall Tucker Band. And Ted Nugent, State of Shock, another promo strip. It's also a white label promo. Ted Nugent is $24.99. That's what you want to see, white label promo, when it actually has that promo strip on the front, $24.99. $24.99. So far, all the bootlegs tonight that I've looked up, some of them I listened to. The first Blondie I listened to sounded great. It was right off a soundboard too. I usually try to reference Discogs because you know how people can leave like 5-star reviews or whatever on Discogs. All these had high marks. You know, everybody was putting them in. I think this one was like, well, I don't want to say on this one. The other one, though, sounded great. I listened to it. The first one we sold. But, yeah, I think all these are pretty decent. You can kind of tell by just looking at them and how well they're made. They're usually sound pretty good. But, you know, if there's any notes on Discogs, good or bad, I'll let you know. Like some of them, they'll say this sounds horrible. But, you know, it's just like really hard to find that concert. A lot of Led Zeppelins are like that. So far, the ones we've sold have been great. But some of these Led Zeppelins, it's like the only known recording. It was like somebody's tape recorder in the audience. So it's the only known recording of that show. But sometimes they're not the best. Okay, back up to the top. Corey Gaston wants Marshall Tucker. Stephen A. Young on Ted Nugent. Thomas Hujar was second. Aerosmith is at $150. Jeff McMaster has Aerosmith for $150. Blondie's at $70, now $80. John Denver, Autograph. John Denver is $9.99. Autograph. John Denver, $9.99. Also, a look inside, Joe South. Joe South is sealed for $19.99. John Leal wants Robert Palmer. Aerosmith's at $160. There's American Band 1. Stacy got American Band 3 earlier. There's American Band 1. That's also sealed for $19.99. The Fifth Dimension's Greatest Hits, $14.99 for the Fifth Dimension's Greatest Hits. Has the original company inner sleeve. High bid on Blondie is at $80, going once, going twice, and they're still bidding on Aerosmith. Chris Wood Sr. has it $160. Jeff has it as $170. This is the best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $19.99. Stacy Metringer wants Volume 1. So, Stacy, we got to find you Volume 2 now. Blondie's at $85. Jeff is at $170 on Aerosmith still. Elvis, Worldwide Gold Award Hits Parts 1 and 2. Excellent Elvis compilation here. This is $19.99. Actually, it's not marked, so I'll say $19.99. 2 LPs of Elvis Greatest Hits. Barry Seagrave gets the best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Dan Fogelberg Souvenirs, $9.99. And I'm reaching for more, but there's none in there. So let me go ahead and grab our next auction on deck. Blondie is now at $90, even though I think we're still going to be bidding for a few more minutes on some stuff. I got some other buy it nows for you that I priced. It was stuff that I grabbed to look up, and it wasn't quite auction worthy. They wasn't quite auction worthy. So what I've done is just slipped them into this bin, and I'm going to show you those right now. So it's stuff that I was looking up. I was like, no reason really to auction this. I'm just going to make them a buy it now. So let me show those first. Before that, Josie wants the Elvis. Josie, I'm going to give you the Elvis, and Tanner, that is $19.99. Let's do a final call now on Blondie. Daniel Haynes, if you could let me know if you're in or out. He just said he's out, so this is looking like it's going to Mike Massey for $90. Final call. Jeff McMaster's at $200 on Errol Smith, and Debbie Blair says she wants the Dan Fogelberg. So actually, before I do a recap, let me show you some new stuff. We have something I was going to auction. I'll do that in 1 second. That was supposed to be an auction. Michael Nesmith, the newer stuff. Michael Nesmith is $19.99, the newer stuff. Don't recall ever seeing that one before. Michael Nesmith of the Monkees, that's on the Rhino label. $19.99 for Michael. We have Johnny Winter, Birds Can't Row Boats. Don't see that one too often. Johnny Winter, Birds Can't Row Boats, $19.99. Nigel Del Rocket says he'll take the Michael Nesmith. That's sold to Nigel Del Rocket. Johnny Winter, and we have another Johnny Winter. This is called Step Back. Step Back, $19.99. So back-to-back Johnny Winters there. All right, somebody's going to get lucky and get pics of both of those. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Blondie to Mike Massey. That is Mike Massey for $90. And let's do the Bob Weir that I accidentally pulled out. This is Bob Weir, Heaven Help the Fool. This is actually a 1978 U.S. white label promo. White label promo, 1978 U.S. promo. Near mint minus on the vinyl, $15 start. It has the original inner sleeve. For the Grateful Dead fans, this is a white label promo of Bob Weir. This is Heaven Help the Fool. The vinyl's near mint minus. It has the original inner sleeve, and all these promo copies did have clip corners. It had a note that all the promo copies have clip corners. So if you find a promo copy without a clip corner, I think that's pretty rare. I don't think they exist, though. Cynthia, you were first to Johnny Winter, and there was actually two in here. So let me know if you want Birds Can't Row Boats or if you want Step Back, or Cynthia, you can have both. Kevin was second, Thomas was third, and then Kevin was next again. We also have the Rolling Stones. She's a Rainbow, sealed for $16.99. This was a Record Store Day 2019, limited edition, 5,000 pressed, 10-inch yellow vinyl, and this was recorded live in Paris 2017. Cynthia has dibs. She gets both Johnny Winters. The Stones was $16.99. It looks like Chris is out on Aerosmith. Jeff has this for $200. Final call. Bob Weir is a $15 start, by the way. $15 start. Jake Biderman first on the Rolling Stones. Nigel Del Rocket second. Leslie Holt third. We also have the Scorpions, Crazy World. This is $29.99. 180 gram, 2019. 2019 reissue, 180 gram remaster from the Scorpions. $29.99. Crazy World. And also Martha Velez. Martha Velez, Escape from Babylon. This is a reggae record produced by Bob Marley, and it also has Carly Barnett on the drums, which was the original drummer for Bob Marley and the Wailers, $19.99. This album was highly regarded on Discogs. At first, I saw it was produced by Bob Marley, and I thought that's probably pretty good, and it has a lot of high remarks, $19.99. All right, that means Aerosmith is sold to Jeff McMaster for $200. Roger Ramjet is the high bidder on Bob Weir for $15, and Wayne Carr gets the Scorpions. And Martha is $19.99 if anybody wants that. Let me grab our next auction before I go to our next bin, because we got Bob Weir up, and now we're going to do Bob Seger. This one was not put on the hot post. This is really cool for any Seger fans that's watching. This is like a really cool package here. This is a 1980 radio show from ABC Radio. ABC Radio. It's a promo, of course. $35 start. It's a 2LP, and this is called Artist Profile, Bob Seger. It was originally released November 8th, 1980. It has lots of information with it. It has a whole folder here of documents. Of course, this is mostly for the radio station. It has all kinds of information. It has his biography. It has, where the DJ would read it. This is a $35 start. Bob Seger, one of Motor City's finest contributions to the world of rock and roll, will be featured in a special 2-hour artist profile on Colectco Live Radio this Saturday from 8 to 10 p.m. So very cool. Has information. I think it even has, it has like a photograph like on a paper here, like a photo paper. $35 start. Now, what it is it has music and interviews. It's a full radio show. It's an artist profile of Bob Seger. And I could not find a Discogs entry. I could not find a Discogs entry in the last 3 years, according to my Terapeak research. None have been sold on eBay, and I actually couldn't find it in Google Images. So I took a picture of the label since this cover is kind of homemade or where somebody kind of wrote on it. So $35 start on Bob Seger, artist profile. That has music, interviews, announcements, everything. All right, Bob Weir, just $15. Unbelievable. Sold to Roger Ramjet. A promo copy, Bob Weir, sold. And Leslie wanted Martha. That's sold to Leslie Holt. Let me grab a new auction and a new crate of records. New auction and new crate of records coming up. Let me step right over here and see what I've got in this bin. I think I want to go through, let me see here. What is over here? Actually, yeah, let's see. Yeah, let me just go through. Let me just grab our next crate. Actually, I got a few on sale LPs. Some stuff that accidentally came in on the wrong color. My loss, your gain kind of stuff. So, and I got some stuff marked down. So, the other night, about 2 a.m., I posted a closeout sale. I was actually reorganizing some new vinyl in the back, and I found a whole crate of these, and I went ahead and just marked them down. I've got 2 left. I've turned off comments on the post. I've got 2 left. I actually think I'm going to have 5, so I'm going to take additional names because I think we had a guy hop on and buy 3 of them, and I don't think he's going to pay us. So, Daft Punk Discovery is $26.99. I've got 2 left. They were $39.99. So here's some on-sale new vinyl for you. Bob Seger, $35 start. Going once, going twice before I make it a buy it now. And let's go ahead and move into our next auction, which is David Bowie. This was featured last night in a picture. And I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the Blues Brothers autograph. This Blues Brothers autograph is really cool. David Bowie with the Spiders from Mars. This is London, July 3rd, 1973. This is a 1973 U.S. Press, London, July 3rd, 1973. EX on the vinyl, $45 start. EX on the vinyl, $45 start. And this is a live recording from David Bowie, July 3rd, 1973. David Bowie with the Spiders from Mars. Vintage bootleg. Very cool. It's very simple, but also very unique cover on the Wizardo label. Wizardo label. Very cool vintage David Bowie bootleg. London, July 3rd, 1973. Could you imagine? That'd be awesome. Okay, so back up to the top. I'm about to sell Bob Seger for $35 for a buy it now, but I'll give it a few more moments. Cynthia wants a Daft Punk, and so does Fred Carnell. Like I said, I may have 3 more if anybody wants on a waiting list for that on-sale price of $26.99. Now, as y'all know, I ordered this on an autograph version. We got a few in. Then we had it on yellow vinyl, and I accidentally ordered some black vinyl. I haven't sold any yet, so I've still got the 6 copies I think I got. If anybody wants them, they're just $19.99. Now, if you want it on yellow vinyl, I have it for $33.99. But this is the new Mammoth album, black vinyl, just $19.99. That was kind of a misorder for me. So I've got 6 copies available. That's the new Mammoth album, $19.99. Those originally were $33.99. We got new bids on Bob Seger, as I was hoping and expecting. Bob Seger is 35, 36, and 36, now 37. Cynthia is the high bidder on David Bowie for $50. Daniel, you're out. So Mammoth is only $19.99. Black vinyl. Ron Duffield wants one. Paul Beal wants one. These are new and sealed Mammoth on black vinyl. Chris Wood Sr. wants one. I've got 3 left. Craig Ruth wants one. I've got 2 left. Mammoth on black vinyl. Also on black vinyl, I've got like 190 copies on magenta and yellow vinyl. I've only got 2 on black vinyl. I don't know how we ended up with black vinyl, but here's De La Soul, half off at $19.99. The new De La Soul reissue of 3 Feet High and Rising, just $19.99. That's incredible. $19.99. And I also got those on colored vinyl if anybody wants them. But black vinyl, just $19.99. Craig Thomas says he'll take one. Wyatt Aiken says he'll take one. I've only got 2. Now, if you want a color, if you want yellow or magenta for full price, I've got them. Fred Carnell says he'll take one of the Mammoths. I've got 1 left. Gideon Whedon says he'll take it. We're sold out of Mammoths and we're sold out of De La Souls. Update on our auctions. David Bowie's at $60 with Cynthia. Bob Seger's at $41. Artist Profile. That's a live, original, radio station only release of a Bob Seger artist profile. It's a whole show about Bob Seger that was originally made to be released on ABC Radio Network. Spider-Man was $43. Now it's $24.99. It's on silver vinyl. Spider-Man is $24.99 silver vinyl. I've only got one. I think I sold 4 or 5 too at the original price. So I've only got one. Jerry Stone says he'll take it. That's gone. David Bowie's at $70. Bob Seger's at $42. I've got 4 of these. I have 4 of these. The Matrix Reloaded soundtrack, $10 off, $24.99. The Matrix Reloaded, $10 off, $24.99. David Bowie's at $75. Bob Seger's at $42. 4 Matrix soundtracks. First time on vinyl. It contains the music and the score. Linkin Park, Marilyn Manson, Rob Zombie, The Deftones, P.O.D., Rage Against the Machine, Dave Matthews Band. And then the score music, $24.99 for Matrix Reloaded. I've only got 1 copy of this, half off. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, half off at $24.99. I've only got 1 of those. And the Matrix is $24.99. I've also got a book on sale. This is Pink Floyd, The Rob Verhulst Archives. This was originally $69.99. I've got it for $34.99. Pink Floyd, The Rob Verhulst Archives. This is new and sealed, and this is $34.99. It was originally $69.99. That has now hit 1 year old here. We've had that for over a year now at Coletco, so it's half off. Bob Seger is at $43 with Nick Bargeron. Troy Chirac and everybody else, you're out. David Bowie's at $80, $85 now $90. Arm Lazelle says he'll take the Pink Floyd book. Barry, you were second. Kyle Gregory wants a Matrix. And Troy Chirac is back in on Bob Seger at $45. So that only leaves the Matrix. I've got 3 left for $24.99. And I've got Black Panther for $24.99. Now, I have a whole other crate of new vinyl on sale. Most of it we've been through before, but I figured if we went through it again, there may be something that catches your eye. We'll do that in just a second. First, we have a whole crate of new vintage arrivals. The last crate we're going to do tonight is going to be our check condition, which has some great stuff in it at great prices. Bob Seger is now at $45 with Troy Chirac. Nick Bargeron's out, and they're still bidding on David Bowie. David Bowie's at $105 with Cynthia. That's now going once, going twice, even though Daniel has not set out. But Bob Seger is definitely going once, going twice, because Nick Bargeron did say he's out. Here's what's on deck. We got an autographed Blues Brothers album. I'll tell you more about that in just a second. Sarah Long says she'll take a Matrix soundtrack, and I've got 2 left. It's got great music on it. Some big artists on there, and most of those songs are only unique to this album, The Matrix Reloaded. I've got to watch that. I've finally watched The Matrix, but I hadn't seen The Matrix Reloaded yet. The Guess Who Rockin', $16.99. The Guess Who Rockin', orange RCA label, $16.99. That has the insert with it too. Head East Live, $29.99. Hadn't seen one of those in a while. Head East Live, 2 LP in shrink wrap, $29.99. Bigger than both of us, Hall & Oates is sealed. Sealed Hall & Oates, no cutouts and no saw marks from 1976, $29.99. Bob Seger is sold to Troy Chirac for $45. Daniel is officially out on Bowie, so Cynthia has that for $105. Final call. The Beach Boys, Love You. The Beach Boys is sealed, $34.99. This does have a saw mark on it somewhere. John says, oh, it has a punch hole. Has a punch hole right there, $34.99. Calvin Ward wants DH. And then Darren put Head East. Darren, what was DH? Daryl Hall, maybe? If so, sell that to Calvin and sell Darren Meyer the Head East. And Garrett, you were third on the Pink Floyd book. We only had 1 person on that. Doobie Brothers, taking it to the streets. The Doobie Brothers is sealed. It does have a saw mark, $24.99. That was green vinyl. What was green vinyl? No, that was not green vinyl. The Matrix is on black vinyl. Blood, Sweat, and Tears. This is Brand New Day. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $14.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $14.99. Die cut cover. And Captain and Tennille Dream, white label promo, $9.99. David Bowie is sold to Cynthia for $105. Next is an autographed Blues Brothers album. This is autographed by Matt Murphy and then Steve Cropper, both guitarists. Steve Cropper is a famous sessions musician. He played with Booker T. He obviously played on this album. Actually, on the song Soul Man, if y'all recall, the Sam and Dave song, the original by Sam and Dave, and then on this live version from the Blues Brothers, the part where they say, "Play it, Steve," right in the middle of the song, and then he does a solo, that's Steve Cropper. He's a famous session guitarist, Steve Cropper. And then we have Matt Murphy. It took me forever to figure out what he said here. I had to ask 3 different people. The first 2 people couldn't figure it out either. But it says, "Lots of luck." We finally figured it out. Lots of luck, Matt Murphy. That's a $75 start. $75 start. It's got 2 signatures on it. Both are guitarists that played on this album. And, of course, the famous Steve Cropper. But if y'all are familiar with the song Soul Man, I thought that was really cool. He actually mentions his name in the song. "Play it, Steve." The vinyl's near mint minus, and it's in shrink wrap with the hype sticker. The Blues Brothers is a $75 start. Very, very cool. Autographed by Matt Murphy, and he played with a lot of people too. I think Matt Murphy even played with Howlin' Wolf at one time. And Steve Cropper, he played with, his discography is like this long. He played on a lot of stuff, Steve Cropper did. Brent Ribley's in at 75. Back to the band. Average White Band, Warmer Communications. Average White Band's $12.99. And Donovan, Early Treasures. Donovan, Early Treasures, white label promo on Donovan, $12.99. Sarah Long needs to put back The Matrix, and Harry Chapin, Living Room Suite, $9.99. Harry Chapin. Let me grab another auction. There's the Blues Brothers. Let's do one that wasn't in the Facebook post. It's been looking at me all night. This face has been staring at me. So let's put up this OG copy of Duran Duran Rio, and it's nice. $25 start. It also has the original inner sleeve. Duran Duran Rio, $25 start. That is an OG copy. $25 start. $25 start. Matt Guitar Murphy played Aretha Franklin's blues movie. Interesting. Yeah, I think both of those guys have played on a lot of stuff, especially Steve Cropper. Duran Duran's at 25, now 25 again. James Cotton, Cut You Loose. James Cotton is $26.99. Cut You Loose, $26.99 for James Cotton. We also have Jerry Lee Lewis, The Session, recorded in London with guest stars. That is a promo copy, white label promo, $36.99. $36.99. If you have to go to hell, go for a reason. The Evil in Miss Jones. Wow. The Evil in Miss Jones, $39.99. Original soundtrack recording, $39.99. John Leal's at 80 on the Blues Brothers. And Frank Zappa, Ship Arriving Too Late to Save a Drowning Witch. The corner is cut. It's a cut out. $22.99 for Zappa, $22.99. John Denver, back home again. John Denver is $9.99. All right, so Duran Duran, 25. Christopher Morris was in first. Blues Brothers, 80. Blues Brothers, 85. Blues Brothers, 85. Nigel Del Rocket wants the Zappa. 3 bidders now on the Blues Brothers. If I Left My Heart in San Francisco, Tony Bennett, that is sealed. No cutouts and no saw marks. Tony Bennett is sealed, $19.99. Cropper co-wrote Sitting on the Dock of Bay with Otis Redding. Wow, I'm learning something new every moment about the guy. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second so I could take a drink of water. I need it. I'm a soul man. Hold on, I'm coming. All right, Duran Duran, $26. We have Cynthia on Tony Bennett, and Duran Duran's now at $28. Johnny Otis, this is called Rock and Roll History, Volume 5. Johnny Otis is $14.99. Grace Jones, Warm Leatherette. Grace Jones is $49.99. Warm Leatherette. We don't get a lot of her stuff. $49.99. Also was in a James Bond movie. Grace Jones. The Jacksons. The Jacksons is $24.99. Asia, self-titled, $16.99. It's the heat of the moment. $16.99. What a voice. $16.99. $16.99. John Wetton. Wow, $16.99. Rest in peace. Duran Duran, $28. Duran Duran, $29. Thomas Hujar on Grace Jones. We have Edward Star Wars on second on Grace Jones. Duran Duran, $31. Rick Springfield, Living in Oz, $14.99 for Rick Springfield. Boots, Nancy Sinatra. These boots were made for walking. This is a Tricolor Steamboat, original label, 1966 Santa Maria. Nancy Sinatra, $39.99. Original label, super clean vinyl. Let's get an update on our auctions. Calvin Ward was in first on the Blues Brothers at 85. Calvin Ward was in first on the Blues Brothers at 85. Brent also bid 85, so we're with Calvin Ward. John and Brent were active bidders. Neither one have set out, but that is going once, going twice now. And Duran Duran is at 29 with Mike Meir. Christopher Morris just bid 31. Very, very nice copy of Duran Duran Rio, $31. Brent's back in on the Blues Brothers at 100. Madonna, Keep It Together. Madonna is $16.99, Keep It Together. Roy Buchanan, Livestock. Roy Buchanan, boy, I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. Roy Buchanan, Livestock, $19.99. And Francisco Zappa, $26.99. Performed by the Barkin Pumpkin Digital Gratification Consort, Frank Zappa, conductor. $26.99 on that. Jetstream is first on Roy Buchanan. And we have Elizabeth. That looks interesting. Elizabeth is from 1968, $64.99. Elizabeth. Wow, what an amazing artwork on that. $64.99. Elizabeth, $64.99. Any Pink Floyd? No Pink Floyd boots tonight. I got the Matrix over here. If anybody wants it, on sale for $24.99. I've still got 3 copies along with the Black Panther soundtrack for $24.99. Blues Brothers at 100. Calvin and John, let me know if you're in or out. And what pressing of Duran Duran. I will show you the label. This has the original inner sleeve. It is on this capital label. And it is, I actually hadn't got to look at it too closely. This is it says, copyright 1982, EMI Records, limited manufactured by Columbia House. This is a club copy. This is something that John worked on last night. This is the first auction that I actually have not got to look at myself. This is a 1981 club copy. It has MKC and the dead wax, and it is a very nice looking copy. The vinyl looks flawless. It does have the original inner sleeve, and this is very nice. This is very nice. Christopher Morris is the high bidder at 31. Back to the top, or back to the bin. John Entwistle, Smash Your Head Against the Wall, $16.99 for John Entwistle. Joe Jackson, Beat Crazy, $19.99. Shrink Wrap and Hype Sticker, the new Joe Jackson album, $19.99. Tom Johnston, Everything You've Heard Is True. Tom Johnston is sealed, $24.99. And James Cotton, My Foundations. Cotton's Back Room, is that what that says? James Cotton, $26.99. Calvin's at 105 on the Blues Brothers. Cynthia wants Joe Jackson. Fred Carnell wants The Matrix. The Blues Brothers album is signed by Steve Cropper and, hold on, let me get this Matrix soundtrack pulled. This is sold to Fred Carnell. The Blues Brothers is signed by Matt Murphy, signed by Matt Murphy and Steve Cropper. Both are guitarists, Steve Cropper and Matt Murphy. They're very famous session musicians, especially Steve Cropper. Fred Carnell got The Matrix. Brent Ribley's at 108. Calvin's at 110. Final call on Duran Duran. We're about to sell that for $31 to Christopher Morris. The Doobie Brothers is sealed. Minute by minute, $24.99 on the Doobie Brothers. That is sealed. Also, ZZ Top, Velcro Fly. ZZ Top is $9.99. Johnny Copeland, Ain't Nothing But a Party, recorded live. Johnny Copeland is $14.99. Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town. Rod Stewart's $14.99. Barry Seagrave gets ZZ Top. We also have Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, $19.99. Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, $19.99. Barry's on ZZ Top. Leslie was second. Jack Hewitt third. The Big Chill soundtrack is $19.99. Great compilation as usual on that one, as I mentioned. $19.99, the Big Chill soundtrack. Also, we have Fast Times at Ridgemont High, $29.99. $29.99. John Porter first to Big Chill. Chris was second. Duran Duran is sold for $31 to Christopher Morris. Duran Duran sold for $31. Big Chill is sold to John Porter. Chris was second. John Lill got Fast Times. Aram Lazell second. Marshall Bassett third. Bob Riger fourth. Calvin Ward fifth. Calvin's also out on the Blues Brothers. Brent has that for $125, and that's a final call. The greatest hits of the Guess Who, 1999. The greatest hits of the Guess Who, 1999. Frank Zappa Studio Tan. Frank Zappa, $34.99. It's time to grab our next two auctions, it looks like. I still got Van Morrison, Roxy Music, David Bowie, Aerosmith, Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. I still got a Grateful Dead and another Sunvolt record. Let me go ahead and do the Aerosmith and the Richie Blackmore. I've still got some great auctions over here. I'm about to sell the Blues Brothers, the Brent Ribley, autographed by Steve Cropper and Matt Guitar Murphy. Matt Guitar Murphy. Steve Cropper is still alive. Matt Guitar Murphy has passed away. Mahavishnu Orchestra, John McLaughlin, Inner Worlds. That is 1999. We also have Eddie Cleanhead Vincent and Orchestra, 1946 to 1947, $14.99. And Bjork, Hyper Ballad. Bjork is 1999, featuring mixes by David Morales, Todd Terry, LFO, and more. Bjork, 1999. All right. Brent Ribley, you get the Blues Brothers for $125. Next, Aerosmith is a 1975 unofficial. This is from New York, August 29th, 1975. EX Plus, EX Plus near mint minus is very clean. This is Aerosmith, Look Homeward Angel. Aerosmith, Look Homeward Angel, $45 start. Another very, very cool Aerosmith vintage bootleg, 1975. This was recorded in 1975, August 29th in New York. $45 start on that. Brad Bolin wants Bjork. Now, let me show you this record because I think this has never been played, and I'll show you why. This is Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, live in Australia. It's a November 22nd, 1976 show. Of course, Ronnie James Dio on vocals, and this is a very sought-after recording. It's very high quality from what I was reading. $95 start. But let me show you why I don't think it was ever played. First of all, it's very, very nice. And when I pulled out the sleeves, I did look at the vinyl just to make sure, but this is exactly how they looked. They were dog-eared, and you could tell they had been laid in here forever. You can just tell where it's toned and everything. They had been sitting like this forever. And then I went ahead and I pulled outside disc, what I think is disc 1 here. Yeah, I pulled out disc 1, and it looks like it's never been played. And I don't think it has. If it has, maybe once. But I think it's been tucked away like this for a very long time. And this is a live Rainbow concert, November 22nd, 1976, live in Australia. And that's a $95 start. That's Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. And that's, of course, Ronnie James Dio on vocals. And that's exactly how I found it. Sometimes you can pull out an inner sleeve that's been in a record literally since the 60s. I think that's how it's been packed in there since about there's some I've pulled out from the 60s, and you could just tell they're so crisp. I don't think they've ever hardly been played. I think this has never been played, and that is a $95 start. Aerosmith is at $50, $55, and then another $55 bid. We're still going through a fantastic bin of records here. We have Grace Jones Portfolio, another Grace Jones. This is $34.99, Grace Jones Portfolio. Don't see her stuff too often, like I said. Excursions, the trade wins. Excursions is $19.99, the trade wins. Genesis, self-titled. Genesis is $19.99, Genesis self-titled. And we also have Star Wars and Other Galactic Funk by Miko. That is $26.99. Edward Star Wars gets Grace Jones. Tanner, that was $34.99 for Grace Jones. Rainbow's at $100 with Calvin Ward. Chris Wood Sr.'s at $60 on Aerosmith. Bob Dylan, Infidels. Bob Dylan Infidels, $34.99. Very clean-looking copy here of Bob Dylan's Infidels. John Travolta, Olivia Newton-John, Two of a Kind, $19.99 for the Two of a Kind soundtrack. And more Hot Rocks from the Rolling Stones. It actually has a hype sticker on it, including 8 titles, never before available in America. Hot Rocks is $39.99. James Cotton, Two Sides of the Blues. James Cotton is $19.99. And we have Johnny Copeland, I'll Be Around. Johnny Copeland is $19.99. Aerosmith is at $65, now $70. Calvin Ward has Rainbow for $100. Final call. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow live in Australia. Final call on that. The Best of the Guess Who. This is a very cool compilation. It has all their best music. This is the original label. It's a gatefold, and I think it has the inner sleeve with it too. It has a poster. Yes, it has the poster with it too. Has the poster. Very cool poster. Actually, have this one framed. I got all this frame stuff at my house that I don't have anywhere to really hang it. And this is one of them. I actually had a copy one time that had 2 posters. They accidentally put 2 posters down in it. So I pulled one out, had it framed. I guess very psychedelic looking. Almost looks like a blacklight. Looks like blacklight artwork almost. Okay, Aerosmith 6570, Rainbow's at 110. New bid on Rainbow, Chris Wood Sr.'s at 110. Daniel's at an Aerosmith. I can say I have not listened to that one. No, I have not listened to that one. Brent Robley wants the Rolling Stones. That's so to Brent Robley. Rainbow's at 115, now 20, and the Guess Who was $24.99. The Guess Who's $24.99. Okay, I'm just going to read titles in here just to remind you. If you want prices, let me know. We have a whole nother crate to go through. We have a whole nother crate, and it's check condition titles. Wow, check condition titles. I'm also going to grab some stuff over here that I think you're going to be very much interested in. I'm going to read some titles that's in this bin, but also I'm going to go through some new vinyl too. So we got a lot new vinyl on sale. I've got more new vinyl on sale. Yeah, the Guess Who was $24.99. We also have Johnny Copeland, James Cotton, Two of a Kind soundtrack, Bob Dylan, Star Wars and Other Galactic Funk, Genesis, The Excursions, Eddie Cleanhead Vinson, Mahavishnu Orchestra, Frank Zappa, the other Guess Who greatest hits, Arlo Guthrie, Rod Stewart, Johnny Copeland, Doobie Brothers, James Cotton, Tom Johnston, John Entwistle, Elizabeth, Francisco Zappa, Madonna, Nancy Sinatra, Rick Springfield, Asia, the Jackson 5, Johnny Otis, John Denver. This is The Devil is Miss Jones soundtrack, or in Miss Jones. Jerry Lee Lewis, James Cotton, Harry Chapin, Donovan, Average White Band, Captain and Tennille, Blood, Sweat and Tears, Doobie Brothers, Beach Boys, and another Guess Who. Chris B. Jack says he'll take the Guess Who. Final call on Rainbow, John Porter and Chris Wood Sr. If you could let me know if you're in or out. John Porter's letting me know. He's in on Rainbow at 125. Jeff, I cannot say I've listened to Aerosmith, but it didn't have, like I said, I've been checking a lot of these on Discogs and seeing if there's any notes. I don't think this one had any notes, but it didn't have any terrible reviews either. And that's at $70 with Chris Wood Sr. $70 with Chris Wood Sr. on that. So that's now going once, going twice. Daniel Haynes, let me know if you're in or out. And then, of course, Jeff McMaster. Chris Wood Sr.'s back in on Rainbow at 130. And The Devil was $39.99. I should say The Devil and Miss Jones, original soundtrack recording, $39.99. All righty. I'm going to set these right behind me. If you decide you want anything, they are going to be very much available. They're going to be very, very much available. Let's go through this crate right quick while we're wrapping up some auctions. I'm just going to remind you of some fantastic titles we have in stock, of some new vinyl. I've still got new check condition, and I've got some on-sale new vinyl that I want to remind you of. He said he'll take the Miss Jones. That's sold to Edward Star Wars. Final call on Rainbow for 130, and final call on Aerosmith for 70. Chris Wood Sr. has both. He has Rainbow for 130, and he has Aerosmith for 70. We have Preston, Guatemala. Yes, that is a 19. Let me find the note on Aerosmith. It was a 1975, yes. Fantasy Discos, Zone 1, Guatemala. Yes, that was the one I was talking about earlier we had that was pressed in Guatemala. That's the one. That's the one that was pressed in Guatemala. Jeff is at 75. Yes, that's the one. You hear Guatemala, and I'm like, uh-oh, Guatemala. But I think from what I was seeing, and then also when I look up prices, it's like you can tell a lot from the prices too. So very quickly, we have Van Morrison. This is on turquoise vinyl. His band in the street choir. Van Morrison is $28.99. Testament, Souls of Black. Testament is $44.99. Except Balls to the Walls. That's music on vinyl, $44.99. Extreme Porno Graffiti, $39.99. Hole, Celebrity Skin. There for a while I thought we was going to run out of these, but now we have a few here and there. Hole is $39.99. Courtney Love. I've got several Townes Van Zandts in stock. We have Townes Van Zandt, For the Sake of the Song, Townes Van Zandt, Delta Mama Blues, Townes Van Zandt, Self-Titled, and Townes Van Zandt, At My Window, and those are all $31.99. Rainbow's at 135, Aerosmith's at 83. Primus, the Desaturating 7, that's on Rainbow Splatter Vinyl. Primus is $31.99. Van Morrison Blowing Your Mind, $44.99. Clutch, Blast Tyrant, Clutch is $36.99. We have Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures, $29.99. This is a fairly new reissue of the Smiths, self-titled debut. The Smiths is $31.99. Susie and the Banshees from the Cradle Bars, July 7th, 1981, live unofficial, $33.99. The Hives, The Death of Randy Fitzsimmons, that's on exclusive cream vinyl, $29.99. The very good sounding Yes Fragile, $31.99. Cynthia wants Susie and the Banshees. Aerosmith is now at 85 and Rainbow's at 140. Joy Division live, 1980, $31.99. Erasure is $29.99. Rob Zombie, Astro Creep 2000, $31.99. This is Ritual de lo Habitual, $44.99. That's Jane's Addiction on colored vinyl. Adele 21 and Adele 25, both $31.99. Allison Krauss and Union Station, Paper Airplane. Allison Krauss is $36.99. There's another live Rob Zombie, $31.99. The Doors, LA Woman, Morrison Hotel, both $31.99. Devo or We Not Men, $31.99. In Excess to Swing is $29.99. Poison, Open Up and Say All, $33.99. Creed, My Own Prison, $31.99. Queens of the Stone Age Rated R, $36.99. Def Leppard, On Through the Night, $33.99. Def Leppard Euphoria, $39.99. And Beastie Boys, License to Ill. That is on black vinyl. I've got a pre-order coming up for a new edition coming out on colored vinyl, $36.99. Brooks Fodder wants Poison. Anybody else want anything in there, let me know. They're still bidding on Rainbow, and they're still bidding on Aerosmith. High bid on Aerosmith is $110 to Chris Wood Sr. Jeff, you're currently out on that. And Rainbow is at $140 with Chris Wood Sr. Chris isn't bowing down on these. He's the high bidder on both of them right now. James Bragg says he'll take a Creed. Brandon Jackson wants Def Leppard On Through the Night. And Aerosmith is now at $125. So if you want anything else in there, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and go grab that crate of new vinyl on sale just to remind you of some titles. Or should I go ahead and do check condition? Actually, before I go through the new check condition stuff, let me grab this new vinyl crate on sale. What have we actually done with it? I had it the other night. Uh-oh, Chad has misplaced another very important crate of records, which happens more often than not around here. It was on top of the dehumidifier. Let me see what I've done with those. Because I went through and re-stickered some of them. I wonder what has happened to those. They're right over here. I've put them in our new section. Yeah, I've got four crates of new stuff over here. It's called, I've got 4 new sections of records. I've got a Tom Petty bin. I've got 2 bins of Taylor Swift. I have a whole crate of Tyler Childers, and I have a whole crate of new country. So I've got Tom Petty, Taylor Swift, Tyler Childers. I've got the new vinyl crate, and then I have a crate that says Country Americana Popular Artist. I've got a whole crate of Country Americana Popular Artist. If anybody's interested in seeing the Tom Petty, Taylor Swift, Tyler Childers, or Popular Country Artist Americana, let me know. All right, we're still bidding on some vinyl. Aerosmith 125, Aerosmith 135, Aerosmith 150, 175, 178. I think we're done on Rainbow, though. Chris Wood Sr. is going to get Rainbow for $140. Chris Wood Sr., that's sold to you. Let me grab our next auction before I get started on the new vinyl crate. Now, like I said, most of these I think y'all have seen before, but some of them you may not have. Our next auction is the Grateful Dead 1987 US. This is the Hot Pog press, Near Mint Minus, and the original inner sleeve, $35 start. Chris Wood Sr. got Rainbow for $140. We have Grateful Dead in the dark. Grateful Dead in the dark. This is a 1987 US Hot Pog press. It's a gatefold. The cover and vinyl's in near mint minus condition. This is a really nice copy of the Grateful Dead. $35 start in the dark. In the dark. $35 start on that. All right, let's go through some of this new vinyl. Let's actually start from, let's just start from the back as usual. Also, some of them I marked down again. I've marked down some of them again. So first we have Jennifer Lopez, 1999. This is called This Is Me Then. Jennifer Lopez, 1999. Also St. Vincent, Marry Me, St. Vincent's $19.99. I'm telling you the on-sale price for these. The Buckinghams, kind of a drag. That's on colored vinyl. The Buckinghams is $19.99. The Minions, this is the Rise of Gru. This was $50, then $34, and now it's $24.99, half off. That's on sky blue vinyl. The Minions, $24.99. Lily and Madeline. This is called Canterbury Girls. That's on indie exclusive colored vinyl. Lily and Madeline, $14.99. Chris B. Jack says he'll take the Buckinghams. Cynthia Herdren says she'll take the Minions. Nigel Del Rocket, you were second on the Buckinghams. By the way, high bid on Aerosmith is $200 to Jeff McMaster, and Grateful Dead in the Dark. Grateful Dead in the Dark is at $35 with Jake Zerbel. Edward Star Wars wants St. Vincent. That's sold to Edward Star Wars. Zach Elias, you were second on the Minions. We still got Lily and Madeline and Jennifer Lopez. Darwin D's doubled down, $9.99. Darwin D's doubled down, $9.99. Sealed MoFi. Wow, sealed MoFi. The Young Grass was grooving. It is sealed. The perforated bag is slightly open. That is now $49.99. It was $59.99. That's grooving from Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. Sealed, $49.99. I will say it sounds amazing. I have a copy myself. Great album. Elvis Costello, $24.99. Numbered on gold vinyl to 2500, Mighty Like a Rose. Elvis Costello, now $24.99, Mighty Like a Rose. Also, the Posies. The Posies, Frosting on a Beater, 2LP for Music on Vinyl, $20 off. The Posies, that's now $24.99. Chris Wood Sr.'s out on Aerosmith. Sell this to Jeff McMaster for $200. And Craig Weatherford is the new high bidder on the Grateful Dead for $36. Jake Zerbel, you are out on the Grateful Dead. Never mind, he's back in at $37. Bob, I see your test comment. Captain Beyond, live in Texas, $24.99. This was $39.99. Captain Beyond, live in Texas, 2LP, red vinyl. And a Pink Floyd box set marked down. Wow. This was $115. Now it's $74.99. Pink Floyd Animals, the 2018 remix box set, $74.99. Our next auction is going to be David Bowie. David Bowie, it's another really cool bootleg. This is called Slaughter in the Air. David Bowie is a 1978 UK unofficial. And this is from the LA Forum, April 4th, 1978. April 4th, 1978. This is a complete uncut concert. Somebody mentioned in the notes on Discogs, they said, I really like this because it's like you're there. There's no like cuts between the tracks. It's just a complete, chatter, David talking and everything. A complete uncut concert. The tracks aren't chopped up. April 4th, 1978, $55 start. David Bowie, Slaughter in the Air. $55 start on that. Craig Weatherford, you're out on the Grateful Dead. Jake Zerbel's back in at $37. Pink Floyd is sold to Daniel Cody. Also in new vinyl, we have Elvis Costello's Kojak Variety. That was $24.99. Casino Royale soundtrack, James Bond film, Casino Royale. That's now $20 off for $24.99. It also includes a movie poster. Craig's out on the Grateful Dead. So Craig's out. So Jake Zerbel has the Grateful Dead in the Dark. That's $37 going twice, going three times. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Why opposed the war in Vietnam? That's actually new and sealed, $19.99. Venom soundtrack is $24.99. Venom, original motion picture soundtrack. Avatar soundtrack, $19.99. That was $44.99, the Avatar soundtrack, $19.99. Neil Young, Toast, $29.99 for Neil Young Toast. With hop sticker. Of course, it's new and sealed. Now just $29.99. That was $42.99. Ringo Starr EP3, that's $14.99. Venom is limited edition, 1,500 copies on Black Clouds colored vinyl. Black Clouds colored vinyl. Sarah Long wants Avatar. That's sold to Sarah Long. David Bowie has two bidders. Daniel Haynes bid $55. Cynthia also bid $55, so Daniel's first. Nigel Del Rocket wants Ringo, and that was $14.99, Tanner. That sold to Nigel Del Rocket for $14.99. The Bastille, Bad Bloods. Bastille is $19.99. That has their hit song Pompeii on it. Edward, you were second on Avatar. And we have David, you were second on Ringo. And Venom is limited edition, 1,500 copies on Black Clouds colored vinyl. Let's go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead to Jake Zerbel for $37. Cynthia's back in on David Bowie for $65. And let me grab our next auction. I think I've got 3 or 4 over here before we get to the stuff that I didn't even have posted or advertised tonight. Our next is going to be Sunvolt. We already sold, or actually the only, I'll show that in just a second. But first, let me show this one. Sunvolt straightaways. Sunvolt is a 1997 US OG, near mint minus. Yes, this is the OG 1997 for Sunvolt straightaways, $55 start. Sunvolt straightaways, 1997, $55 start. Also, Brad Bolin says he'll take Bastille. That's sold to Brad Bolin. Daniel Haynes is at 70 on David Bowie. That's sold to Daniel Haynes, or that's with Daniel Haynes. Thomas also bid 70, and Cynthia bid 75. Excuse me, we're not done on David Bowie. We just had several new bidders all of a sudden. Sunvolt's a $55 start. I got 1 copy of Bastille left. Also, Hank the Third, Straight to Hell, $29.99. That's on blood red splatter vinyl. Hank the Third. Also, the Beach Boys, Sell on Sailor, 2 LPs and a bonus 7-inch. This was originally $60. Now it's $39.99. The Beach Boys, $39.99. Thomas is at 80 on David Bowie. Stephen A. Young says he'll take the Captain Beyond. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. We also have Analog Productions, another audiophile pressing, $20 off. Elvis is back, 2 LP, 45 RPM, $49.99. Sunvolt's a $55 start. 10 years after, half off at $19.99. A Space and Time, 50th anniversary half-speed master, 10 years after, $19.99. Nigel Del Rocket said he'll take the Elvis Analog Productions. Kane, So Glad You Made It. Kane has a defective cover. This is supposed to be like squishy, and it like cracked and split open. So there's all these little particles down in the cover, but that is now $19.99. It was $38.99. The high bid on David Bowie is $95. Slaughter in the Air. High bid is $95. That's with Thomas Hujar. Cynthia, you're out. Daniel Haynes, you're out. Sunvolt, final call if anybody wants in for $55 before I make it a buy it now. Also, Golden Earring, The Naked Truth, $19.99. This has a lightly, very lightly dented corner. That's why it's $19.99. It's new and sealed. Very light dented corner. Limited on gold vinyl to 2000. Patrick Carter is at 55 on Sunvolt. That's now going twice, going 3 times. 1 copy of Gold Member soundtrack. Austin Powers, and yes, that is on gold vinyl, $19.99. John Porter's at 60 on Sunvolt. Steve Earle and the Dukes, Jerry Jeff, 10 classic songs by Jerry Jeff Walker, as done by Steve Earle, on clear vinyl, $19.99. Brandon Jackson takes the Golden Earring. That's sold to Brandon Jackson. We have Randy Houser, Note to Self, $14.99. Almost half off on Randy Houser, $14.99. We got 3 new bidders all of a sudden on Sunvolt. John Porter is the high bidder at 60. David Bowie is now at 105 and now 115. So 115 with Thomas Hujar. Garrett Seipert wants the Steve Earle. Let's sell that to Garrett Seipert. Garrett, are you a first-time buyer with us, I think? Garrett. Oh, that's our... I know you, Garrett. Thank you, Seth. Garrett. Garrett, if we could get you to send us your email. I know who you are now. But Tanner's going to send you the form to our website. If you don't mind to fill that out, Garrett, thank you. I didn't know your last name was Seipert. That is sold to you. Thank you. Okay, David Bowie is at 135, now 139, and Sunvolt's at 65. I'm in full Chad auction mode right now, and new vinyl on sale. So we have Say Anything in defense of the genre. Say Anything, $19.99. First time I met Garrett, we were playing golf together in a scramble golf tournament. Oh, Metallica. I know who you're talking about now. Okay, I thought it was that Garrett, the Metallica fan we were playing golf with. Caleb, sorry. David Bowie's at 150. I know who you are now, Garrett. I thought I knew, but I know who you are for sure now. Garrett's probably like playing golf together. Is this guy high or something? Ian Anderson, $19.99. Ian Anderson is $19.99. And The Prodigy, music for the jilted generation. I've met a lot of Metallica fans. Some playing golf, some at concerts. It's hard to keep us all straight. Blink 182, Cheshire Cat, $19.99. So David Bowie, we was at 135, then 139. Cynthia's at 150, and we have Greg Tape on Ian Anderson. Greg Tape on Ian Anderson. Lanny says, I've had too much Monster. That's probably some truth to it. Craig Rutherford says he'll take the Prodigy. And we had Sunvolt. Sunvolt is at, Patrick Carter was out. The high bid on that was 65 of Edward Star Wars. We've already sold the Prodigy. That's already sold. Also, we have the Man from Waco, Charlie Crockett, $19.99. The Man from Waco, Charlie Crockett, $19.99. So let me make sure I didn't miss anything, and I've done that in correct order. The last thing was Garrett with a Steve Earle, and then we had David Bowie 135. Sunvolt was at 65 of Edward Star Wars. David Bowie 139, David Bowie 150. Do you have another Sunvolt? Not straightaways. I've got another one over here that we showed earlier, but not straightaways. Patrick Carter's out on Sunvolt. Greg Tape got Ian Anderson. David Bowie was at 155. Craig Weatherford got Prodigy. Daniel, Prodigy's already sold. Webster, Prodigy's already sold. John Porter was at 70 on Sunvolt. Bob Riger wants the 10 years after. That's sold to Bob Riger. And we have, Chad, you have an Eric Clapton, Mr. Misunderstood. Or Eric Church, not Eric Church. I don't know if we have that or not. Can we see if we have, I know we have some Eric Church, but I don't think we have that one. Prodigy was $19.99. Cynthia's at $165 on David Bowie. Okay, Cynthia's at $165 on David Bowie. This is Slaughter in the Air. Slaughter in the Air. That's $165 with Cynthia. We're still bidding on that. And Sunvolt is at 65. Sunvolt was at 65 with Edward Star Wars. That's a final call. That's a final call. Cynthia, the other David Bowie bidder, is right here. Thomas Hujar's at 155. And you was at 150. All right. We don't have Mr. Misunderstood, but we have Eric Church, The Outsiders on blue vinyl, $44.99. We have Eric Church, $44.99. And I now know who Garrett Seipert is. I almost said Caleb again. I know it is. Seth yelled at me, "You idiot, just take a break." Seth, you're fired. Seth is fired. He called me an idiot just a few moments ago. He said, "You idiot, just take a break." Now he's fired. He's without a job. You're gone, Seth. See you later. Garrett, I just had to fire Seth. Being totally unruly right now. Being totally unruly right now. Thomas Hujar is at 170 on David Bowie. And John Porter says he bid 70 on Sunvolt. Well, I didn't see it. Now you've bid 70. At any point I don't see your bid, just send it again. If you don't hear me saying your bid, just send it again. Because John Porter's now at 70. Edward Star Wars, you're back out. You're back out. All right, I've got new stuff that has not been shown tonight. New stuff that has not been shown tonight. I feel like I should have went back through the new vinyl on sale one more time. I actually may do that in just a second. John Porter's at 70 on Sunvolt. Edward Star Wars, you're out. And then Cynthia, let me know if you want in on David Bowie because Thomas has it for 170. Cynthia's out. Okay, Cynthia's out. Here we go. New vintage arrivals check condition. We have a classic revisited B.B. King live at the Regal. VG Plus $19.99. A classic revisited B.B. King live at the Regal. VG Plus $19.99. Frank Zappa is VG Plus $36.99. Frank Zappa is $36.99. Waka Jawaka Hot Rats. That is Frank Zappa, VG Plus $36.99. Sunvolt's now at 72 of Edward Star Wars. Jetstream wants B.B. King. That's sold to Jetstream. David Bowie is gone. That's sold to Thomas Hujar for 170. If anybody wants this Eric Church record before we put it back in the bin, Eric Church, The Outsiders, is on blue vinyl, $44.99. They're still bidding on Sunvolt, $72. I'm going to show the Sunvolt at the end of this auction. Kansas, point of no return, VG copy, $9.99. Kansas is VG, $9.99. I don't want to show it right now since there's no confusion, but it is a different album. This is Kansas, point of no return, VG, $9.99. Rick Springfield, Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Yet. That's VG plus $9.99. And the Cars, Panorama, VG plus $19.99. Jetstream says he'll take the Kansas. Sunvolt's at 75. Let me grab a new auction. We have Van Morrison, Avalon Sunset. Van Morrison is a 1989 U.S. promo with insert and inner sleeve. This is a Van Morrison album we don't get too often. It is a promo copy, and it's actually a promo label. It has a gold stamp promo on it as well. It has the hype sticker. It actually has a little pamphlet of information about Van Morrison, his career up to this point, all of his discography. This is a $45 start. The vinyl is near mint minus. I've ultrasonically cleaned it, and it has the original inner sleeve. So Van Morrison, inner sleeve, near mint minus vinyl, promo label, booklet, hype sticker, gold stamp promo, $45 start on Van Morrison. Sunvolt is at 75. Edward Star Wars, let me know if you're in or out. Jetstream got Kansas, and David Eberly got the Cars. We have the Yellow Balloon. The Yellow Balloon's a VG copy for $14.99. Michael Bohannon's in on Van Morrison for $45. Toulouse Street, the Doobie Brothers, EX condition, $12.99. The Doobie Brothers, EX, $12.99. Also, Hair, the American tribal love rock musical, the Broadway cast recording, VG on that, $9.99. Sunvolt's going twice, going three times for $75. Rod Stewart and Faces Live, Coast to Coast, Overture and Beginners. That's a VG copy for $9.99. Goldfinger soundtrack, almost said autographed by Shirley Bassey. With Shirley Bassey, not autographed. VG copy, $9.99. Shirley Bassey, VG, $9.99 on that. Greg Brummett wants Faces. Jetstream was second. Greg Brummett was first. Jetstream second. James Gang live in concert. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Ron Duffield says he will take the Goldfinger. That's so to Ron Duffield. Paul Simon in concert, live rhyming. VG Plus, $14.99. Paul Simon live in concert. VG Plus, $14.99. And Madness, Mad Not Mad, that is VG, $9.99. All right, Sunvolt is sold for $75 to John Porter. Edward said he was out. Van Morrison is now at $55. And now, who just got that? Sunvolt. John Porter. John Porter, the other Sunvolt was Swing Wide Tremolo OG, $95 buy it now. It was up earlier. This is the only auction tonight that has not got a bid. That's a $95 buy it now. Wide swing tremolo, $95 buy it now. If John passes, anybody else can have it. It's Hard by The Who, Eminence Front, VG Plus $14.99, and Willie Nelson and Family Live, EX $22.99. John says he'll take that for $95 as well. So Michael Bohannon, you're out on Van Morrison. Let me grab another one of our auctions for tonight. We have Roxy Music, and I couldn't post a picture of this on Facebook because she is completely nude on the cover. So I kind of have to cover this one up. I don't want to get flagged or banned, but this is a 1979 live unofficial. I'm going to cover her up here with a sticky note. She's showing a little bit there. Roxy Music, this is called Champagne and Novocaine. And I've got all the information here. This had a lot of information on Discogs. As you see, I just went ahead and printed it all out. This is a 1979 U.S. unofficial, EX Plus near mint minus, $55 start. And as you can tell, it's a well-researched and high-quality recording from Roxy Music. $55 start on that. Van Morrison 60, Van Morrison 60, Van Morrison 70. Edward Star Wars, you were second on Sunvolt. Van Morrison 62, Roxy Music 55. The Beatles, a VG copy, $14.99. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. That is the orange Capitol label reissue of that. VG $14.99. Van Morrison 75, Roxy Music 55. Bob Dylan, Hard Rain. VG copy, $14.99. Has the original inner sleeve. Bob Dylan's VG $14.99. Azimuth, Telecommunication. Azimuth is VG $9.99. And Jimmy Buffett A1A, VG $9.99. Jimmy Buffett A1A, VG $9.99. Van Morrison 75, 85. And Genesis self-titled, VG Plus $14.99. Genesis self-titled. Van Morrison's now at 85 with Sherry Darnell. Going once, going twice on Roxy Music for 55. And Eddie Money, Life for the Taking. Eddie Money is VG Plus $9.99. Let's see, Van Morrison, 75, 85, now 90. And hold on a second. Sherry Darnell put Buff. That was for Buffett. Sherry Darnell got Jimmy Buffett. Next was Alan. How much was Azimuth? That is a VG copy for $9.99. Sherry Darnell got Buffett. Tommy Flower second. Jetstream third. Brent Robley fourth. Chris B. Jack wants the Sgt. Pepper's. That's sold to Chris B. Jack. we have the Monkees. That is a VG copy for $9.99. That's the Monkey self-titled debut album, VG $9.99. Sherry Darnell's at 100 on Van Morrison. Alan Heavalone says he'll take the Azimuth. And final call now on Roxy Music. $55 bid with Daniel Haynes. Final call, Roxy Music, Champagne and Novocaine. That's a 2LP unofficial with a little bit of nudity on the cover. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap, Greatest Hits, EX $9.99. And Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart. Stevie Nicks is VG Plus, $14.99. Original inner sleeve, VG Plus, $14.99 on Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart. Jay Giles Band, Showtime, EX condition, $17.99. Jane Fink wants the Stevie Nicks. That's so to Jane Fink. Michael Bohannon's out on Van Morrison. Sherry has that for 100. Final call, and I'm selling both auctions. Frigid Pink is EX condition, $49.99. Nice cover. Very cool cover. Frigid Pink, EX on the vinyl, $49.99. Chip Hall has bid $56 on Roxy Music. That means Van Morrison's now the only one with a final call. And that also means that Daniel Haynes, you have been outbid on Roxy Music. Daniel's back in at 57 very quickly. Steely Dan Gold, that's a VG copy for $14.99. Steely Dan Gold, VG for $14.99. And the best of the Doobie Brothers is VG Plus, $9.99. VG Plus, $9.99. And Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms. This is EX condition, $32.99. This has Robert Lugwood mastering. It also has the original inner sleeve, $32.99. Sherry gets Van Morrison for 100. Chip Hall, let me know if you want back in or out on Roxy Music, because Daniel has that for 57. I'm going to grab our next auction and mute the mic for 1 second while I take a drink of water. All righty, our next auction is going to be, I got a David Bowie and an Al Green before I get into the other crate. We'll do the Al Green first. Al Green explores your mind. Al Green is a 1974 U.S. PRC Richmond press. The vinyl is EX Plus. It's got a nice jacket with it. That's a $25 start. This is Al Green explores your mind, $25 start. Like I said, nice jacket. And the vinyl's EX Plus, Al Green. And I haven't had this one up for auction lately. $25 start on Al Green, explores your mind. EX Plus vinyl. There's the LP. There's the very nice jacket, $25 start on that. This is Roxy Music. It's called Champagne and Novocaine. It's a 1979 U.S. live unofficial. Got all the information here. 1975, 1972, 73, 73, and it's a 2LP. 2LP. High bid on that was 56, then 57. Connie Barlar wants the Steely Dan Gold. That's so to Connie. Chip Hall's back in at 58 on Roxy Music. Ian wants the Dire Straits. Nick's in at 25 on Al Green. And Edward Star Wars has bid 60. So on Roxy Music. Edward Star Wars bid 60 on Roxy Music. So two bidders on Al Green at 25. Back to the new check condition stuff. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. VG Plus condition, $24.99. That's Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Also, Dr. Hook, Sloppy Seconds. EX condition, $14.99. James is back in on Al Green at 27. Everyone else is out on Roxy Music. Edward has it for $60. The Crazy World of Arthur Brown. VG copy for $19.99. The Crazy World of Arthur Brown. Olay ELO. Electrolyte Orchestra. VG Plus condition, $14.99 for ELO. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again. That's VG Plus for $14.99. And Billy Joel, The Bridge is VG Plus $14.99. Daniel's out on Roxy. Chip Hall, let me know if you're back in or out. Edward has it for $60. And Al Green is at $27. Nick Bargeron, if you could let me know if you're in or out. James has it right now at $27. Also, Blackfoot Strikes. This has Train and Highway Song on it. VG Plus $14.99. Train's the one with that harmonica intro. Jackson Browne Hold Out. VG Plus $9.99 for Jackson Browne Hold Out. And the Bunkies, the Birds, the Bees, and the Monkees. That's a VG copy for $12.99. The Birds, the Bees, and the Monkees. All righty, let me put my sticky notes right over here. I'm making quite a pile. We've almost sold all of my sticky noted auctions. James Bragg wants Blackfoot. That's sold to James Bragg. All right, I've got to sell these auctions. That means that James Bragg gets Al Green for $27. Never did hear back from Nick Bargeron. And I've got to sell Roxy Music to Edward for $60. I never did hear back from Chip Hall. And how much was Blackfoot? It's already sold. I'm probably going to go through those one more time, not before I put up these next two incredible auctions. As usual, David Bowie. This is a near mint minus and pristine 1986 Japanese pressing of David Bowie Space Oddity. This is near mint pristine. This was pressed in 1986. Very high quality. I listened to side one with Space Oddity. Sounds great. $85 start. Your typical very nice Japanese vinyl. There is one little scuff that runs right here. Just a little bit of a mark. But the rest of it looks like your typical Japanese vinyl. And this is really cool. It's near mint with the obi. It has the lyric insert. David Bowie Space Oddity, $85 start. I'm going to remind you of the titles that's in here one more time very quickly. And let me grab a very, very cool auction. A very, very cool auction. John had one of the few records John didn't actually put a sticker on. He just made a note, you must auction this. And let me find it. It's somewhere in this bin. I've got to move some records around. I still got some incredible auctions. I'll probably give you a preview so you don't go anywhere because we're about to get into some buy it now best offer. But if I can find this thing. Oh, here it is. This is the first one in the bin. First one in the bin. Here we go. Sealed. I repeat, sealed with hop sticker. Love Will Find a Way. Pablo Cruz contains the single Love Will Find a Way. Does have a saw mark here. This is the rare sunset cover. This is the rare sunset cover. $1 starting bid. Pablo Cruz, Worlds Away. Woe is right. $1 start on Pablo Cruz, Worlds Away. $1 start. That's all it takes to get it started. It is a sealed copy with hop sticker. $1 start. Let me run through these one more time. We have Frank Zappa, Waka Jawaka. Frank Zappa's VG Plus, $36.99. Rick Springfield, Success Hasn't Spoiled Me Yet, VG Plus, $9.99. The Yellow Balloon, VG, $14.99. Toulouse Street, the Doobie Brothers, EX, $12.99. Hair, the American Tribal Love Rock Musical, Hair's VG for $9.99. James Gang, Live in Concert, VG Plus, $14.99. Paul Simon in Concert, Live Ryman Simon, VG Plus, $14.99. Madness, Mad Not Mad. Madness was VG, $9.99. And It's Hard, The Who. This is VG Plus, $14.99. Ron Duffield needs to put back Goldfinger. Looking for an $85 starting bid on David Bowie's Space Oddity before I make that a buy it now. Pablo Cruz is at 1, 2, 5, 1, 15, 6. Cynthia Herdron wants Madness, and James Bragg wants Hair. There's James Bragg Hair. I'm going to pull that first, and Cynthia's Madness. David Bowie's Cynthia's in at 85. Pablo Cruz is at 15. Going once, going twice on both of them. Willie Nelson and Family Live, EX Condition, $22.99. Bob Dylan, Hard Rain. That's in shrink wrap. The vinyl's in VG Condition, $14.99. Genesis, self-titled, VG Plus, $14.99. Eddie Money, Life for the Taken, VG Plus, $9.99. The Monkees, their self-titled album, VG, $9.99. And Gary Puckett and Union Gap, Greatest Hits, EX, $9.99. David Bowie's now at 88 with Thomas Hujar. Pablo Cruz has a new bidder of Jack Hewitt for $16, and that is Worlds Away. Pablo Cruz sealed. Jay Giles Band Showtime, EX, $17.99. Frigid Pink, EX, $49.99 on Frigid Pink. The Best of the Doobie Brothers, VG Plus, $9.99. Chris B. Jack says he'll take the Monkees. That's sold to Chris B. Jack, and that was... The Monkees was their self-titled album. That's sold to Chris. Jetstream's out on Pablo Cruz. Final call for 16. Thomas is back in on David Bowie for 88. I did not pull Rick Springfield for John Smetzer, I don't think. Or did I? No, I didn't. John Smetzer wants Rick Springfield. We also had Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. VG Plus, $24.99. Jetstream wants the Doobie Brothers. That's sold to Jetstream. Dr. Hook's Sloppy Seconds, EX, $14.99. And The Crazy World of Arthur Brown, VG, $16.99. Pablo Cruz, final call 16. And Cynthia, let me know if you want Space Audit, or if you want backing on Space Audit. Thomas has that for 88. We have somebody needs to put back Goldfinger, and Gideon needs to put back the Mammoth. And everything in here is sticker price. ELO is VG plus $14.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash is VG plus $14.99. Billy Joe the Bridge was VG plus $14.99. Jackson Brown VG plus $9.99. And the Birds, the Bees, and the Monkeys. There's another Monkeys album, VG $12.99. Cynthia's back in on David Bowie for $105. The Pink album was called Frigid Pink. EX Condition $49.99. And Chad Genesis was VG plus $14.99. Time for a new crate. Time for a new crate. Let me actually show you some of the auctions that I'm going to try to run most of for the rest of the night. So let me move some stuff around first. Let me get this going. Let me condense, let's see here. Let me condense this bin with this bin. That will help a lot. Yep, there's this bin with this bin. There's an empty crate. Let me do a little bit of condensing right quick. There's that. And let me show you the newest new vinyl from the night. It's only a handful of titles here. Let me do that first. Let's go ahead and sell Pablo Cruz. Let's sell Pablo Cruz for $16. Pablo Cruz for $16. That was Jack Hewitt. David Bowie 105, David Bowie 107. We have Genesis. Chad Van Horn says he will take that Genesis record for $14.99. That's sold to Chad Van Horn. Sold to Chad. And David Bowie's at $125. David Bowie's at $125. Okay, well, I said I was going to show you the auction crate, but I've already put another crate up here. But let me go ahead and pull something out. We got some very nice half-speed masters. These were not advertised. These have not been in any promotional pictures. Journey, Dream After Dream. Now, from what I understand, this Journey album was only released in Japan, and then it was released in the U.S. as this half-speed master. But it's actually in the original baggie, and we bought some audiophile records on our trip. It's numbered up here, 7145. But on this most recent buying trip, we bought a lot of audiophile records. This is one of them. It's Journey, Dream After Dream. It's a CBS half-speed master. It's in the original baggie with the hype sticker, and it is near mint minus. It's very, very nice. That is a $50 start. Journey, Dream After Dream. That is a $50 start. That was sticker. Chad Van Horn. And then Goldfinger. So Goldfinger was put back if anybody wants it. The James Bond soundtrack, VG condition, $9.99 if anybody wants it. Goldfinger, that was a putback. Final call on David Bowie. Cynthia has it for $125. Thomas says he's out. So half-speed master of Journey. Here is some new vinyl that came in today. We had Caius, Blues for the Red Sun on gold vinyl. Caius is $31.99. The Ultimate or Experience Hendrix, the best of the Jimi Hendrix. Best of Jimi Hendrix. Probably one of the best compilations you can get, especially for the price. 2 LPs, $31.99. Suicidal Tendencies, How Will I Laugh Tomorrow? Suicidal Tendencies is $33.99. And Slash, Made in Stoke. Slash is $36.99. Slash, Made in Stoke, $36.99. If you need off any pre-order, just go comment on the post so I can see it on there. David Bowie Space Oddity is sold to Cynthia for $125. Journey, Dream After Dream, we're looking for a $50 start, and that's going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. The only pre-orders I really don't like people canceling on is box sets, because those I've had bad luck for those. Lita Ford, Out for Blood, another record that I had tonight to auction, set aside. Lita Ford, Out for Blood. Don't get this too often. $20 start. No condition notes on the vinyl. The cover is about a VG plus. It's very nice. Has one little spot down here at the bottom and just a little bit of just common shelf wear. But other than that, it's really nice. Lita Ford, and that's a $20 start. Chip Hall's at $50 on Journey. Chip Hall's at $50 on Journey. Chip Hall gets Slash. Chip, this is my last copy. The shrink wrap's a little torn. If that's okay, I'll sell it to you. That's sold to Chip Hall. We also got a restock of Joni Mitchell Blue. Joni Mitchell Blue was $31.99. Goldfinger was in VG condition. VG condition. The Halloween compilations. I have Halloween Nuggets Volume 1, $31.99. And then more Halloween Nuggets. So Volume 1 and 2, $31.99 each. Those are new and sealed. Heaven or Las Vegas, the Cocteau Twins, $29.99. And the Cranberries, everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? The Cranberries is $33.99. Lita's Near Mint Minus. Goldfinger's VG copy, and we have We have Journey, and that is sold to Chip Hall for $50. This is sold to Chip Hall for $50. Only one bid on that. Lita Ford is a $20 start. VG Plus cover, near mint minus vinyl. Our next auction is going to be a Toto half-speed master. This is actually a really high-quality recording of Toto 4. This is a $75 start. Toto 4 half-speed master, CBS Master Sound audio file pressing. That is a $75 start. Toto is a $75 start. Fred Carnell's at $20 on Lita Ford. Fred Carnell's in on Lita Ford at $20. Anybody else on this bin of new vinyl? The Cranberries, Cockatoo Twins, Halloween Nuggets, Joni Mitchell, Suicidal Tendencies, Jimi Hendrix, and Caius. That was our newest new vinyl from tonight. I'm actually going to put those over here with that bin I went through earlier with the Doors and the Beastie Boys and Extreme and Rob Zombie and all those other great titles we still have. Lita Ford is at $20, going twice, going three times, and we're looking for a $75 start on Toto. Here's also some new releases that we've recently got in and some stuff that we showed. I think we've showed these already this week, but let me run through them one more time. I need a new crate up here so I have a platform. Overkill, Years of Decay, $33.99, Overkill. And we also have Overkill Horoscope. That's also $33.99. Rumors Live, new release, Fleetwood Mac Rumors Live, $44.99. Volbeat is $29.99. Van Morrison, $44.99. The Essential Foo Fighters, also known as Their Greatest Hits, $39.99. Avenged Sevenfold, Hail to the King, $49.99. Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill, $31.99. In Vogue, now playing Their Greatest Hits, $28.99. Montrose, now playing Their Greatest Hits, $28.99. Prince, the Batman soundtrack, $31.99. Queens of the Stone Age, Songs for the Deaf, $49.99. Chris Cornell, Higher Truth, $39.99. Backstreet Boys Christmas album, $33.99. And Slave to the Grind. Slave to the Grind is on orange and black marbled vinyl, $44.99 for Slave to the Grind. Back up to the top, Lita Ford was at 20, then 25, then 22, then 26, then 27, then 27. Tony Shore wants a Montrose, now playing. Daniel Haynes wants a Prince Batman soundtrack. And Fred Carnell's at 30 on Lita Ford. If anybody wants Toto, it's a $75 buy it now. Toto is a $75 buy it now. Audiophile pressing, half-speed master, $75 buy it now. CBS Master Sound, $75 buy it now if anybody wants that. Zach Elias says he wants an In Vogue Greatest Hits now playing. That is sold to Zach Elias. $75 buy it now on Toto. Lita Ford is now going right over here. Fred Carnell is the high bidder at 30. Fred Carnell is the high bidder at 30 on that. Okay, let me figure out what I need to grab over here next. Let's see, Lita 32, and let me see, what is next on tonight's agenda, Tanner? Let me set this over here first. Hey, another empty crate, I like that. Let me put this here and put this here. I've got to do a little bit of housekeeping before I can get to our next crate, everybody, so give me 1 second. You can be entertained by, hopefully, the biddings, or how about everybody let me know where you're watching from. Let's see where our furthest viewer is. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. Our furthest viewer. Let's see who that is and where they're at. Our furthest viewer. There's some trash for you, Tanner. Let's see where everybody's watching from. I'm trying to do some crate condensing right quick so I can figure out what I need to show next. There's the new vintage arrivals from tonight. Probably about to go through a bin of older stuff and probably discount it significantly. Probably discount some new older stuff, if that makes sense. Newer stuff. This was a bin. Let's see here. Yep, that was a bin from this week. This was a bin from tonight. Yep. I think we've went through 5 bins of vintage, and everything left can fit into 2 crates. Yep, everything left is going to be able to fit into 2 crates tonight. I've already done several condensings. Very good titles, too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 empty crates. That's good. All right. Let's get another auction started. Let me show you what I have to auction. That way you see what's coming up while we're going through discounted stuff. First, here's all, from here back is all of our Japanese stuff. But I've got George Michael Faith. I got Kiss Double Platinum. I'm not for sure on this one, but we have the Archies. Houdini. A Jackson's Kellogg's promotional record. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers with Thelonious Monk. Highway to Hell. Eddie and the Cruisers, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker. Bob Dylan, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker. Led Zeppelin. Sealed Allman Brothers. Judas Priest, Japanese pressing. Rush, Bruce Springsteen. Devo with the 45. Eddie Money, Shrink Wrapped. Another George Michael. George Harrison, beautiful box set. Half Speed Master, Half Speed Master, Half Speed Master, Half Speed Master, and Sealed. And Sealed. I haven't got back up to the top of the comments. I'll do that in 1 second. I'll get back up to the top of the comments in 1 second. And let me go through this crate of new vinyl right here. Alrighty. And then I'll go through some vintage on sale. Okay, so back up to the top. Way back up to the top. Lanny Davis wants Slave to the Grind. Lanny, there's your Slave to the Grind. Chip Hall offered 50 for Toto. I'm at 75. Lita Ford was at 32. Lita Ford 35. Jack Suslack wants Joni Mitchell Blue. Let's pull one of those for Jack. So Lanny got a Slave to the Grind. Jack Suslack wants a Joni Mitchell Blue. This is sold to Jack. So Lanny Davis, there's Jack Suslack. And then we have viewers in Alabama, Michigan, Pluto, Canada. Pluto's a long ways away. Francis Drennan wants the Backstreet Boys Christmas album. Now, what have I done with that right here? That's sold to Francis Drennan, South Carolina, Washington State. We have some viewers in Canada, Mars, Louisiana, Little Rock. Lanny, I've got you for Slave to the Grind, Quantico, North Carolina, Arizona, Canada, Pennsylvania. Troy Chirac. Troy Chirac is the high bidder on Lita Davis for $40. Troy has that for $40. Fred Carnell's at $41. Tony Shore commented Jay Giles. What was Jay Giles? He wants Jay Giles Love Stinks. Was that something shown earlier? And let's see, Dylan Save. That's something I'm going to auction in just a second. So right now, Lita Ford, Troy Chirac's out. Fred Carnell's at 41 on Lita Ford. Let's get some of those auctions started that I just pulled out. Let's go ahead and do the Bob Dylan Saved, and let's go ahead and do the Elton John. Now, this is a very desirable pressing. This is going to be a $95 start. This is going to be a $95 start. This is the Nautilus Super Disc Half-Speed Master of Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Wow. Half-Speed Master, $95 start, and that was from 1980. $95 start on that. Lita Ford has sold Tanner for $41 to Fred Carnell. And let's auction this Bob Dylan Save. This is a very, very nice copy. It's in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $25 start. It has the original inner sleeve, $25 start, Bob Dylan Save. Beautiful near mint minus vinyl, shrink wrap and hop stickered. And Elton John's a $95 start. Let me remind you some new vinyl we have here. We have Slaughter, The Wildlife. That is the first time on vinyl since 1992, $52.99 for Slaughter. $52.99. That's one of my last copies of that. I still got 3 copies of Fear No Evil. That's $52.99 as well. That is first time ever on vinyl. First time ever on vinyl. And these are both on colored vinyl. $52.99. Jake Zerbel, I think, is about to bid $25 on Dylan. We have Pure Cult. The Cult, Pure Singles. Or excuse me, I got that backwards. The Singles by Pure... Ugh, let me start over. This is The Cult. The name of the album is Pure Cult, The Singles. Got it right that time. $33.99. We have 2 copies of that. Hootie and the Blowfish, Cracked Rear View, Clear Vinyl. Clear Vinyl, $31.99. Clear Vinyl, $31.99. Bongzilla, Methods for Attaining Extreme Altitudes. Bongzilla is $29.99. Dockin, Breaking the Chains. Dockin is $44.99. $44.99. Love Stinks was a super disc and the Dylan Saved. Okay, we'll put that up for auction in 1 second. As soon as one of these are done. Final call if you want to get in on Elton John for $95. And Jake Zerbel has Dylan for $25. Final call. Neil Young Harvest, $36.99. Neil Young Harvest is $36.99. Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, new and sealed Billy Idol, $28.99. Neil Young live at Massey Hall, 1971. Great concert, $36.99. And we have 2 copies of Turnpike Troubadours, A Cat in the Rain, and that is the indie exclusive tan vinyl, $29.99. Henry's Choice is at $95 on Elton John. Final call. And Jake Zerbel has Dylan for $25. Final call. The Last Armageddon. No, what's this say? Yes, The Last Armageddon. That is a Japanese video game soundtrack, new and sealed, $64.99. Star Trek Picard soundtrack from season 3, volume 1, $44.99. Stone Soul, Origins of Sly and the Family Stone, $48.99. Rarely Heard Roots of Sly and the Family Stone, $48.99. All right, Tanner, these are both sold. Henry's Choice gets Elton John for $95, and Jake Zerbel gets Bob Dylan Saved for $25. Let's end those. As soon as I'm done with this bin of new vinyl, we're going to go through some vintage on sale, probably even a half-off bin. Stone Temple Pilots, $31.99. Stone Temple Pilots Purple, and this is on clear vinyl. Purple is on clear vinyl, $31.99. And Townes Van Zandt, live in Johnson City, Tennessee, April 1985, $29.99 for Townes Van Zandt. Our next auction is going to be Jay Giles' Love Stinks, and I've also got Eddie Money. This is a really nice copy. It's in shrink wrap. This is his debut album. Has a nice price sticker on it. Eddie Money is a $15 start. It is extremely nice. First track is 2 Tickets to Paradise. $15 start on Eddie Money. That's in shrink wrap, near mint minus. And I grabbed the wrong Half-Speed Master. Now we have Jay Giles' Love Stinks. Jay Giles' Love Stinks is a $45 start. This is a Nautilus Super Disc. The vinyl is near mint minus. Jay Giles' Love Stinks. That's a $45 start. $45 start on that. Eddie Money's a $15 start. The Hunter, Ike and Tina Turner, $33.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Mother's Milk, $38.99. Brett McKenzie, Songs Without Jokes, $31.99. Dismembered, the ever-flowing, like an ever-flowing stream, $29.99. Dismembered. The Music Roots of Yes, Revolution, $33.99. Zach Elias wants a Stone Soul, Sly and the Family Stone. That's so does Zach Elias. We have one left. The Clash, Combat Rock. The Clash, Sandinista. That is $33 and $49.99. Charlie Brown Christmas, green vinyl, $29.99. And Deep Purple Made in Japan on purple vinyl, $44.99. Final call on Jay Giles for $45. And final call if you want to get a bid in. Almost knocked the whole cart over. Final call if you want to get a bid in on the near mint in shrink wrap Eddie Money self-titled. Completely crashed into the cart with that crate. All right, let me find a crate of some vintage stuff over here we can do on sale. Here's a crate of new vinyl. This is a crate of new vinyl. See how far I have to go down to find vintage. Another crate of new vinyl. Let's see what we have in here. Let's do a random bin, Tanner, and wipe out some stuff at half-off prices. What do you say? I like doing that. Just a random, complete, just half-off bin. Let me see what we have here. Or we could find some buy it now best offer. Let me see what we have in here first. Before we get too crazy. All right. Probably go through this one. Might pull a couple things out to auction. I mean, there is a sealed Smashing Pumpkins in here, so I've pulled that out. But I will offer it pretty close to half off because I have others in stock. So let me make sure. And I'm going to leave some stuff in here. I've pulled out 2 records, and I'm looking through them very quickly, so I'm sure I've overlooked something. So I've pulled out 2 records, and you're definitely going to get to see them, and the rest of the stuff I'm going to leave half off, and it's a full crate. I'm sure I've overlooked something crazy in here, but we're about to give some discounts. So half off is fun, not crazy. I guess so. All right, Jay Giles sold to Tony Shore for $45. John Porter bid first on Eddie Money at $15. James Bragg was second. Charlie Brown Christmas was $28.99. Eddie Money's now $17.18. So here's how this crate's going to work. I'm going to show you a record. I'm going to tell you the half-off price. Insanity. We do this. I didn't do it the last 2 sales or 3 sales, but we're about to do it right now. I do it probably more often than I should. Our next auction before we get started is going to be Houdini Escape. Houdini, I believe, is an OG copy. It does have a little bit of writing on the cover, whatever 99 meant. Houdini's on the Jive label, and I believe this is an original from 1984. $25 start on Houdini Escape. Houdini, $25 start. Just don't get that stuff too often, and it's very clean. 80 money's at 19 with James Bragg. John Porter, just let me know if you're in or out. So here we go. Have your thumbs or typing hands ready. Almond Brothers, Enlightened Rogues, $10. I will be telling you the half-off price. Almond Brothers is $10. These are first come, first serve. Rick Wakeman, Myths and Legends of King Arthur, $10. So Almond Brothers, Rick Wakeman. Also, Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. This is a gatefold OG with the original insert. Back-to-back Rick Wakeman's, $10, $10. Almond Die was first to the Almond Brothers at half off. Tanner, all the vintage officially starts half off a sticker. Eddie Money 19, Houdini 20, Eddie Money 20, Eddie Money 21, Eddie Money 22, Almond Die got Almond Brothers, Eddie Money 25. The best of Pacific Gas and Electric. That is a VG Plus for $7.50. NAS is $17.50 now. VG Plus, NAS featuring Todd Rundgren, VG Plus, $17.50. Jetstream wants the first Rick Wakeman. That was the Myths and Legends of King Arthur. So that's sold to Jetstream at half off. The Fabulous Knickerbockers, Lies, VG Plus, $12.50. That's on the Challenge label. VG Plus, $12.50. By the way, Houdini's now a final call. Daniel Haynes has this for $25. Final call on Houdini. $25 on that. 80 Money's now at $26. The Sam the Sham Review. The Sam the Sham Review. $10. Also, the Guess Who, rockin'. The Guess Who's now $10. This has a promo sticker on the front, and it's a yellow original label, $10 on the Guess Who. Paul Gill bid $26 on Houdini. John Porter's back in on Eddie Money for $27. Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, Natural Act. White label promo, $8.50. $8.50 on Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge. Herman's Hermits, Blaze. That's $7.50 in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Herman's Hermits. Peter Noon. The New Colony 6 Revelations. That is $10 for the New Colony 6 Revelations. That's on the red Mercury label. $10. Jetstream gets to Chris Christopherson. Eddie Money's at $28. We got 3 people still bidding on that. And Paul Gill is the high bidder on Houdini. And Daniel Haynes, let me know if you in or out on that. Yes, if I don't say the condition, it's EX plus near mint minus. This bin's pretty fast-paced, but if I'm not saying condition, it's EX plus near mint minus. Yes, it's going to be very clean. William Rohraback wants HH, which is Herman's Hermits. That's sold to William. Thank you. We have Harry Belafonte, $5. This is in shrink wrap, too. One of the older RCA labels, $5 on that. Houdini's now at $30. Chris B. Jack wants the New Colony 6. Houdini 27, Houdini 30, Eddie Money 31. Diana Ross, not over you yet. Diana Ross is a promo from 1999. $7.50. $7.50. Chris Ferrari is the high bidder on Houdini at $30. We have Ricky Lee Jones, Pirates. This is $7.50 with the original inner sleeve. Ricky Lee Jones, Pirates, $7.50 on that. The best of Miriam Makeba, $5 for Miriam Makeba. $5 on that. Black RCA label. Also, Quarter Flash is $10. Quarter Flash is $10. Very clean, very nice vinyl with the original inner sleeve. And Todd Rundgren, Runt. This is a Rhino reissue, original inner sleeve. $12.50 on Todd Rundgren, Runt. Houdini is $27. Paul Gill says he's out. I think we're done. Who was the first one to bid on Houdini? Daniel Haynes. Okay, I think we're down to our last bidder then. Chris Ferrari, you have that for $30. Final call. Eddie Money's at $33. That's a battle between John Porter and James Bragg. Tommy Flowers wants Runt. That's sold to Tommy Flowers. The Age of Television, a chronicle of the first 25 years on a 12-inch LP record and 32-page book. That has the book with it, of course, $10. And Roger Daltrey, can't wait to see the movie. Roger Daltrey is $7.50. War, Deliver the Word. War is $17.50. Deliver the Word. War is $17.50. Christopher Brusha wants RD. That's Roger Daltrey. Eddie Money is going to be a final call now to James Bragg. Let's go ahead and sell Houdini to Chris Ferrara for $30. And Eddie Money is about to be sold to James Bragg for $33. Rare Earth, get ready. Now just $15. That whole B-side is that Get Ready song. It's an amazing jam too. 21 minutes and 30 seconds. War is now $15. Or excuse me, Rare Earth is now $15. James Bragg gets War. He also gets Eddie Money for $33. It's time for 2 new auctions. We have up for bid now. Let's do the Eddie and the Cruisers, and let's do the sealed Almond Brothers. Wow, this is very cool. First, Eddie and the Cruisers is in shrink wrap with the hop sticker, a very highly requested soundtrack. Eddie and the Cruisers. This is in shrink wrap with the hop sticker, $25 start. Shrink wrap and hop sticker, Eddie and the Cruisers soundtrack, $25 start. That is a near mint copy. And then the Almond Brothers band. This is a sealed copy. John has it as a 78 pressing, which it certainly, I guess it is. It looks older to me. It looks like the textured cover, but I really can't tell underneath the shrink wrap. But we'll be on the safe side and call it a 78 pressing. That is sealed Almond Brothers. Already a tough album to find. Idlewild South to me is the one we see the least. This is near mint minus and pristine. Awesome track listing. Yeah, this is Capricorn, so this is probably a 78 pressing. Sealed Almond Brothers, $45 start, Idlewild South. I still think that's pretty cool. No saw marks, no cut corners either. That's a pristine, sealed retail copy, it looks like. $45 start on that. All right, John Porter wants Rare Earth. Daniel Haynes is at $45 on the Almond Brothers. Aiden the Cruisers is a $25 start. Foghat, back to the half off. Hope everybody's awake. We're doing a half off bin, $7.50 on Foghat, Rock and Roll Outlaws, Rare Earth, band together. Rare Earth is now $10, $10 for that Rare Earth. Burt Jordan's at $50 on the Almond Brothers. We have Damn Funk, For My Homies. That's spelt D-A-M, like the wall that holds back water. This is Hood Pass Intact. That's from 2010. That is now $20. First, we have Henry's Choice first on Foghat, and John Porter on Rare Earth. Jetstream, you were second. Sherry Darnell's at $55 on the Almond Brothers. Final call if you want to get a bid in on Eddie and the Cruisers. Do your thing. This is Isaac Hayes and the Barkays. 2016 Record Store Day, now $12.50. Spirit Animal Zombie, or Zombie. That's 2009 white vinyl, $20. Spirit Animal Zombie, or Zombie. White vinyl. The half off price is $20. Big savings on that one. Christopher Brusher wants the Isaac Hayes. Burt Jordan's at $57 on the Almond Brothers. And Chasen Hart, Tommy Flowers, you were second on the Isaac Hayes. We have Red Sparrows, or Sparrows, spelled kind of differently. Every red heart shine towards the red sun. And that is half off now at $15. Half off now at $15. James Bragg is in on Eddie and the Cruisers for $25. John Leal's at $27. I've already showed that one. We have Rockin' Chair, Gwen McCrae. Rockin' Chair, a 2016 reissue. I think the original of that is pretty tough to find. I think we have one. I think I sold it to George Somers. It was not a cheap album. That's a 2016 pressing, $13.50. $13.50 on that. I'm going to step over here and grab a bottle of water right quick. Hope that's okay with everybody. Seth, is that okay with you if I grab a bottle of water? Seth said, that's okay. Tanner? Too late now. I've already got it. Let me show our new Funkos. I think we had a pre-order on Janis Joplin, but I need to show. I'm basically just going to say, let me take a waiting list on these, because I don't think I technically have any available. But this is new. This comes out this week. We just got them in. These are new from Funko. Janis Joplin. Very cool in some of her hippie attire. $14.99 for Janis Joplin. $14.99. I don't think I have any available. If so, I have maybe one or two. But if you want to go ahead and go on the list, I may have them. I may go ahead and tag your name on one. But I put up a pre-order for this, and I know I had at least one pre-order. Maybe two. Possibly three. But I have 3 on hand, and I think that's all I ordered. I don't know why. I should have ordered a bunch because I knew these would be popular. Janis Joplin. So go ahead, and then I'm going to definitely order more. This will be a big seller for us. Janis Joplin, $14.99. Tanner, there's several names there. We'll pull up that pre-order and actually see how many we need because I've got 3 here on hand, but I can't remember how many people pre-ordered or who pre-ordered. I hadn't looked that up yet. Also, let me go ahead and show these. This comes out this week. I've got the complete set I've got the complete set. I've got all the Ninja Turtles. This is from Mutant Mayhem. I've got all of them. $14.99. I've got all of them. There's 2 of them there. Michelangelo. And is this a different one? I've got 2 of each. I've got 2 of each, and these are also $14.99. Those are Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I've got 2 of each, and those all come out. I guess that's a new movie coming out. I'm not up to date with all the newest Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But yeah, here's the other one, and here's the other one. So I guess there's 4 of them, right? Yeah, Leonardo, Raphael, and I got 2 new Star Wars. 2 new Star Wars. They look like ones I've had before, but I think they're slightly different because Obi-Wan here is holding his lightsaber, and I know I haven't had that one before. So there's Raphael. Here's a new Obi-Wan Kenobi, or I don't know if it's really new, but it was back ordered and it came in. He's holding his lightsaber. $14.99 for Obi-Wan, and the Grand Inquisitor holding his lightsaber as well. That's $14.99. So there's the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There's Obi-Wan, the Grand Inquisitor, and of course Janis Joplin. We've got a waiting list going for those. Let me lay these right over here. Sorry for the Funko, but I walked over there to get my water and I saw all these laying right here. What happened to the toucans? We forgot to key those in. We need to get everybody's name again. We lost the list. The list was misplaced, and I know Carlene, I've got her name down. I've got Carlene's name down, and I guess Francis Drennan is the other one, so we need to write down Francis Drennan. Yeah, we had 6 people on a waiting list for a plush Toucan Sam. I'll go grab it in just a second. Okay, sorry for the distraction. Back on pace here. James Bragg was at 25 on Eddie and the Cruisers. John Lill bid 27. Sherry Darnell bid 60 on the Allman Brothers. James Bragg bid 30 on Eddie and the Cruisers. John Lill bid 32. Benton Bragg bid 65 on the Allman Brothers. And then Funko's was Brent Robley, Jane, Sherry, Brandon, Cynthia. Sherry bid 70 on the Allman Brothers. James Bragg's out on Eddie and the Cruisers, so John Lill has that for 32, going twice, going 3 times. Benton Bragg is at 75 on the Allman Brothers, and Gary Francisco wants Ricky Lee Jones. That's out of the half off bin here. Gary Francisco, you get Ricky Lee Jones at half off. So what we're doing, if you're just hopping on, we're doing a bin of half off vintage. We've got great auctions going on. We're about to sell Eddie and the Cruisers. They're still bidding on the sealed Allman Brothers, and we're in the middle of a half-off bin. This is $15. That's the half-off price, Sean Netzel. The half-off price on Red Sparrows is $15. Also, Nathaniel Mayer. Yeah, Nathaniel Mayer. Why don't you give it to me? Nathaniel, the half-off price is $15. 2007 pressing on purple vinyl. 2007 pressing on purple vinyl. Sherry's at 80 on the Allman Brothers. Benton Bragg, you're out. And we have Edwin Birdsong Supernatural. That's 180 gram ratio of that, $12.50. Edwin Birdsong, $12.50. Also, Myron and E. Attention DJs, Myron and E. That's $15 from 2013. Eddie and the Cruisers is sold to John Lill for $32. Sherry's the high bidder on the sealed Allman Brothers for $80. That's now going once, going twice. Let's run the Judas Priest. This is a 1979 Japanese pressing. 1979 Japanese pressing with the bonus 45. $55 start. Wow, Judas Priest live in Japan. $55 start. Japanese pressing. $55 start. It has all the Japanese inserts with it. I think it has 2 in here. There's that. Beautiful cover, and the vinyl is top Japanese quality. $55 start on that. Very, very nice jacket. This is live in Japan, Priest in the East, and it has the bonus single with it too. It has the bonus single. We're not supposed to be showing any metal until we have our metal show, but some have got slipped in. We had a Lita Ford earlier. Consider that hard rock or metal, whatever you want to call that, but I usually would save that for a metal show. And now we've got a Judas Priest. Henry, if you want to bid, just put JP55. Benton's out on the Allman Brothers, so that's about to be Sherry for $80. Unano Davana. Unano Davana, 2008 etch vinyl. That is $15 after the half off. Henry's at $55 on Judas Priest. We have Ladio Balaco, live and unreleased. 2015, 3 LPs and a DVD. That's $20 after the half off. Ladio Balaco, live and unreleased. 2015, 3 LPs and DVD. $20 after the half off. Grant Peltzer is at, actually, Henry did bid first at $55. And Grant Peltzer, you were second. Rob Scheffler, you get the Unavo. That's sold to Rob Scheffler. And Jetstream wants Lavio or Ladio. Those are both sold and sold. Rob and then Jetstream. Let's go ahead and sell Sherry Darnell, the Almond Brothers, for $80. Grant, if you want in on Judas Priest, let me know, because technically you were second. And Henry Paredes. Henry Paredes, I think is what I'm going to go on that. And Sean has requested Art Blakey. Let's do it. I still got George Michael, Kiss. I don't know if I want to sell the Archies yet. The Jackson 5. Let's do the Blakey and Monk. It's going to be a $35 start. Let me see what pressing this is. It feels very nice, though. I mean, has a gloss and texture to the cover. This is a 4-digit. It's a Rockefeller address. This is probably a 70s pressing. I can't tell you exactly where. It is pressed well, and it's a 70s pressing. That is near. The vinyl's beautiful, though. I was just taking a peek there. Nice jacket, too. $35. This is Art Blakey's Jazz Messengers with Thelonious Monk. $35 start on that. That is now up for bid. Judas Priest is at 55, 55, 56, and 57. 57 on Judas Priest. We have, that looks a little odd. This is $18.50. Jose Gonzalez, In Our Nature. Jose Gonzalez, $18.50. Thou, Inconsolable on green vinyl, $20. Thou, Inconsolable on green vinyl, $20. Cat Stevens, Very Early and Young Songs, $7.50. Cat Stevens, Very Early and Young Songs, $7.50 on that. We also have Bo Nagin the Third, or 3, maybe the name of the album. That is sealed for $20. Judas Priest is at 56, 57, 60, and 65. Looking for a $35 start on Art Blakey. The Best of Bobby Bland, $7.50. The Best of Bobby Bland, now just $7.50. Little Feat, Hoy Hoy, $15 on Little Feat. If you're just joining us, we're in the middle of a half off bin. I got some great deals in here at half off. Great deals. Little Feat's just now $15. 2LP gatefold, near mint minus. Brand X, Unorthodox Behavior. Brand X is $8.50. $8.50. Larry Norman, In Another Land. Larry Norman is $7.50. And Mandrill, Getting in the Mood. Mandrill is $15 after the half off. Mandrill, Getting in the Mood, $15 on that. Tony Shore wants Larry Norman. That's so to Tony Shore. James Bragg is going to get the Little Feat. That's so to James Bragg. Grant's out on Judas Priest. Henry Paredes. How'd you say that earlier, Tanner? Paredes. He hadn't corrected me yet, so we're going to go with Paredes. That sounds a lot better than whatever I've been saying. You are the high bidder at 65. It's now a final call. Brian Ligon, you were second on Larry Norman, and Jeff McMaster first on Mandrill. Let's go ahead and make Art Blakey a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. Great jazz album, $35. And that's sold to Sean Fairweather. Great grab there. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. Also, The Searchers, $35 buy it now on that. The Searchers, number 4, $7.50. The Searchers, number 4, $7.50. Final call on Judas Priest. I'm going to go ahead and grab our next 2 auctions. Henry Paredes is at 65 on that. Let's do some Devo and let's do some AC/DC. Let's do some pop and some rock, or pop rock and metal. However, I don't consider AC/DC metal. Maybe hard rock, but metal, I think, like Megadeth. Okay, let's see. Judas Priest, Henry Paredes gets that for $65. That's sold. Japanese pressing, very nice. Okay, AC/DC, Highway to Hell. Right off the bat, I see a very nice jacket, front and back. It has the Atlantic inner sleeve, SRC pressing, very clean, very nice vinyl, no condition notes. Press well, $35 start. These are usually trashed, like 4 and 5 are trashed. And then 1 may be decent, and then finding a nice one's tough. I don't know exactly what pressing, but I think that's an older one based on Presswell, SRC, and the dead wax from all the matrices I've been looking at this week. I've looked at a lot. Henry's at 35, Bert's at 35. Now, Devo is going to be just a $25 start. Devo is the original press, and it has the poster and the 45. This is New Traditionalist. It also has the original inner sleeve. The vinyl is VG Plus, and it's a pretty, I'm trying to figure out why he would put this VG Plus, because it's pretty strong looking. I mean, it has a scuff there, non-feeler. It has a scuff there, non-feeler. It has a scuff there, non-feeler. So I'm going to say this looks closer to me to EX condition, especially when you play it. But this is Devo. It's very clean looking vinyl, very nice jacket. If I can get it back in the inner sleeve. It's caught on that little lip right there. There we go. Jacket's nice. And then it has the poster and the bonus 45. So there's the 45 that originally came with it. There's the poster that originally came with it. And very nice jacket. Devo, $25. Jeff McIntosh is already in. So AC/DC 35, 40, 45. Devo's at 25. This bin is half off. We have Richard Burmer on the third extreme. Richard Burmer is $7.50. Tim Harden, 3, live in concert. $15 for Tim Harden. Live in concert. $15. The Howdy Doody Treasury. Howdy Doody is $12.50. The best of Howdy Doody, $12.50. Nick Lowe and his cowboy outfit, the Rose of England. Nick Lowe is sealed. 1985 sealed. Now just $10. Christopher Brusher wants Howdy Doody. Sealed Nick Lowe for $10. Hot City, Ain't Love Grand. Hot City's on white vinyl for $10. Hot City, Ain't Love Grand, $10. Jeff McMaster wants Nick Lowe. Brent Rively was second. Well, he put NO. I'm assuming he got auto-corrected. Brent was second. Henry Paredes is at 45 on AC/DC. Final call. And Jeff McIntosh is the lone bidder on Devo. VG Plus, very clean-looking vinyl, though. Inner sleeve, poster, and 45. Jeff has that for 25. Final call. New bidder or new bid on AC/DC at 46. Wyatt, you were third on Nick Lowe. Boz Scaggs Middleman, $7.50 on Boz Scaggs Middleman. Graham Parker and the Shot Steady Nerves. Graham Parker is $5, and Jeff said NO meant Nick Lowe. So Jeff did get the Nick Lowe. The Fifth Dimension, Living Together, Growing Together, $7.50. Tony Joe White was $10. Tony Joe White and War Galaxy. That's a VG copy for $7.50. It does have a light warp that does not affect play. 74 Picnickville Press. War is $7.50. Poco Cantamos. Poco is VG Plus for $5. Bert, you're back out on AC/DC. Jeff McIntosh does get the Devo uncontested for $25. Zach Elias, your bid just came in. I have already sold it. That was unfortunately already going once, going twice, so I had to sell it. I've got another super disc here. A Knobless Half-Speed Master of Kenny Loggins Night Watch. $25 start. Kenny Loggins Night Watch. This is another half-speed master, CBS master sound from Kenny Loggins. Super high quality vinyl, and it's half-speed master. Kenny Loggins is a $25 start. Bert, just let me know if you want back in or out on AC/DC. If not, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Henry for $50. Doug Kershaw is $6, EX condition. Juice Newton, Quiet Lies. That's VG Plus for $6. Now arriving, Major Lance. Major Lance is $10. Bert's out, so AC/DC is about to be sold for $50. Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits. That's $5 from Melissa Manchester. Also, Darren at the Copa. Bobby Darren is $7.50. John Eddy. John Eddy is $7.50. And Billy Vera and the Beaters by request. $7.50 on that. AC/DC is sold to Henry Paredes for $50. If you want to bid on Kenny Loggins, the Columbia or the CBS Half-Speed Master, that's a $25 start. That is now going once, going twice if you want to get in on that. Any requests from those auctions y'all seen earlier? Let's go ahead and put up a Rush Signals. EX condition, $25 start. This is Rush Signals Subdivisions. This has the original inner sleeve. Rush is a $25 start. It has P in the dead wax. That might be, Pittman. That might be a Pittman press. SRM-1-4063B-1A. This looks like OG. Rush Signals, $25 start. EX condition on the vinyl. Very clean and about a VG Plus or better cover. $25 start on that. All right, so looking for 25. We're about to end Kenny Loggins. Willie Nelson, Without a Song. That is now $12.50. It was sealed. Now half off, $12.50. Also, we have Olivia Newton-John, Clearly Love. $5 start on Olivia Newton-John, Clearly Love, $5. Corey Gaston gets a sealed Willie. James wants George Michael. I'll put that on deck because I'm making Kenny Loggins a buy it now. If anybody wants this for $25, Kenny Loggins is a buy it now for $25. Kenny Loggins for $25 buy it now on that. Jane wants Olivia Newton-John. That's so to Jane at half off. And we have Deacon Blue, Raintown. That is $10. So the only two things tonight, there was a sleeve for Devo, by the way. The only two things tonight that have not sold at auction was Toto. No bid for $75, another half-speed master. We also have Kenny Loggins Night Watch, another half-speed master. That was $25. So those are $75 and $25. And then Billy Joe Royal, that was, I don't know why that's laying over here. It's $14.99. It's signed. It's signed. Billy Joe Royal, $14.99. Now, two records I pulled out of this crate. I'll show you one of them first. It's the Smashing Pumpkins, and this was $99.99. I'll do it for $64.99. It's Sealed Siamese Dream. It's Sealed Siamese Dream, $64.99. And I have more if more than one person wants one. $64.99 for Smashing Pumpkins Siamese Dream. That's new and sealed. I'm going to put that right over here. And I have more if anybody else wants them. I'm down to maybe 10 copies. I have sold several lately. I've sold some in the store for $99.99. If anybody wants Rush, it's a $25 buy it now. Unbelievable. Signals, $25 buy it now if anybody wants it. Smashing Pumpkins is new and sealed, $64.99. Tim Lassiter wants one. Tanner, $64.99. And also Nigel Del Rocket wants one. We have more on the shelf. Matt Kamer is going to pass. And Gary Francisco says he'll take Rush for $25. So two people on Smashing Pumpkins, Tim Lassiter and Nigel Del Rocket. And that is a new sealed remaster. Let's put up the George Michael. Faith. George Michael Faith. This is the OG press with the insert. This album is not in print. It's also never been reissued. It also has the original lyric insert. This is a $45 start, George Michael Faith. There's the insert with the lyrics. There's the original inner sleeve. And this is a $45 start. The vinyl is beautiful. Near mint minus. No condition notes on the vinyl. Very, very nice copy. This album has not been reissued or repressed, which is this mind-blowing. $45 start for George Michael Faith. $45 start on that. Our next auction is going to be a Bruce Springsteen 12-inch single. This is a $15 start. One I've never seen before. This is a special five-track edition of Fire. Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band also includes live versions of Born to Run, No Surrender, 10th Avenue Freeze Out, and For You. 5-track live EP sampler from the box set, $15 start. $15 start on Bruce Springsteen. I have sold the autographed Acid Rock. Yes, it was sold by Michael. It was autographed by Michael Nesbitt of the Monkees. It has sold. Jeff's at 15 on Bruce. James at 15 on George Michael. There's one record left in the half-off bin. The Shy Lights VG copy for $5. I am going to read through these titles one more time because there's a lot left over for a half-off bin. Usually this thing gets emptied. But there is some kind of odd and unusual stuff in here. But I'm just going to read through those one more time. If you want a price, let me know. And then we might have time for one more bin. We'll do probably one more bin of Buy It Now Best Offer maybe. And I've still got auctions that we have not put up tonight. Final call, George Michael 45, Bruce Springsteen 15. The Shy Lights, Billy Joe Royal. And that was not supposed to be half off. Let me actually take that out. That's new, but it's autographed. It's unfortunately personalized, but that's $14.99. Deacon Blue, Billy Vera. We have Mark Shelton wants the Jose Gonzalez. That was right back here. Mark Shelton wants Jose Gonzalez. That was this one right here. Jose Gonzalez. Yep, that's sold to Mark Shelton at half off. Chris Bijak wants Deacon Blue. That's at half off, and we're about to sell these auctions. E, we just sold Deacon Blue. Chris just beat you to it. So, Shy Lights, Billy Vera, John Eddy, Bobby Darin, Melissa Manchester, Major Lance, Olivia Newton-John. No, Juice Newton. Doug Kershaw, Poco, War, Tony Joe White, Fifth Dimension, Graham Parker, Bob Skaggs, Hot City, Tim Harden, Richard Burmer, The Searchers, Brand X, Brand X is still available, $8.50. Does this one have Phil Collins? Sometimes he's on some of those. The Best of Bobby Bland still available. Bo Nigel, Cat Stevens, Val, also Myron and E, Edwin Birdsong, Nathaniel Mayer, Red Sparrows, Gwen McCrae, Zombie. This was Damn Funk, The Age of Television, Quarter Flash, The Best of Mary Makeba, Diana Ross, Harry Belafonte, The Guess Who, Sam the Sham, The Knickerbockers, Naz, Pacific Gas and Electric, and Rick Wakeman. Those are all half off. Mark Shelton is a new bidder on George Michael for $47, and no one else bid on Bruce Springsteen, so that sold to Jeff for $15. James, somebody else bid on George Michael earlier. I just now actually seen it. Mark Shelton bid $47. Gary Francisco wants Brand X. Brand X price. Brand X was, let's see here, let me find it. Brand X was $8.50. That's the half off price. Gary, I'm going to go ahead and put your name on it. Leslie Holt, the Juice Newton was called Quiet Lies. That's VG plus $6 if you want that. Leslie Holt. Chris B. Jack says he's going to take the Naz. E wants to know the Guess Who info. Rocking the Guess Who gatefold, promo sticker, original label, $10 after the half off. Cynthia Herdron wants Pacific Gas and Electric. James Bragg's backing on George Michael for $49. I have more auctions, including a Led Zeppelin original In Through the Outdoor in the original brown baggie. It is near mint minus. It's in the original brown baggie that it came with. This is cover variant E. It has the original inner sleeve. This is a very, very nice copy. $40 start, Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. Their last studio album, 1979, In Through the Outdoor. That's a $40 start on that. Leslie says she already has Juice Newton, and if anybody wanted to guess who, if anybody wants to guess who, it's still available for just $10. Mark Shelton, you're out on George Michael. James Bragg has that for $49. E's in on Led Zeppelin at $40. Diana Ross info. Diana Ross is a 12-inch single. It's actually 2 LPs. Not Over You Yet, Not Over You Yet, Not Over You Yet, and Not Over You Yet. It's a 2 LP, 12-inch single promotional record from 1999, $7.50. Cynthia said she will take the Guess Who. Mark Shelton's backing on George Michael for $50. Rick Wakeman is a very nice copy. It's a gatefold. This album at one time was #1 on the U.S. Billboard charts. Journey to the Center of the Earth, which kind of blew my mind when I found that out. This is a gatefold with the booklet insert. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. This was #1 on the Billboard charts at one time. Has the original company in the sleeve too. $10 on that. George Michael's at $50, and now George Michael's at $60. James Bragg's at $60. Led Zeppelin is at $40, going once, going twice. Brian Ligon says he'll take Rick Wakeman. It has the booklet. What else? Harry Belafonte still available. That was an odor pressing in shrink wrap. And there's a couple other like classic rock albums I was kind of surprised about. So, all right. Henry's at 43 on Led Zeppelin. So new bidders on both auctions. That was our half off bin. I'm going to keep those over here because after I show them half off, I kind of don't ever show them that much ever again. We'll probably put those odd records on Discogs, and those may not ever pop up again. May or may not see those for a while. So I think we have time for one more half off bin maybe. We might, or maybe do half of it and do the other half tomorrow or something. Depends on how many viewers we get down to and what time it is. But I think right now I'll go ahead and show these. I'm trying to figure out what's in here. Make sure I hadn't shown them recently. I don't think I have, because there's one that at half off will definitely sell. Let me make sure some of these aren't like, there's a couple weird things in here. Let me make sure they're not like $200 records before I show them half off. That would be good for y'all and bad for me. I don't know. I've kind of peeked at a couple of them, but this crate's completely full too. This is a lot of vinyl in here. I'm going to have to go full Chad speed mode on these. All right, we got new bids on all of our auctions. Hypnosis cover, watching the documentary Square in the Circle. What is that on, Brent? I've been hearing other people talk about that. I want to watch it because I had a book one time about hypnosis company, and I had it back in high school. I had all their artwork and information. I don't know what happened to it. It was almost like a promotional book from their company or something. I never did see another one. And but yeah, I'm interested in watching that. George Michael, 50, 60. Henry bid 43 on Led Zeppelin. Mark Shelton's out. Led Zeppelin, 50. Okay, so George Michael is at 60. That's James Bragg's final call. And Benton Bragg is the high bidder on Led Zeppelin for 50. A 12-inch single on 2 LPs. That means that's the Diana Ross record. That is one song with 4 different mixes. So a lot of 12-inch singles they put out so they sound better. They only put it on one side. So this is four different mixes of this song. The Dronez mix, the Sharp Diamond vocal mix, the Dronez instrumental, and the Sharp Diamond dub. And it's actually 2 records in here. It's the same song 4 different times, different versions. That's the 12-inch singles. That's a very popular way they did that. 4 different versions of the song for DJs to play. Okay, let's go ahead and sell these. George Michael sold to James Bragg for $60, and Led Zeppelin is sold to Benton Bragg for $50. That's sold to Benton Bragg for $50. All right, I'll get 2 new auctions started in just a moment. Let me go ahead and start some records in this crate. We have ABBA. ABBA's Greatest Hits is $10. That's volume 2. These are going to be half off. Let's go through them. ABBA's Greatest Hits, $10. Bobby Darin is $12.50. Bobby Darin, self-titled. 101 North, $7.50 for 101 North, $7.50. Graham Parker and the Union, Stick It To Me. Graham Parker is $7.50. There's 101 North again. Got those out of order. E got ABBA. Has E bought from us before? I think so. Never Can Say Goodbye, the Communards. That's $7.50. Also, Beaver and Crowell's, All Good Men, $7.50 on Beaver and Crowell's. The Association Live, that's $10 if I don't drop it. The Association Live, My Son the Nut, Alan Sherman, that's $5. Sean Phillips, Rip and Stickles Resolve, $7.50 on that. And Sean Phillips Collaboration, that is $10. We also have Uptown and Lowdown, Cliff Jackson's Washboard Wanderers, $10 on Cliff Jackson. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, More Golden Greats, $5 on Gary Lewis and the Playboys. The Kingston Trio, the last month of the year, that's a Christmas record from the Kingston Trio, $5. And hold on, it's D. Clark, $15 on D. Clark. So E went to ABBA, Jane was second. E, if you hadn't bought from us before, there's the link to our website. We need your email address and mailing address, $7 in limited shipping. Jane, you were second. Jetstream wants Alan Sherman, that's sold to Jetstream at half off. Robert Parker, Barefoot and VG copy for $7.50. Mike Panera, Isla, $10 on Mike Panera. Fresh Out of Borstal, that is $10. Also, Jim Queskins, Jump for Joy, $7.50 on that. Gary Lewis, Listen, that is sealed for $10. John Handy, Where Go the Boats. John Handy's $5. Jeff Berlin and Vox Humana, Champion, $7.50 on that. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Nuclear Blues, $7.50. Players is self-titled, $7.50. The Kingsmen, Volume 3, $6.50. Botman Turner Overdrive, Freeways, $7.50 for BTO. And Leftover Wine, Melanie. Melanie is $5. Tommy Flowers wants John Handy, that's sold to Tommy Flowers. And let me pause right there to put up a couple new auctions right quick. I got another George Michael, and I got one more super disc to show you. This is George Michael, Hard Day, special remix. Over 20 minutes of musical available on any album. Hard Day, by the B-side, the #1 smash single, I Want Your Sex, the Monogamy Mix. And this is a George Michael 12-inch single, 1987. In shrink wrap and hop sticker, $15 start. $15 start. And I think John Porter earlier said he would try out the Diana Ross. So tag this to John, or no, who asked about this? I get John Porter and Todd Tipton sometimes mixed up. John Porter, yes. Tanner, that's sold to John Porter, the Diana Ross for half off. And then back to where we was. Jane Fink wants Melanie. That's sold to Jane Fink. And then here's another half-speed master from Loggins and Messina, Full Sail. Full Sail, that's a super disc. $20 start on that. This is E from Facebook. Evan, okay, that's Evan Waltman. All right, Evan, thank you. E, gotcha. George Michael's at 15 and now 15. The Loggins and Messina is $20. Here's another Melanie. The other Melanie is $5. Melanie is $5. Glorious Hymn, Sister Rosetta Tharpe. Sister Rosetta Tharpe, very cool. $10 after the half off. George Michael's at 17 with Nick Bargeron. Katrina and the Waves, that is now $7.50. Katrina and the Waves. Cliff Noble's Pony the Horse, $12.50. Also, Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something, that's half off at $5. Jane gets the other Melanie record, that's so did Jane. William, you were second on Melanie. Cross Country, cool cover. Cross Country's $10. Also, Chet Atkins, Stay Tuned. Chet Atkins is $5. Meet the Swag Men. The Swag Men is $7.50. Fess Parker, star of the Daniel Boone TV series. Fess Parker, that's a radio station copy. $10. $10 on Fess Parker. Lynn's Foreign, Happy Days, $7.50. Spencer Davis Group with their new face on. Spencer Davis Group is $12.50. Penny Lane and Time, Kai Winding. Kai Winding is a 1967 promo in shrink wrap, $10. George Michael's at $18 of John Nazarko, going once, going twice. William wants the Melanie record. That's sold to, oh, we've already sold that. Craig Ruth wants Katrina. Katrina and the Waves. That's sold to Craig Ruth. Christopher Brusha wants PL. I think that was Penny Lane, right? Kai Winding. That's sold to Christopher Brusha. Tilt from music from the motion picture soundtrack. Rudy Duran's Tilt. $10. The Collectors. That looks a little odd. It's a 1968 press. The cover has some seam splits. It's on Warner Brothers label, $17.50. $17.50. Sherry Darnell wants the Sister Rosetta Tharpe. John Porter wants SDG. Spencer Davis Group. Christopher Brusha, first to Tilt. Cynthia was second. Did you say Zeppelin was a Presswell E variant? That is a OG cover variant A. That was cover variant A. There's 9 different covers on that Led Zeppelin album. The front cover, after you pull out the brown bag, there's either 7 or 9 different covers on that. Craig's out on George Michael. That's now a final call to John Nazarko for $18. Let's go ahead and make Loggins and Messina a $20 buy it now if anybody wants that. $20 buy it now on the Nautilus Super Disc or Super Disc Half Speed Master. Manhattan Transfer, half off price is $5. Mink DeVille, return to Magenta. Mink DeVille is $7.50 in shrink wrap. Phil Alvin, gold stamp promo, $10 on Phil Alvin. Dan Fogelberg, Captured Angel, $5 on Fogelberg. ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 1, $10. Wow, Bad Company, Run with the Pack. Now just $10 for Bad Company. America, with the hype sticker that someone has taped to the cover. America is $5. And Eddie Money, wow. Eddie Money, half off at $7.50. That's not supposed to be in there. Cynthia Hergwin on MT. MT was Manhattan Transfer. That is sold to Cynthia. Stephen Young was second. Cynthia also on Phil Alvin. So Cynthia and Cynthia. Shakedown got the ABBA record. Shakedown first to ABBA. Brent Robley first on Bad Company. John Porter second. Jetstream third. Jane, you were second on ABBA. Jack Hewitt third on Bad Company. Evan wants Eddie Money. John Porter was second. Ron Duffield third. And Edward Phil Alvin's already sold. Let's also go ahead and sell George Michael. George Michael to John Nazarko for $18. And I'm going to read off those claims one more time very quickly. Cynthia got Manhattan Transfer. Stephen Young was second. Cynthia also got Phil Alvin. Shakedown got ABBA. Brent Robley got Bad Company. John Porter was second. Jetstream third. Jane, you were next on ABBA. Jack, fourth on Bad Company. Evan, you got the Eddie Money. John was second. Ron was third. And Jane gets the America. Jane Fink gets the America. That was a packet. Maybe the rest of the crate's going to be like that. Let's find out. The Motels, Little Robbers. The Motels is $10. The Moody Blues Octave. The Moody Blues is $7.50. Warrior, Scandal, featuring Patty Smythe, $12.50. Sweet Gingerbread Man, the Mike Curb Congregation, $5 on that. Also, Waiting for the Hard Times to Go, Jim Ringer. VG copy for $5. Jim Ringer, $5. Astro Sounds from Beyond the Year 2000. This is a very low-grade record. It's in good plus condition. It's an original 68 U.S. press. B1 has some skips, but otherwise it plays great. This is a very desirable record. Astro Sounds from Beyond the Year 2000. That's now $12.50. Jetstream gets the Moody Blues. That's sold to Jetstream. Ron Duffield gets Warrior. Rob Scheffler wants Gingerbread Man. Christopher Brusher, you're second. So Jim Ringer, Astro Sounds. We also have Rough Ends, Love Crimes. Rough Ends, Love Crimes. $8.50. I've still got a couple more auctions to show. Some of them we might not get to tonight. This will be tough. Maybe some Japanese stuff, because the other ones I probably might just put in tomorrow's hype post. They're definitely hype worthy. Here's a Beatles 45. This looks pretty cool. This is going to be a $25 start. Twist and Shout and Roll Over Beethoven from Japan. I've never seen that one before. Very cool picture sleeve. George, Paul, John, and Ringo. Twist and Shout. There's the original Apple inner sleeve. And the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. That's a Beatles single I'd never seen before. $25 start on that. There's the original Apple inner sleeve. And then there's the Japanese picture sleeve or picture insert. $25 start on the Beatles. Very cool. Very cool there. Back to the half off. James Talley, Ain't It Something? James Talley is $6. We also have John Lennon Double Fantasy. This is a VG copy for $6. VG copy for $6. That is Twist and Shout and Roll Over Beethoven. Roll Over Beethoven. Hooray Hurrara. Hooray Hurrara is mono. It's a Latin pop in mono. VG plus $7.50. Coven. Coven is now $8.50. Unfortunately, Kelly wrote her name on the cover, but this has the 110 Soldier, the Legend of Billy Jack. VG plus $8.50. Kataro, the Light of the Spirit. Kataro is $7.50. And Les Mystères des Vox Bulgaris, recorded in Bulgaria by Marcel Cellier. That's now $8. $8 on that. Let's see what we have. I'll start this at $15. This is sealed Don McLean American Pie. It's from 2016, sealed for $15. 2016 reissue remaster. That is sealed for $15. Looking for $25 on the Beatles. John Porter says he'll take the Coven. What's left in this bin is all half off of the original sticker price. David Onderdonk, Close Call, $5 for David. Joan Armour trading the Key, $6.50. Corey's at $15 on Don McLean. That's sealed American Pie. Silver Spurs Orchestra, $5 on Silver Spurs Orchestra. Tuning, Defining the Purpose. Tuning is sealed, $13.50. White or blue vinyl. It's either white or blue vinyl. The Motels, Bryce. The Motels is $10. That's the on sale price. It is no condition notes, VG Plus cover, original inner sleeve, EX Plus, the near mint minus vinyl. $10. I still have the Coven box set. It actually sits right beside Tanner every night. Gary Francisco wants Silver Spurs Orchestra. That's sold to Gary. White Lightning, Fresh Air. White Lightning's $5. Final call on the sealed Don McLean for $15. And final call if you want to bid on the Beatles for $25. Craig Thomas wants Tuning. That's sold to Craig Thomas. We also have Waku. Waku is now $5. Can you sew the Kataro again? I sure can. Kataro is the Light of the Spirit. That is $7.50 from 1987. Christopher Brusha wants White Lightning. That's sold to Christopher Brusha. And Rob Scheffler wants Astro Sounds. That's sold to Rob Scheffler, Astro Sounds. Leslie Uggams, A Time to Love. That is now $8.50. And we have Ego is Not a Dirty Word. Skyhooks. Skyhooks, $75. $6 on that. Don McLean is sold for $15 to Corey Gaston. And if anybody wants the Beatles 45, $25 quick grab at a $25 buy it now. That's Twist and Shout and Roll Over Beethoven. 1976 Japanese pressing of that. $25 start. Christopher Brusha wants Skyhooks. That's sold to Christopher Brusha at half off. And Chris Bijak says he'll take the Beatles for a $25 buy it now. Next is Ulver, Sick Transit Gloria Mundi EP. Ulver is now $12.50. I'm going to show maybe two more very quick Japanese auctions while I recap this bin. We're going to do, wow, Sam and Dave and Night Ranger. Two great auctions here at almost 11 o'clock tonight, so I hope everybody's watching and paying attention. This is Night Ranger, Midnight Madness, Sister Christian, mint and pristine Japanese pressing, $45 start. This has a book with it that I don't think I've ever seen before. This says Night Ranger Special Issue. Take a look at this. Japanese insert booklet. There's kind of a gatefold, centerfold, pictures of the band and more. This is a complete near mint copy. There's the original insert. There is the obi that just flew off. Because it's not really an obi. They call this an obi cap. They call this an obi cap. It slides right on the top right there. $45 start on that. That is Night Ranger. Midnight Madness. Very, very cool. Also, we have Sam and Dave, Double Dynamite. Yes, this is a Japanese pressing. Wow. This is a Japanese pressing. $35 start. First of all, tough album to get here in the U.S. Tough album to get here in the U.S. Sam and Dave. First track is Hold On, I'm Coming. And Soul Man's on here too. Wow. Sam and Dave, Double Dynamite. Yeah, two of their biggest songs on this album. And you have the lyric insert, and this is very nice Japanese vinyl. This album is usually destroyed here in the U.S. I mean, I've had them before that looks like people literally, I don't know if they loved them or hated them the way they handled them. This is a very nice Japanese, I mean, look at the cover. $35 start on that. And yes, Steve Cropper plays on this album. We had his autograph earlier. Play it, Steve, on Hold On, I'm Coming. Or I guess that's Soul Man. Back to the top, we have James Bragg is going to get the Ulver record. Tim Graham said Fred Sanchez. I think he's tagging somebody. I don't think that was an artist. Rob, we've already sold Ulver. Gary, you were second on Ulver. James is in on Night Ranger at 45. I'm going to read through these titles one more time. If you want a price, let me know, because these are all half off, and I would love to sell them to you before they get retired permanently here at Coletco. So one more time, we have Bobby Darin, Graham Parker. If you need a price, let me know. 101 North, the Communards, Beaver and Crowls, the Association Live. James Bragg has Night Ranger for 45, final call, and we're looking for 35 on Sam and Dave. Brent Robley's in at 35, so 35 and 45 on those. Sean Phillips, Rumpelstiltskin Skin Resolve. Sean Phillips, Uptown and Lowdown, Cliff Jackson's Washboard Wanderers. Gary Lewis and the Playboys. The Kingston Trio, Hold On, it's D. Clark. We also have Robert Parker, Barefootin'. Mike Panera, Isla. Fresh out of Borstal. Jim Queskin, Gary Lewis, Jeff Berlin and Vox Humana. Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Players, The Kingsmen. Botman Turner Overdrive. Henry Gross, Cliff Nobles. Cross Country. Chet Atkins. Meet the Swagmen. Fess Parker. Linz Farn. The Collectors. Mink DeVille. Dan Fogelberg. Jim Ringer. Rough Ends. James Talley. John Lennon. Ray Herrera. Marcel Cellier. David Onderdonk. Joan Armatrading. The Motels. Waku. Kataro. And Leslie Uggams. Final call on both of these. Zachy Lice wants the Communards. That was right back here. So does Zachy Lice. Darren Davis says he'll take the Motels if Bryce Culver asked about it. If Bryce passes, that's so to Darren Davis. And Henry's Choice wants HG. What was HG? Maybe let me know what that was. And let's end these auctions. Brent Robley gets Sam and Dave for $35. Nice Japanese pressing of that. And Night Ranger is sold to James Bragg for $45. Two Japanese pressings going out the door. I got about a half a crate of Japanese stuff that we'll do tomorrow. Plus, I'm going to start working on new auctions right now. Sister Rosetta Tharpe is gone, yes. Let me show you the only stuff that did not sell tonight on the auction block. Loggins and Messina, $20 buy it now. Half-speed audiophile pressing, a full sale. This was not an auction, but it's one of our autographs from Pittsburgh. It's autographed by Billy Joe Royal, even though it says Dale Thanks. That is autographed $14.99. Billy Joe Royal is autographed. It is personalized, though. We also have a half-speed master of Kenny Loggins' Night Watch for $25. And we have a half-speed master of Toto 4. Toto 4. Half-speed master. That's a $75 start, or $75 buy it now. So 20, 25, and 75. That's the only auctions that did not get bids tonight. They're all half-speed masters. I guess we don't have any audio files. Or we don't. I know we have audio files watching, but I guess they probably either already have them or you don't want them. Henry Gross wanted, or Henry's Choice wanted Henry Gross. Got it. That was plug me into something. Let me find that. And that was another claim out of here. Henry Gross. And how much is Megadeth? Beast Smoker wants the John Lennon. Let's sell that to Beast Smoker. And Megadeth is $44.99. Rust in Peace. We have Rust in Peace in stock. By the way, I may post a pre-sale, but just FYI, there is a surprise Megadeth restock coming this week. There is a surprise Megadeth restock. We should have them here tomorrow, hopefully. And the other Megadeth I have is Dystopia. Dystopia, $29.99. That's the only two Megadeths I have. Dystopia and Rust in Peace, $44 and $29.99 on those. When will you have the Eagles Mo-Fi? Those should be shipping. I got to email him and tell him to release my order. Does anybody want Billy Joe Royal for $10? I'm going to try to really make sure we don't mix up these autographs in with these crates. I'm trying to sell every autograph that I put out. Let's knock down $5. Actually, there's nothing wrong with the album, but to some people, because of that's on there, they don't want it. So now I do have some pretty incredible autographs for some big names that are personalized, unfortunately, but $10 on that if anybody wants it. If not, I'll just start a new bin. I'll start a crate on that. Let's see here. So James Bragg, I gotta let you know on Eagles. Brent, I'm gonna go ahead and sell you Toto for $65. I had a $50 offer earlier, but I'll tell you what John originally had it stickered, which is probably retail. We had it stickered for $100, $99.99, which I think is retail on it, but it's now yours for $65. Now I just need to sell Kenny Loggins. Does anybody want to give $40 for both of them? That's another $5 off. They were $20 and $25, and that's less than what we had them stickered. That's like half of retail on those, but I think Kenny Loggins on Half-Speed Master a little bit tougher to sell. I don't think I have any Deftones. I have no Deftones in stock. No Deftones. No Deftones. I do have Megadeth. I do have Grateful Dead, Rat, Gordon Lightfoot, Primus, John Prine, Peter Tosh, John Mayer, Old Crow, Steel Drivers, Blackberry Smoke, Cole Wetzel, Blackberry Smoke, Oasis, The Cure, System of a Down, Psycho, Dave Matthews Band, Extreme, and Dead Kennedys. There's a couple. No love for Kenny. No. No, evidently not. Yeah, Toto is a great sounding record. Half-Speed Master, great deal on that. System of a Down price. Toxicity is $28.99. $28.99 for Toxicity. Zach Elias says he wants The Cure. That was The Cure from A Land Down Under, live in Sydney, Australia, 1981. That's so to Zach Elias. Do you have Meteorian? Those should be coming in tomorrow. Evan says he'll take System of a Down. Cure, so to Zach. Evan got System of a Down. Also back here, I don't know if y'all can see it. Let me move the camera really close. We have Roger Daltrey, Amused to Death. That's a Analog Productions pressing. Bow Wow Wow, Pink, Hootie and the Blowfish, Throwing Copper by Live. We have Legion Lee, Fairport Convention. Tears for Fears, John Lee Hooker, Love Supreme, Kanye West, The Knack, that's Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, Stevie Ray Vaughan, also Honky Chateau on Gold Vinyl, Black Crows, Audio Slave, Riot, Carpenters, White Stripes Elephant, Now Millennium, NSYNC Picture Disc, Very Special Christmas, and Kate Bush. Zach said he already had that Cure. We need to put it back. Zach Elias said he already had that. Corey needs the Festpocker and the half off price on Hootie. Hootie and the Blowfish is on clear vinyl, $29.99. And the Knack Mobile Fidelity is $46.99. $46.99. The Now record is called Now Millennium 2000, 2001. That is $54.99. It's 2 LP on red vinyl. $54.99. Yes, the Black Crows is on green vinyl. It also comes with the bonus 7-inch, and it's also on green vinyl. Bonus 7-inch, and it's also on green vinyl. So 2 LP green vinyl and a green vinyl 7-inch, $44.99. The Kate Bush is called Lionheart. Lionheart, $29.99. Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things. Dave Matthews Band is $39.99. Mo-Fi Knack was $46.99. Mo-Fi Knack is $46.99. Kate Bush is new and sealed, remastered, $29.99. Happy the Man. I will try to find that. Zach, as soon as I run across that, I'll pull it for you. As soon as I run across that, I'll pull it for you. Which Kanye? That is Kanye. The name of the album is Yay. Where was that? Was that back here too? Yeah, Yay. I Hate Being Bipolar. It's awesome. $33.99. The name of the album is Yay, like Kanye. But yeah, any of those that y'all asked about, I got them right here. If you decide you want them, let me know. Kate Bush, The Knack, Dave Matthews Band, Black Crows, and Now. Those are all still available. And Kanye. All right, we're going to call tonight. I am extremely hungry, and I'm ready to eat and start pricing new stuff for tomorrow night's sale because we're going to do a fresh start tomorrow. New Japanese, new auctions, new vintage, and we're going to get started doing that right now. I'm going to start preparing stuff. It takes me all night to get all those auctions ready. When you see those hot pictures with like 40 or 36 images, that's like 5 hours of cleaning, tagging, and researching. It's incredible how long that takes. So, but I enjoy it. It's very fun. I listen to a bunch of them too. So I look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow night. Alum Dye says he'll take the Kanye. I'm pulling it for you right now, Alum. Thanks, everybody, and see y'all tomorrow. I'm going to Nick Bargeron. Did you pull me a mammoth on yellow? I have not done that. Yellow vinyl mammoth. Let's do that right now for Nick. Y'all are keeping me on the air. That's okay, though, as long as we're still selling records. Let's sell that to Nick Bargeron. Let's also sell the Kanye for Alum Dye. I'm going to put back the Cure if anybody wants that, and $30 on Loggins. I can't do those. We originally had them marked for $70. That's why I said my best price is $40. I can't do $30. I mean, that's what we had them stickered. I started them at $25 and $20. We had them marked for $70, which is probably more so going retail price on them. So my best price is $40. I need the best quality James Brown. I'm trying to get that for you. James Brown Collected. I'm trying to get that for you. All right. If there'll be nothing else, I'm hitting the button. Thank y'all, and see you tomorrow.